Yo, yo, testing, testing. What's up, everyone? All right, let's take a look at some stuff here. Hello, everyone. Welcome. And we're going to add just a little thing real quick. Edit as HTML. Add a little header here that just says updating tier list. For now, we'll change it later. All right, so style equals, I think the syntax is this. I forget. Hopefully that works. Oh, oops. I messed up. As HTML, let's move this out. That's embarrassing. Hey, let's go, let's go. Okay, I moved it out. There we go, that's better. That's better. So yeah, this is where we left off from my previous tier list video, which is where we're gonna start from. And we're going to edit this together with the gang. Today we have MTashed, Gacha Gamer, iamrivenous, and Cannaaaa joining us. They will be joining us soon, and I didn't add their images this time here. Instead I have like the little bouncing Discord thing, but let me actually add their images too. That'd be good. That'd be good to do. So, sorry guys, gonna have to set a few things up. Live, we're doing this live, everyone. All right. Actually, let me see. Hang on. Discord's a little finicky, or no, not Discord. OBS. So we have image. We'll add MTashed. YouTube. Okay, so let's see. Okay, forget it. It's too difficult to update all this right now. Yeah, anyway, I think you guys know who most of them are, and they'll have their little Discord things bouncing up and down as well. So, yeah. Now, okay. We've got 20-ish minutes until the call starts. So I generally like to just get the stream up and running, make sure that everything looks good. And we got Wuthering Waves here. And I guess while we wait, we can just do my dailies in Genshin real quick, because I haven't done them yet. And then we'll do some dailies in Wuthering Waves, hopefully. Hopefully we'll have time for both before we get started. Yeah, sorry about Nightbot. I've been meaning to update it, but I still haven't updated it yet. So that's my bad. You have to live with Nightbot. You just have to live with my Nightbot. But yeah, I'm running Genshin and Wuthering Waves at the same time. So it's hopefully my computer doesn't start yelling at me. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And my volume's a little loud for me, although it should be fine for you guys. So I'm turning the volume down a bit. And yeah, I've been slacking. I have been slacking a bit in Genshin, but don't worry. Chlorine's coming out. I'm excited for her. We're going to crank out the usual content for her. It'll be a good time, as always, with these games. You know, I still enjoy both games a lot. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing more than one. So, you know, that's a great question. I'm not actually going to Constellation 6 Chlorine most likely, but I could change my mind. I feel like lately the Constellation 6 stuff isn't as valuable for like my content creation as it used to be. And besides, like, the media servers that we get for Genshin, they give us the Constellation 6. So I'll likely just, you know, use her C6 for DPS Showdown or something there. And yeah, I'm gonna... I'll definitely do Zenless Zone Zero too. I like Zenless Zone Zero a lot. It's a lot of fun. And when Hoyo decides to add a little fan service to their games, oh man, and they got, you know, they got the budget. They got the budget from us whales and all of us spenders out there to, you know, improve the physics of the games. So yeah, Chlorine, I'm just gonna most likely stick her at Constellation 0 throughout. So yeah, I'm barely even watching my gameplay. I'm trying to look at chat. But yeah. So okay, let's see. Huh, bro, please don't. Not ZZ. I see. So maybe some people won't like Zenless Zone Zero, but hey, some people didn't like Wuthering Waves. Some people didn't like Honkai Star Rail. But ultimately, you know, I'm gonna be covering, you know, the games that I find really fun. And I think, oh, I'm getting the buttons mixed up. I think F and E. Sometimes I get a little confused because I've also been playing like Hades 2 just for fun. And that one, I feel like some of the buttons are reversed. So now I'm like mashing E to talk to stuff or something. I don't know. I'm confused. You know, I have no idea how Zenless Zone Zero is going to do. Regardless, I'm going to give it a shot, give it a try. We're going to play it. We're going to have a good time. We're going to see how the game does and stuff. So if it does great, great. If it doesn't, well. So yeah, about the story quest thing, the spending resin thing. I don't believe you need to spend stamina anymore on the story quests. In closed beta 3, I'm pretty sure the stamina was removed from the story mode, which is great because, you know, just one less thing to spend stamina on. Yeah, the TVs were very annoying, and the TVs in closed beta 3 were much better. However, they were a little buggy, but I expect Hoyoverse to fix the bugs for the TVs before release, because the TVs were already improved a lot, because you could ×2 speed through a lot of the cinematic parts of the TVs, which is really nice. But the ×2 speed had like some bugs and stuff. So, okay, we're almost done. We'll enhance these artifacts, then we'll start the tier list very soon. And Nightbot is a tyrant. That's what they are. So, oh man, I might have to fire Nightbot, but we'll see. Don't tell Nightbot, they'll get sad. Oh my goodness. So yeah, almost done with Genshin, spending Genshin. No, don't pull his sequences, in my opinion. Don't pull Gion sequences. Let us whales do it. But hey, that's just my opinion, okay? If you got the money, do what you want to do with your money, right? But you really don't need to pull. You really don't need to pull for sequences for Gion or Yinlin and these characters. That's my opinion. So, you know, yeah. Oops. Oh, okay. I guess I gotta look at my screen for a sec. Oops. Oh no, don't worry. I'm not dropping Genshin. I will probably, unless something crazy happens, I will likely play Genshin to the day it dies. Overall, it's my favorite game, you know? Like, yes, there are some slow periods, like right now. You know, it's a little slow. It's okay, but you know, these games, they just go up and down, and Genshin, all these other games, Wuthering Waves, Honkai Star Rail, you know? Okay, did I finish spending my stamina? Yep, okay, we good. Let's check out the artifacts that we got, and then we'll hop over to Wuthering Waves, do some stuff for a little bit of time, and then we'll join the gang and see how the tier list manifests itself. We tried to keep discussions to a minimum prior, so that way we can civilly discuss the tier list together on stream today. So yeah. Do I have Linny's weapon? Oh, why do I have Linny's weapon? It's so Yilla moves faster. Because she's my taxi in this game. So she's zooming around everywhere. And fun fact, I am such a dirty whale that I refinement 5'd Linny's weapon Oh, oops. Elemental Mastery. We'll just save that one for later. I refinement 5'd Linny's weapon just to move faster in the overworld, because I'm pretty sure refining it gives you more movement speed. Oh my god. What's wrong with me? Oh man. Good thing, yeah, so don't do that. Oh my. Oh, so I made a video on this. 6 months ago, I had spent almost $80,000, I believe $78,000 on Genshin Impact. So yeah. No, it's Wuthering Waves, guys. I just gotta do my dailies. So it's Wuthering Waves. It ain't clickbait. Not, well, maybe for a little bit, but I'm almost done. See, look. We got Wuthering Waves right here. It's right here. We'll get to it. So, okay. Geo stuff. Elemental Mastery, Hydro damage. Okay. Not looking great. Whoa! Look at this goated healing bonus circlet. What is that? Okay. You know, someday there could be a healing character that needs double crit that scales off of healing bonus. That's my copium, and that's why I've been saving these pieces. Okay. All right. We are done with Genshin. So we're going to Alt F4 out of that. And we finished our Genshin farming. Close that real quick. Yeah, the echoes are looking a little familiar to some of us players out there. So in case you missed the stream yesterday, I already C6 R5'd my Gion, or S6 R5, I believe it's what it's called. And there's also a new tech that's been floating around. The Levitator Cancel tech. Oops, that's the wrong button. Huh, interesting. So how does it... Can you... Okay. Yeah, there's a Levitator Cancel tech. I haven't explored it yet myself, so I'm super curious. I'm super curious to see what applications it has. I think Dungeon is one of the better users of it. We can try it real quick. So we have Levitator. Oh, okay. I keep hitting R. I think I would need to bind the Levitator button on another key. Okay, so we can E, T, E, T, E. Oh, look at that. You can spam this really fast. The first part of her skill. You see that? You see that? Interesting. Is that faster? I don't think it's faster than that, because you have to do 5 of those for one of these for it to be equivalent. So one application that Zajeff actually discovered was you can Levitator cancel dash counters. And with a character like Kalcharo, who you don't want to dash counter with during his ultimate, it can actually be kind of useful. So that way you can squeeze out another death, whatever it's called, Death Rising or something like that. So yeah, it's a cool little discovery by Zajeff, which is really nifty. Now I haven't had time to try it myself, but maybe there's got to be like a lot of weird things you can do with this. Because, you know, it's kind of like one of those unintended mechanics, right? That ends up giving some weird frame data and stuff like that. So, okay. Have I tried Yuanwu yet? No, I haven't. I have not tried all the characters yet, unfortunately. And that's why, you know, it's hard for me to, like, decisively comment on, like, every character's placement. Hence why having more people helps, right? Having more people help. Make those calls and stuff for character placements and shifts. I saw that clip. Machine gun, just, yeah, let's try it. Oh my goodness. If you have a macro for that, that would be insane. But let's give it a try. Okay, so right here we have G. So left click. Okay. So I think it's G. Huh. Oh, look at this. What the heck? Oh my god, it looks so janky. Okay, I'm not doing it right, but maybe with the levitator it goes even faster. Oh my goodness. What is this? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I bet there's a sequence that you can optimize. So does the levitator here cancel any of these animations? Like if we go into aimed mode and then we do GT. Huh. So GTG. No, G seems to be instant. And the moment you press G, you can left click to shoot a bullet, I think. Yeah. There we go. Oh, this is great. Good stuff. Peak gameplay right here. Peak gameplay. This reminds me of arc shots in Genshin at the beginning. Arc shots are still in the game, but they were even more abusable back then, which is really ridiculous looking. So, okay. Yeah, there's so many possibilities now with the levitator cancel. Oh, look at that. So we can do... So normally, yeah, I don't really see where you would want it. Maybe there's something I'm missing with Encore's basics. Maybe, can you cancel this? No, you can't cancel this. You can't cancel that. Can't cancel echoes with it. But maybe in her ultimate. Maybe in her ultimate. I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot of funny stuff you could probably do with this. Let's see. Anything in the ultimate that stands out? Is it? Cancel that? No. I think it's mainly for canceling mid-combo strings. Does it mainly cancel like mid-combo strings? Huh. Interesting. I think that it's going to take a while to figure out. Like, you know, I definitely can't do it in just a few minutes on this. So, oh yeah, this is the area where you can get the NPCs to kill mobs for you. See, look, AFK farming. AFK farming right here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, there we go. All right, I can sit back. I can sit back and let the NPCs farm for me. Yeah, we're going to update the tier list very soon. We're going to start the call in about 8 minutes at noon. So then we are going to update it. We've got some hot takes. We've got people having different opinions about the characters and stuff. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So look at that. We even got ourselves a free echo. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, boys, for the purple snip snap. I really appreciate it. All right. So let's change this over to more Teffy real quick. And okay, so my opinion, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm going to talk about it real soon too. But I want to move Genshin up for sure. And I want to consolidate the tiers a bit. And then we're going to talk about Genshin and Havoc Rover are two characters that I am very, determined to move up. And I doubt that they're going to resist, but we'll see. We'll see. And I guess, wait, what's the timer for? Is there a timer here? Am I totally like missing out on this puzzle or something? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I wasn't even looking at the game. We'll try this again. We'll try this again. Okay, it creates a wind current. All right, hang on. We got to get our onion experience. Onion experience. Let's go. There we go. Sweet. All right. So, okay, let me just check up with everyone. Make sure we are almost good to go. Okay, MTashed might be a little late. That's not too big of a deal. Should be fine. And let's see. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, right now we don't know. So about like power creep in this game, Kuro Games was known to power creep Punishing Gray Raven, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, based on that history, maybe, but at the same time, since they're copying Genshin's formula a lot, there's a good chance that Gion might stay like the best arrow DPS character for a very long time, right? Like Xiao was the best Animo character DPS until Wanderer's release, which is a very, very long time, right? So, yeah. So, a really cool thing about Wuthering Waves that I believe has a lot of really great potential in the future. A lot of really great potential in the future is that they can release custom echoes for characters. So if you look at, for example, Havoc Rover, this sets a precedent where they can release echoes in the future to buff characters, which is enormous, right? That is absolutely huge because it's a super easy way to buff an underperforming character in the future is with an overpowered or very strong echo, right? Like they could give, for example, Baizhi custom echo that basically just gives like 40% bonus damage when you use it or something insane as like a healing echo. And that would be crazy, right? Then you would actually want to use Baizhi a lot instead of Arena. So they can just do a whole bunch of wacky stuff with the ecosystem. Oh man, I hope they don't. So that you also bring up a really good point about like custom skins. I don't know how I feel about like skins granting power. Personally, I've always felt like skins should be skins, you know, just costumes. But if like the free-to-play skins are also, you know, provide the same bonuses and stuff, I think that's fine. I'm fine. But I guess at the same time, we also pay for consolations, right? Which are just a direct power boost that you spend with money. So, you know, it is what it is. We're playing gacha games, right? We're playing gacha games. But I feel like skins should just be skins. Because I don't want to use like a skin I don't like just for like, I don't know, a 10% damage boost, right? I'd rather just use the skin that I like because of the way it looks. So, yeah. Okay. Let's see. All right. Well, we got a few minutes. What can we get done in 3 minutes? Did I do my dailies already? Oh, I didn't finish them yet. One forgery challenge. Upgrade a weapon once. Okay, I can do this. This is a very easy ask. We will upgrade this weapon once. Let's go. Oh, someone actually got the joke. I love it. I love it. Oh, wait, that's not enough experience. Oh, I need to defeat 2 more enemies. We'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, Nat. Good eye there. Good eye. This is a Stanley water bottle, and it's got a Yeti sticker on. It's Among Us. It's an imposter. Hang on. I think my light's like really harsh right now. Be right back. Okay. Let's see if that lighting helped a little bit. Yeah, I think it looks a little bit better. But, okay. Yeah. Oh wait, go lay flowers on the grave. I thought I did that already. I did that like yesterday. So, okay, anyway, 2 minutes left. Let's go kill 2 random enemies real quick. That should be quick, and we'll finish our dailies. There we go. We're gaming. We're gamers here. We got the, is it F2 for this? Wait. Defeat 15 enemies. Did I not defeat those enemies? Am I crazy? I swear I just defeated 2 enemies there. Huh. You know what? It's okay. I'm not gonna question it. We'll just... This guy counts as an enemy. Damn. We got that parry! Gamer moments! We gaming! Look at that. Look at that. First try parry. Easy peasy. I always get hit by that stuff. I'm always getting wrecked by that stuff. So, okay. Alright. Alright, goodbye, bird. There we go. Okay, now does that count as 15 enemies? There we go. The game can count. The game can count. Hey, we even got... Look at this. We got an attack 1 cost Glacio piece, too. Can't complain. Alright, 30 seconds. I guess I'll get ready. We're going to get ready here on Discord. Okay. So, we're going to start the call soon enough. 15 seconds. Oh yeah, sure. Here's here's my Gion stats. Just keep in mind that he's Constellation 6 as well. So, okay. All right, let's call the boys. Yo, yo. Uh-oh, hang on. Okay, audio troubles. Audio settings for me. I'm gonna adjust some stuff.
I think last time I was a little loud, my bad.
Yes,
Okay.
you're loud as well. My ears are dying.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, hang on. We're gonna have to
Yo,
adjust.
how are you all doing?
Hello.
Okay, can you guys say stuff?
Hello.
Hello.
Test.
Hello.
Hello,
Okay.
hello.
Oh, wait, I have to change my Fugi tech. I forgot. Uh-oh.
Okay,
Alright, so
yeah, we got the
alright.
little bouncing things.
Let me
Um,
try to set up the thing.
Okay, I guess we'll wait for MTashed and a Gacha Gamer.
I have to make you more loud.
Okay.
I mean, he was in here just a second ago.
Yeah, maybe he's having
He
technical
said earlier
issues.
he was taking a shower and maybe had to do some stuff beforehand.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Let me move. I'm gonna try to center this while we're at it. Center this thing. Oh yeah, I should stream to you guys on Discord so that way you can see me adjust the tier list.
Yes, we can
Yeah.
do that.
Okay.
I
Set up.
like
some-
to set up this
Okay,
reactive Discord thing,
go
but the
live.
page is not loading for me. Feels bad, man.
Okay. I'm gonna turn down my game sounds as well. That way when I go to the game it doesn't blow out my audience's ears.
Oh yeah, sounds great.
Dude, is your Gion C6?
He is. Yeah, he's pretty
Dude,
crazy.
I saw you kill something and it did like 4.3k, and I went to go do the exact same thing and it did 2.8.
Oh dude, in
Like,
my stream
man.
yesterday he hit over 200k damage in a single.
What?
Yeah,
What does
yeah,
that
yeah.
mean? What is that?
Yeah, he did over 200k.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right.
Okay, I think Gacha Gamer's here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, we
What's
can.
up, man?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Dude,
Okay.
the rock speaks. Holy moly.
Yeah, the
I'm gonna
diamond.
make it bigger.
Okay, so MTash is taking care of something. I think
Yeah.
technical issue. And oh man, how do I stop let's see. We will put this guy in timeout. There we go. Duck Nuck Man is in timeout. Haha. Okay, anyway. Yeah, if he's back, we'll see if he redeems himself. So all right. Let's see. Okay. Things are mostly up and running. Oops. I guess-
Whoa. What was that? What did we just...
Oh, you like my
Oh
background?
man!
Oh, no.
Oh man! You don't want to see this, bro. Not from the trader himself.
Holy crap.
Oh,
It's beautiful. Best desktop background
Man.
ever. All right.
Fuck did you do? Alright, so let me move my camera a little bit because otherwise
Okay, yeah. So MTash will probably join us in a bit. Oops, bumped my microphone. So in the meantime, I figured we could do a quick little housekeeping. I think that tier 1 and 1.5 is no longer necessary soon enough because we're going to be moving characters, and I don't think we need this distinction in a bit. Because like look
You
at
mean the 1.5?
yeah, 1.5. We can all agree to
Yeah.
get rid of this, right?
Yeah, fine by me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, to counter, I think what we should have is 0.25, 0.5,
Ah.
0.75, 1.25, 1.5, 1.75. I mean, honestly, we could even go by even further fractions if you really want to break it down.
That-
I happen to graduate from high school.
That sounds fantastic. What a great idea. I love it.
I love it. And we'll add one underneath this called pi, and it'll just be tier 3.14, you know? Okay, let's consolidate this real quick, and this is going to be our, I guess, rough starting point. We haven't really moved like anyone around much. It's just we're just going to start from here, and then we're going to go. So, so let's change this, updating tier list, and then starting from here, and then we'll do C0, or it's S0 in this game, right? Sequence 0.
Well, not for Rover, right?
Okay, yeah. S0.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, as long as we say it. It's
Okay,
fine.
how about
I guess-
S0 5 stars, except Rover? No,
Yeah, I was
just-
gonna say I don't think it's. I think some of the 4 stars will look really, really weird if you don't like. Not to say that they're like unimaginable at S0, but like, hey man, I'm just gonna
Okay,
say it. Mortefi
so-
looking great for me, bro, with a couple sequences.
Okay,
I don't know if it's a
so
little
honestly,
relevant.
I don't think Mortefi would actually move much. Same for Sanhua, because their value is not necessarily the damage they do. I mean, sure, it's also the damage they do, but not only. And other characters like Alto, Yuan Wu, Taochi, and Chixia, honestly, like, their sequences don't do enough to warrant them going up suddenly.
I think Danjins is pretty good though. No.
Yeah,
Shigen's-
Dungeons is really good. That's true.
The only other thing is okay, and I know Win is doing some housekeeping right now. We do kind of have to go over it. Like, if you want to talk about like who is this? Like, what is it? Like, what is like the foundation of this? You know, is this
Okay.
based on?
Yeah, so this was
Alright.
where, including the T1.5, this was where we left off at, except I made 2 small adjustments with my video that my editor finished editing it, and then I released like a couple days after. I moved Genshin up and added Havoc Rover because we didn't even know Havoc Rover was
in the
like,
game.
yeah, it was easy to get,
Yeah.
after you beat the story. So because of that, and I literally just got her, so this was like my super first impression, right? And then I finally got to play with her. So these 2 characters, I added Havoc, bumped up Genshin, and that was the main change. I also moved up Sanhua too. I moved up Sanhua after we did our tier list. So I believe those were the 3 changes that I can remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, so basically you baited us.
a little bit. To be fair,
Item chat.
yeah. Had I gotten the editor to do it faster, or if I was able to edit faster, I would have just released it as is. But since it was a couple days later and we had a slightly more time to bake, right? So yeah. I'm gonna hopefully we get to a point where we don't need to adjust anything after the fact, right?
Yeah.
Just upload our 8. Oh, that's right. Let's just upload our 8-hour VOD straight through.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Everyone wanna everyone wanna watch that. That's for sure.
Mhm.
Okay. So yeah, should we wait for MTashed a bit, or should we start yapping? I mean, how
Did
do you
write
guys feel?
anything? How long he... I mean, he says he will try to join as possible. Do we give him like 10 more minutes or something?
Yeah, I give him a little bit. Guys, let's be honest. For an 8-hour stream, aka or our stream until version 1.1 comes out. Stream doesn't end. We got plenty of time. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
we
who
got
needs
time to
sleep?
learn.
Who needs it?
Very
Who
true.
needs anything
Yep.
besides streaming the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna
Oh,
farm
man.
some more Violet Herons in the meantime. I need fusion
Dude.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man, that dude, farming
Wait.
the element 3 stars is actually pain. I feel nothing in my body when I farm for 3-star element damage.
To be honest, I like it because let's be honest, like people complain already. Like the game is out for a week, and people are already complaining they don't have perfect builds right now.
That we're gonna okay. I don't know when you want to talk about it, and I know I'm like circling back to it, but we're really like this tier list is gonna look a lot different, I think, depending on how we shape out the how we kind of build out the foundation of things, because it's like some of these characters really go up or down depending on like things or assumptions that we make. Like, does Mortefi have, you know, an actual set of gear? Like, is he a DPS? Like, is Danjin just, you know, on your budget of budget gear because you're trying to buff Rover? Or like, yeah, we'll have to see. And I don't know if you guys like have any initial thoughts going into it as like we wait for MTashed, but
So a really cool thing about this game with the way that the tower works is, while I didn't necessarily do it in my stream, I did find it viable to put my cracked Havoc echo sets onto Danjin and just split up my Rover and Danjin, right? For the tower. So honestly, like if you have a really great fire set, you know, yes, you can use it on Encore, and you could also use it on Shush. Yeah, absolutely. And then you have the stamina between the two characters to easily split up their DPS capabilities. So I found that a really interesting dynamic was just because I leveled up Danjin, had her talents up to par. I could just give her all of Havoc Rover's gear, and then bam, she started to slap like crazy.
I have an idea that I think a lot of people were, if you're like a min-maxer or like a free-to-play player, I'm sure this is something you might have taken from Star Rail. And we were doing a little bit of cooking in the Discord about it. Did you guys read all the chats about like the mech abomination stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you guys back read through it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not reading everything, man.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
just too much to read. There are like
too much.
1,000 messages every hour.
I can show you guys real quick if you want to see. I got a setup for it.
So the thing is that I was thinking about is that, and the thing that's really, that you noted that's really important, you can swap your gear no matter what or when, outside of literally during combat, in the Tower of Adversity. Which means that so long as you're able to clear, and so long as you have the ability to use the same set of gear, you technically could just only have 3 sets of gear and swap them all around.
Yes.
And the reason why I think this was like, and I was like theorizing and I was trying to do the math on it a little bit, but I don't have like the actual numbers for how much damage it does. If you just run 2 DPSs, or if you get 2 DPS sets that are 4 attack % main and then have crit, like in theory, you would get a plus 25 set of gear free to play and not have to like wail out your mind to get like, you know, fusion damage or whatever. And it would be usable on every DPS.
Yeah.
And you would also have like, you know, the Mech Abomination Echo, which could be really nice too, because that thing looks broken, honestly.
Yes, that's really interesting.
So-
I think the calcs, I guess Rivenous could actually give us the breakdown, but I think double attack calcs on that is like roughly 80% for power level.
That depends so much on the units. Like it's somewhere between 10 to 25% less. It depends so much on the units. For example, on Ling Yang, it's very, very close to double elemental % because he gets like 50% glacier damage from his ultimate. But on other units, it's a lot harder. Like it hits a lot harder to not get the elemental part and stuff. And the problem, which also, I mean, it's not really a problem, I guess. It depends a lot on the units, but the problem with the Mech Abomination is simply you lose the buff if the unit goes off-field. So, for example, in Kalchado's case, it's actually quite fine because you can swap cancel the Death Messenger, but if you get back in time, you will keep the buff. However, if you don't get back in time, you will lose it. And it would start from 0 again. So that depends also a lot on player skill and on the units itself. For example, on Encore, I would not necessarily recommend it because the chance you get back to her before she finishes her E-cast, just as an example, is like, it's slim in a realistic scenario.
For what it's worth, you could also use other characters. I haven't fully fleshed out the idea, but I think right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys could kind of pool the room of your communities or anything like that, like how you guys feel the investment or like the level of clear or like what you can clear in Tower of Adversity. But I think right now, from what I could tell, a lot of people are trying to clear as high as they can. And a lot of people I see right now are either stuck because they can't upgrade their echoes or they don't have enough teams to make it work. But I think, and like we'll go into that later, like, you know, with all the new tech that people are doing with, you know, using every character basically in the game with an Originite set and putting them on the healer set, makes it a little bit, gives you a little bit more options. I think like even at the beginning of the game, I mean, hypothetically speaking, you could use like the Rover as a healer. You could use Yang as a healer, Baiji as a healer. And I mean, if you used your ticket as well to pick Verena, well, you've got yourself a team, right? Kind of cool. So... but yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious if people find this strategy to be worthwhile if you want to get early Tower of Adversity clears. Because that's something worth considering, I think, right? Faster clear for tower. You know, I mean, this is again, I don't know how much you guys played like Star Rail, but when Star Rail first came out, everyone was, or like, sorry, I shouldn't say everyone. There were like a bunch of people that were running the Musketeer set because it was speed and attack. And instead of, well, I should say later on people started using or farming out Quantum, but it became such a generalized set that they were like, well, just, you know, just run the most versatile set and you're chilling, right? Like, exactly, if you want to save,
I mean,
stats.
you know, there's always this little important thing which is called min-maxing, you know, and basically what we are doing here is min-maxing. The moment where you start calculating anything, I mean, let's be honest, the only way of how you can find out something which is actually optimal, we are talking about min-maxing. And I mean, that's somewhat of a problem because people see like, oh, it's a 10% DPS loss, and that apparently already means you are not able to even clear overworld enemies. Like, I don't know. We are talking about like a few % difference here.
For what it's worth too, like I just wanted to mention it. And we'll have to talk about it too. Some of the changes or like some of the differences here, for instance, like I don't know if we want to go in depth with like how it works, but is the difference between like a 0.5 and a tier, or like a 0.5 and a tier 0 character that like you can now kill things that no one else would be able to kill?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because for instance, right, if I have Danjin at tier 1, is the reason why she's not at 0.5 because I can kill like the gorilla or something, or the gorilla in the Tower of Adversity, but Danjin couldn't? Like, I don't know if damage plays a part into it at all.
In my opinion, I mean, we always have to differentiate a little bit, but especially in Dungeon's case, same for Kaltado's case, the reason why they are not tier 0 is basically skill difference. Like, not even joking, it's literally a skill difference. If you're not able to animation cancel perfectly or literally never get hit in the first place at all, then is the question why, you know, like...
Well, I mean, for what it's worth too, because I know it'll come up too about like the whole don't get hit and stuff. You can not get hit and play perfect, but like the stats on some of these bosses, unless if you have like a decent set and you have all your echoes upgraded, it's impossible. Like I think when I was talking to Win about it, he was saying that like if you want to even dent or like 3-star some of these stages, you just need plus 60, max skill enhances, max weapon. Gotta be playing, like you gotta be on your game. You know, you have to have like an ideal team. Like you need to be like working in such a way, because otherwise, even if you play perfectly, like you're not gonna kill it. Like that's just the truth. Like you could not get hit all you want, but there's a timer in Tower of Adversity, right? So
yeah, I mean, sure. But honestly, I think I mean, again, a week is like, the game is out for like a week.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have to clear the entire game's content at level 60 if it's made for level 90? You know? And
True,
that,
but I
mean,
think were you the one that said it too? Like, I don't think we're gonna get to 70, or I don't think the average person's gonna hit 70 for like shoot like a month and a half.
A few more weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, total from
like
from start date, right?
Yeah.
for free-to-play players, it will take. I mean, I do have the math on that.
Like 2 to 3 weeks.
Uh,
Okay, guys, real quick.
Split up.
Sure, go ahead.
So this is the quadratic scaling, and I'm
Oh
also
my-
going to show. I'm also
What
going
in
to
the
show for
Wait.
chat. Yeah, if you
I
can.
need it.
Yeah, if you want to look at the
Oh.
stream, this is the quadratic
Yes.
scaling. Okay, you guys ready?
Yes.
All right, so basically, Mech Abomination. Oh, oops. Okay. Yeah, pro skill here. Restart. Restart. Okay. So we just go into Mech Abomination. And then we go into Genshin Ultimate.
I think your stream is frozen.
Oh, it
Looking on the
froze.
side though, I'm believing you.
Oh,
The
jeez.
Discord stream. I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but
Oh, the Discord stream is choppy? Okay, here. We'll do it. Is it working? Is the Discord stream working?
Yeah, it's working. It was
Okay.
working for me all the time. It's a Cannaaaa, yeah.
Okay.
Hold up.
Okay. Oh my god, what am I doing? Okay. So see, you drop the Mech Abomination. All those explosions hit all the enemies. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's quadratic scaling in AoE situations. And Genshin is, naturally paired with Kalcharo, who's probably the best user of the Mech Abomination. I mean, it's just something, right? It's just something to take in mind. It's not like a huge game changer, but,
Do it one more time. I fixed it.
There you
I
go.
fixed it. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you saw it? Okay, well, one more
Ta-da.
time. Why not? One more time. Let's do it one more time.
I mean,
Yeah, see, all of them got hit by all the rocks, and they're still all grouped up, too. So, that is one thing, and obviously Genshin plus Kalcharo is a decent combo, but yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's fine. I don't know.
Actually, you have 2 5 stars. Not very realistic.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let me answer your question. You will reach Union level 42 after
40.
40. Just 40, right?
Yeah, just 40.
Yeah, I have to look at 42 because I didn't calculate for 40.
Oh. Okay,
Yeah, within the first month.
Yeah, first
no
month.
refreshing. No refreshing.
No
in this?
refreshing. No
Yeah.
refreshing. So you probably can say like 20 days, I would argue, to get to level 40. Also keep
20
in mind,
days? Really? Damn.
yeah, so keep in mind, I calculated with 600 chests, but we have 900 chests, which
Oh
means
man,
we
they gotta
have,
collect every chest too.
we have another 3 we have another 3 to 4,000 XP, maybe even 5,000 XP, which I haven't accounted for in my initial cheat. So I would argue, yeah, 18 to 20 days is probably realistic.
Dude, let's keep it a buck too. There's gonna be something that happens. They're gonna like accidentally say that Yinlin's hair is purple, and we're gonna get a selector and 5,000 EXP to our accounts. So like, it is what it is.
Oh my gosh.
That's true.
It's okay.
You guys have seen the issues with like the JP side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard
Do you
to
wanna?
miss that.
Do you wanna? I don't know if you want to go into it or not. It's up to you, but
No, we don't really have to right now. I mean, unless you guys want to talk about it.
The
Fine.
question is, what do we do now anyway? Because MTashed apparently needs a little bit longer. I
Yeah.
kind of would feel bad about starting without him as
dude,
well.
we're expert yappers, guys. What do you mean?
This is what,
Ooh,
yeah.
but my chat is already complaining. You know, there have been comments such as "Stop
But-
yapping," more tier lists, and "Cannaaaa Daddy."
Whoa.
Put them in their
whoa,
in their
hey!
place. There's a timeout button.
Why? I mean, they said "Cannaaaa Daddy." I kind of have to agree,
Whoa,
but
whoa,
maybe I
whoa.
should timeout them. You know, maybe
Fuck.
maybe I should timeout them just so they go to Cannaaaa stream instead. Do you even stream?
I'm not
Cannaaaa?
streaming. I'm not streaming.
What the fuck are you doing, man?
Oh man.
I'm actually. I'm not gonna lie. I knew and was prepping for today's stream, and then I forgot what day of the week it was. And then I was I was doing like a little bit of research on Baiji, and then I like got the message from or because Win was asking how to set up Fugi. I was like, oh, like damn, wait, that's today. I had to like zone back into reality. But yeah, I was taking today to do some research about Baiji because, believe it or not, every single character in this game, regardless if their kit is complicated or not, they got like 8 paragraphs, 8 essays about how each part of their kit works outside of like their intro or outro skill. Forte circuit, 20 lines of code. Like seriously, like or like 20 lines of description. The basic skill, same thing. Like they got a special effect every time. It's
Okay.
You gotta do your research.
So just for your guys' information, my chat, 52% believe Calcharo is in tier 0.5. I know this is not a democratic tier list, but it's just something interesting to keep in mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are the other 48% saying? Which tier is it instead?
Yeah, here, take a
Even
look.
higher.
Take a look.
Oh, they're even higher.
You should make a vote just from tier 0.5 and then 1, 2, and 3 and see what everybody is voting for.
Yeah. You can you see the poll on my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Wait, if I bring it up. Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you can see it.
So that means 52% of your people are wrong.
Oh, you're getting canceled this stream?
You're moving him up to...
I wrote that before already. I will get canceled. It's fine.
You're moving him up to T0, right?
Okay,
Oh
now-
no.
Okay, now make a poll for those people who voted tier 0 or tier 0.5 and ask them how many of them have been doing the end game Tower of Adversity.
No, that's too specific of a poll, right? Because it's like, I mean...
No, but I mean, that is what we
Yeah,
base the tier list off, no?
Yeah, no, I got a better poll. How
we're
many
not basing
people
it off
think
of this,
Rivenous
yeah.
smells like stinky socks? How about that one? That's a
Oh
good
my
poll.
God.
I mean, I will
Shots
vote
fired.
Reyes in the first place. Just
Shots fired.
for the lols.
I went to lose. Maybe just like make a poll and just ask people like how many of them have even actually like cleared any
Played
of
him.
the towers.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah.
So,
like-
because
That's a good one.
I think that's actually quite relevant because the problem with Calchado is simply you basically stun lock yourself for 6 seconds out of the 11-second ultimate, which just makes you extremely vulnerable for just dying, honestly.
Yeah.
So the problem there is simply if you can switch cancel all of the death messengers, I would argue the placement is really fair, and I would also argue basically every person can learn that. You have to switch cancel 3 times. It's not that difficult. However, going from a very casual standpoint, most people will not even know that switch canceling exists.
Yeah, I think, and again, that's why I think if we're gonna talk about, like, I think it might be important to categorize this as like an end. Well, okay, not like necessarily end game, but like a specific to Tower of Adversity tier list, because like I'm sure Calcharo feels fine when you're one-shotting everything in the overworld. You get like a sick screenshot with your friends. You're like, dude, look at how cool this Calcharo ultimate looks. And then you walk into Tower of Adversity and like a ranger shoots you in the back of the head and you're like, wow, wait a second, this is unfair. And it feels a little bit worse, right? So I think if we're gonna call it, Tower of Adversity, I think it's more fair.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a problem though, which is very specific to Calchado because his animations are extremely long and during a very important window. For example, Encore doesn't really have this problem, even though she also has like this ultimate window. But she's moving extremely fast. Her attacks are fast. You can dodge without problems. You don't have 6 seconds which you have to animation cancel.
Okay,
Or
what do you
slot
guys
cancel
think
or
about
whatever.
this poll? Looks good? Or any adjustments?
Haven't done it. Stable zone complete. Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Experiment zone complete and hazard zone 1 plus Dorito.
1 plus Dorito. That's okay. I get like we're putting the standard low, but 1 Dorito, 1 clear in the.
Yeah, I mean, no, clearing one of these is significantly more difficult than clearing
That's true.
this. Well,
That's
no,
true,
actually, it's about the same. It's about the same. See, level 70? Okay, so they're about the same, so I take that back. So maybe like 4 plus Doritos.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Or 3 plus. Let's do 3 plus.
Yeah, you could say 3. Just like finish 1, right?
Yeah, 3
Or-
plus Doritos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's try this. We'll
I
do
think
this poll.
one person that actually did make a Wakosi made a good comment. Keep in mind that the poll is already influenced by the fact that most people in here are probably more on the tryhard side. Your average casual doesn't watch streams. I think that's also a very fair point.
Yeah, hey, I mean, to be fair, well, we are making these tier lists for our audience, right? Who
Yeah, of
tends
course.
to be.
My only
am
point
I-
is we have to make sure that we are all on the same page when we rank those. In
Right.
the end, it doesn't matter if we rank those for casuals or if we rank them for tryhards. We have to keep in mind whatever we do that we rank it on the same page. And in that case, for example, I would also probably put dungeon a little bit higher because the average person probably is able to dodge consistently and not die.
I'm not gonna lie, though I do agree sort of with that sentiment towards Danjin. I had a lot of people message me not knowing that Danjin's like whole combo involves or changes when you have multiple basic attacks, which is crazy because that's the whole like how do you even forte circuit without reading how the E works. Also, sorry, I got stun locked a little bit. Did you clear? Can you show your Tower of Hazard? Did you?
Yeah.
Which one? What did you? Wait, you threw? Whoa! Wait, you killed the Ikes, dude. If Gion is
cashed,
not
right?
the most broken character ever, I don't know what. Dude.
Wait,
man.
you have him as 6, right?
Yes. I
Oh,
yeah,
S6'd him
so-
yesterday. I S6'd him yesterday, and he just cleaned it out. He just took out the trash.
That is crazy.
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
he's level
to be
60.
honest- you know, you can overcome skill by paying. That's okay,
You-
I guess.
Yes, you
I mean,
can.
I don't like it, but I guess you can.
He 3-starred. He could full 24 Doritoed. These two as well. He got 3 here, 3
who
Doritos
did?
here, and 3 Doritos here.
Oh, you mean your Gion?
My
right?
Gion yesterday. Yeah, I just had to
Oh
reset
my.
it. Right, I had to reset it.
Yeah.
But here, look, there's proof. See, I got the 24 Dorito reward. So I got, look at this. I got 4 extra advanced sealed tubes, 75 extra asteroid for the low cost of
man.
$1,700 US.
Man,
Well, wait,
man.
How many US dollars you
Wait,
only
how
pay?
much?
700?
Yeah, 1,700.
Oh, 1700.
17!
Did you lose every 50-50?
Oh my god.
No,
sounds
I
like been
didn't.
lucky.
But I did pull for every standard banner character, so I had to pull a little extra.
Oh, okay.
I had to pull a little
Okay.
extra.
Fair enough, I guess. But
Wait, how many 50-50s? Or did you how many
relatable
losers
content
total?
creator.
I know, so relatable. Yeah, 18 Doritos though from a chatter. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That is really good.
Yeah,
no
18
cap.
Doritos is hard.
Yeah. Dude, those third stages are
Wait,
not
was it
messing
13?
around.
Hang
man.
on. Oh, 16. I spent $1,626. That's how much.
He's opening up his PayPal bank statements.
Yeah. I got it on my actual stream. It's an OBS overlay. But yeah, it's
Oh.
1626.
Oh wait, you got green stick? What is the green stick?
Oh, that's his weapon.
When you S5 him
okay.
too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
C6
Oh,
R5.
holy fuck.
C6 R5.
Dude.
So, did you lose your fun doing that?
No, I had a blast. Although the fun's not going to last for that long, right? But
I mean,
it-
Hey.
fair.
yeah, I did.
It'll come back when you get E6 S5 Yinland.
Oh,
Let's
man.
go. Thanks
That-
for the pack,
Oh
man.
man, yep. I'm funding. I'm funding Kuro Games, right?
Yeah,
my
you're the
gosh.
sole funder.
Yep.
Like-
The soul.
All the 10 million revenue comes from you. See.
I wish.
You wish
Okay.
that you spent 10 million on this game?
Oh, I wish
don't
I had
know,
10
man.
million to just throw at this
Yeah,
game.
but
Oh man.
I
let's
mean,
go.
fair, but if you spent just 10 million on this game, you wouldn't have those 10 million anymore.
Well, you never know. I mean, I've known
could
a
just
lot
win
of
the
whales
lottery.
here. I've known a lot of whales in my time. They just have money, man. They just have lots of money.
Fair.
Oh my goodness. So
Dude,
yeah.
When you got that money, you got to spend it on something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you ever hear that?
exactly.
And stocks.
True.
Did you ever hear that thing about
Yeah.
how like most NASCAR drivers are like the children of like wealthy billionaires and stuff because they need something in life to get them going. And that's it. It's the FC. Dude, this is our NASCAR if you think about it. So this is justified. You know what I mean? There's nothing more exhilarating than pulling and losing your house on a pull. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Great. I'm not a financial advisor. Please do not follow what I say. I am legally obligated to mention that this is just a joke. Please, please, please.
Okay, so unfortunately, MTashed got hit by some technical issues. He's trying to set up some new internet or something, but he said his main inputs right now are he wants my only big inputs. Okay, so I'm quoting MTashed here. My only big inputs are character animation swapping is way deeper than expected, and people like Calcharo and Encore are cracked. And Genshin as a support is so comfy to play, and her counter is very strong for tough bosses. So
basically the same thing he said in the Tectone Mr. Pocky cast like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't watch that, so yeah. Okay. And
Okay, so do we start without him, I guess? Or
yeah.
what's our call?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he can join when he sorts it out if he does in time. So unfortunately, let me update the live stream then, since we have a bit of a technical issue with Mr. MTashed.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Write down that MTashed is only secretly featured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we just put his face,
Phantom MTashed.
dude, if we just
Oh,
put his face on over Wynn's face, like on screen, you know what I mean? We can just you know like where they have the cardboard cutouts, easy peasy.
yeah. Phantom MTashed, but he has the wrong main stat, unfortunately. So.
Oh man, dude. If we want to get into that, that makes me so mad. I have a huge stinky pooper bomb to talk about when it comes to that, dude. I'm so pissed about that.
Yeah. Wrong main stats on the Phantom pieces. Yeah, I feel you. Okay, let me redock this onto my obs. Okay. All right. Should we get started then?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay, let me see if there's an easy way for me to hang on. For me to keep track of our updates too. So I'm gonna switch over. My chat's gonna see something goofy, but you guys should see this just fine. So I'm gonna open a new window here, and new file. Okay. Sorry. Obscure advanced mechanics. Save. Okay. Z video ideas. So we're gonna do tier list changes.md is fine, and I'm gonna bring this over here, and we're gonna pop this one. Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
should we keep track of the changes that we make to the tier list? Do you guys feel that's fine?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's
sure.
fine.
So T 1.5 removed is all we've done so far. Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, the units from 1.5 also moved, right?
yes, they moved up.
To
Tier
T1.
1.5 removed, merged with T1. Okay, so this way we can keep track. A very high tech way of keeping track of our updates to the tier list. So
Yep.
oh boy.
Yep.
All right, so do we start recording then, I guess?
Oh
Not that I
yeah,
missed that part.
yeah. We haven't even started actually doing the tier list. It's already taking.
Yeah, that's
All
fine.
good.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's already
been
been like an
recording.
hour.
Yep,
Yeah.
same.
Yeesh.
Okay. Sorry guys. It's a bit slow. So, all right then. Let's get started. I will nominate the first character to be changed, and let's start with Havoc Rover. I think Havoc Rover should be in the same tier as these characters. Encore, Calcharo, well, I guess, yeah, since Calcharo is still there, but I think she's on this level, personally. I'd put her here.
I would also agree with that on tier 0.5. However, I do not agree with her being on the same level as Calciado and Encore, but that's a different matter.
Oh, do you think she's better or worse?
I think Encore is better and should be T0, but let's talk about
Oh.
that when we talk about Encore.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think, and I mean, I think it's pretty unanimous at this point that Havoc Rover actually, if we're only doing in isolation, I think Havoc Rover is definitely good, like definitely worthy of being 0.5. But not every tier list necessarily only has like pairings, right? Like I think last time we compared or we tried to do Calcharo without Yinlin, and we were trying to split things up a little bit, like not make them necessarily tied to the hip. I do think that if you have Danjin and if you run like the double Dreamless thing with Havoc Rover, it's really strong. But she by herself, I think Pridewin was doing some calculations with how much damage you have with just like a single Dreamless, or if you were just running her more as like a mainstay on-field DPS, and it's not as high. But I mean, I don't think that's what people are doing her or doing with her. So I think she's still pretty good, and I would definitely still keep her in 0.5.
Short question. We rate her at S2, right? Not S6.
Yeah, yeah. S2 is
yeah.
fine, but I mean, we can also slightly take into consideration her S6 because we will get that soon-ish, probably. Right?
Yeah. So I personally think 0.5 is fine. However, if we take into consideration that her S6 makes her literally deal more damage than some other 5 stars, I think tier 0 might even be close. However, we have to keep in mind that will still take a while till we get that as well. So
Right, right. Okay, yeah. Gacha Gamer, do you have any opinion on this?
I'm just checking like her sequences, and I honestly think only the one that impacts her right now besides S2 is S6, right? The one that gives her like crit rate for 25%.
it's insane damage increase.
Yeah, it's a huge boost. Basically, you save
Yeah.
like what, 2 or 3? Well, I guess 3 or 4 substat rolls here. Wait, Dark Surge.
It's a whole main stat. It's a whole 4-cost
Wait,
echo.
what is Dark Surge?
It's
that's
more
her-
than that technically because it's
Is it
25
14?
and this is
Dark
22.
Surge
That's her
or what?
Umbra, I'm assuming. Umbra state.
Yeah, when it's her
Yeah,
when you hold.
Dark Surge, here it is.
It's a 15.5% damage difference compared to S5, which means she gets up to 30k, which is Encore or Gian levels even without signature weapon.
She gets this too. The 10% Havoc Res is another multiplier, which is huge. That's an entirely another
Oh
multiplier.
yeah, right.
Quite big as
Yeah.
well.
Or
Yeah.
the combo, like literally right there,
So-
right?
Yeah, the
This
S4 is so the S4 depends a little bit on how you play the rotation. It is somewhere between 11 to 12% more damage, 4 to 12% more damage, and that's only for her.
Right.
As soon as you take into account basically all of everything else, gets quite insane, especially if you have a Havoc team.
So because we, I'm assuming we want this tier list to last a little longer than like a few weeks.
A
Do we
week.
put her in T0 for this reason? Because she'll get better with her constellations?
Do we know for sure when we're gonna get her?
No.
So yeah,
So-
I think 0.5 is fine currently for
Okay.
that sole reason. Because
Okay.
we
Given
don't know how long it will take until we get her S6. I mean, we don't even have Spectre Rover S6 yet, do we?
Yeah.
No, we don't. Yeah.
And until then, maybe the game also power creeps a little. So
Right. Okay.
They could remove the interaction between the Dreamlesses. Like they like to be real, they can do whatever they want at this point. It's kind of future proofing or predicting the future is a little tough, I would say.
All right. So we'll jot this one down. I guess no one is protesting this placement for Havoc Rover, so that was a clean move up for her. I guess I'll move her right behind Encore just for optics reason, even though it's like, not particularly ordered, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
All right. So who wants to choose the next victim here?
I want to discuss about Encore, simply because I think her placement is fine, but not fine at the same time. So Encore by itself, I think what we have to keep in mind, we also rank certain characters not only based on the damage, but also the utility they provide, right? For example,
Mhm.
Sanhua. Sanhua moved up to tier 0.5 simply because she is so versatile and she can be used in a lot of different places.
Mhm.
A lot of teams want her, and
Yep.
that's also a reason why she moves up. It's not only her damage. And Encore has this little special thing where people, especially CN now, found out. I mean, it always existed, but people now started using her as a hybrid character in quick swap teams where you mostly utilize her E and try to
Yes.
quick cancel that. And not only does she a lot of damage, which is very similar to, compared to others, but she also can be played in this hybrid case in quick swap teams, which, for example, Calchado only has that place basically, or Jian only has the place as a main carry. And I think that warrants her to move up a tier, personally. However, I think having her in tier 0.5 is fine as well. And I can't talk anymore.
Yeah, she's really interesting because her skill is so incredible because it's also like a battery too, right? Like it batteries your team so well and it's so free to just swap on and use and then get off to
It's
your
so
other
fast
character.
too.
Yeah.
Like charging her resonance energy or her concerto energy
Oh,
is
right.
like the fastest that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Like of
yeah.
a character, honestly.
Because you could use 2Es before the ultimate and it's basically full, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like especially if you
it's
land
not-
the ice, it's like
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, it is a hard choice. And actually, my chat is fairly split on this 48% tier 0.5, 41% tier 0. So that's also
Yeah.
really interesting, right?
I think
Okay.
it's very difficult because Encore also doesn't have like the best support or buffer for her yet. So that also is like Sanhua is good, but it could be better. For example, if they basically would release Yin Lin, except it would buff basic attack damage and fusion damage, that could get really big for her.
Right.
But again, I mean, we said for Rover that we don't know when, so we can't take this into account here right now as well.
what do you think, Mr. Gacha Gamer?
I don't know. I'm just trying to like wrap my hair around her because not around her, like about her.
It can
I
be
feel
around
like-
her, bro. Don't worry.
No,
Don't
no.
worry.
Oh,
We're with
God.
you there too.
I don't know. I think she's pretty good, but like I'm just trying to think about all the damage dealers we have right now, and obviously she's gonna be usable, but like who else is not usable right now? I think everyone's pretty fine.
Maybe
Like,
Yuan
does she
Ru?
give like an insane edge? Like in my opinion, I don't know, because like right now I'm like horizontally investing into every single character I have.
Hmm.
It's insane. Like I spent all my like stamina on tacit fields, like rage-inducing results happening all the time.
Relatable,
So-
relatable.
Yeah, and I'm trying
I-
like to build every single character because I want to like examine all the teams, because I mean theory crafting is fine, but like I really like to like use things on field, like just go and play the actual characters, and I think she's fine. Like she's good. Obviously, she's at least 0.5 in my opinion, but that's like for every damage dealer except like maybe for few at the moment. I
Yeah,
like
I
her,
think-
but I don't know. Like I'm not sure if she's super cracked.
So I think what's really interesting is also the difference between CN and the rest of the planet. Because for example, CN rates her equally, if not even better than Jian. However, I think my main problem is that Encore is mainly single target damage, and her weakness is basically enemies which are not grouped up.
Hmm.
But yeah, also, yeah, true. That's also a good point. We have to keep in mind as soon as Stringmaster gets available, Encore will get an insane damage boost for everybody who has that. Like,
And that's
it's
actually
pretty disgusting.
coming in like a week and a half or whatever,
Yes.
right? So that's really soon. Yeah.
Sorry, you said Ringmaster? What
Oh,
did you say?
Stringmaster,
Yeah,
Yinlin's weapon.
Yinlin's weapon.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I mean, so sorry to like actually piggyback off of what you were saying, Gacha Gamer. I mean, if you were to like isolate this, so we don't necessarily have to do this the same way that Pridewind did in terms of breaking down the roles, but if you were to break it down in terms of like the hybrids or like who's going to be mostly on the field, or you want to do like the bulk of your damage, who would you put in the same category as Sanhua and you would put above her such that she wouldn't be tier 0? Because does that mean that there's no tier 0 hybrid or like tier 0 of her same role? Because
Well,
sorry, go
I
ahead.
mean, Yeah, sorry. I mean, I made the tier list video because I honestly think that when it comes to like damage dealers, it's always going to be the same story with them, and they're not usually really future proofed. And if we're rating this, like if we take into account future proofing, it's always going to be somebody else that's going to come out and like beat them. But at the same time, like what's the value when you're looking at the tier list? Like in my opinion, obviously it's always going to be first place. Like you want to have a support because it's always going to be like shuffled around. But the problem in here, at least, is that no matter how you look at the character, you're still gonna have only 4 uses for that character in the tower adversity, right? It's 4 uses, I think. So like,
Yeah.
okay, you have a support, but it's kind of like almost like a damage dealer because you cannot like utilize them on like every single side. They only like you get only 4 uses. So I'm also a bit conflicted, like even placing like supports in like tier 0 or whatever. Because yeah, they're good, but they also have like limited amount of uses. It's a bit more complex in this case than in Genshin, because in Genshin there's like 2 sides for the abyss. That's it. Like it's very simple to understand that. And here, like you have to like decide where you want to use. Because I saw like a lot of people like utilizing the whole shuffling thing, where they just like play the support like maybe for one chamber, then put them in like another chamber instead. Like it's very flexible. So I'm not like sure, but like obviously like right now Verena. Genshin, she definitely like surprised me a lot. And all the other characters like, but for damage dealers, I think they're all kind of fine. Like, also by the way, a funny thing about Kolcharo, I just learned today that his name is actually Kolkaro. I like checked English and Japanese, like how he introduces himself. He says like, "My name is Kolkaro. I'm like some kind of a leader of some like cringy." Merc group. I don't know, like some really boring job he had. I thought he was like a Sephiroth brother or something like
It's
that.
just, the Japanese VA is the same, by the way, for him and like in
Sephiroth?
Sephiroth. So
Oh
yeah,
my
so it
gosh.
does kind of make sense. Okay,
Yeah.
no, you're not tripping. Don't worry. Also, wait, sorry, just because I saw it and I wanted to make sure I'm not tripping. This is in regard to Encore or Sanhua when you're talking about your placement of like the character.
Sanhua, I think I just tried her for in like 2 teams because I'm like
Okay,
writing up this like
okay,
big
okay.
document
There
right
was a
now.
misunderstanding. Sorry, my bad, my bad, my
Yeah,
bad.
I'm sorry if
I
I'm like
agree with
all
you. I
over.
agree with you.
Yeah, but I'm like
Yes.
all over the place right now because I'm like I have like this massive like 7,000 word document of all the characters, and it's so hard to like keep track of all of them, like what I
Mhm.
wrote down, all the notes. Like Sanhua, I think basically you just run her almost all the time with Moonlit set and use her like usually as like well, not a support, like a sub DPS support. Like usually that's
Mhm.
how you use her,
Mhm.
at least in my opinion. That's why I found like what's the practical use for her. Haven't even really tried like her as a main damage dealer. Like the one that takes up like the most field
Yeah, yeah,
time.
yeah.
Because it looks like to me you just basically switch in, do the
Uh-oh.
wave bar below, like it's easier to aim the heavy attack or whatever to trigger it. Use the
That's
the
weird.
burst to like trigger the icicle that's left on the ground. And then usually you switch to somebody else who like needs the basic attack deepen and the moonlit set when the outro is ready.
Mhm.
Like that's how I
Okay.
view her right now. Like view her like 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 a battery slash booster.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I know we kind of deviated. My bad. I think I got like lost a bit. I don't know if I was just staring deeply into Sanhua's eyes or something. But I know this is supposed to be the encore section. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I do think that encore I mean I feel like just based off of everything that we've seen, just to kind of I guess wrap my thoughts on this character, I think she's definitely just outside of pulling for Gian, and especially if you're like a Yinland skipper, this has got to be like the go-to DPS, right?
Well, yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
mean,
Obviously,
she's so solid, right? Yeah.
the thing about her is that she's super approachable compared to Kolkaro.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry if I sound pretentious using Kolkaro. Like I had to like convince myself to call this guy Kolkaro after like
I
having him.
mean, if that's what they say, that's what they say.
He's
It's
living
fine.
like rent free in my head as
I
Kolcharo, but
I
I have to
can't do
like force
it.
myself to say, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be calling him like Kolkaro. It's really bad. I'm sorry about this, but I have to convince myself I understand his name.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Okay.
think Encore was basically one of the more easier characters to play. I think that's one of the bigger selling points because, in my opinion, like maybe you guys don't like to take this into account, but like I always think about the mobile audience, like because
Mhm.
like a lot of people play gacha games on their phones, especially like in Japan. Ignoring the
Mm.
fact that's what's happening right now with WoWa in Japan. But like a lot of people just play this game on like these gacha games on phones, and I tried to play on my iPhone, like which right away stutters, so I had to like play on Samsung instead. And Encore is quite easy to play on phone compared to like Calcaro. Like it's
Yeah.
very
Yeah, I
different
think she's-
experience.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's difficult. I mean, if we do this regularly anyway, I personally think in probably 2 weeks or something, she will likely move up to tier 0. Probably
Okay.
because String Master is released, so I mean, we can also just leave her at tier 0.5 right now. I mean,
Okay.
it's honestly not that big of a difference. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. So let's just leave her at tier 0.5. I do think the discussion was valuable though, and there is a case definitely to make for tier 0 placement, but like you said, we will probably revisit this knowing us and knowing the way that these things tend to go. So great. Great. I'm fine with that. Let's see then. So we talked about Encore. I think we should save Calcaro.
Don't bother, it's fine.
Sephiroth.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we'll save Dollar Tree Sephiroth for a bit later, and let's talk about Genshin. I think she's a good one to talk about.
okay, I will just give my 2 cents because I don't have too much to talk about her. I know that Pritrin moved her to tier 0.5 and relegated her from a hybrid to
support.
a support using, for example, the Originite weapon, which makes it easier to. I mean, she can heal by herself, but using the Originite
very
weapons,
long.
it's easier.
Consistent. Yeah.
Yes. Personally, I can see her being tier 0.5 in certain teams, for example, in quick swap teams, especially with Havoc Rover, where you basically just take Jianqing, press her ultimate, and then swap to, auto attack ultimate, so you proc the rejuvenating set, and then you go to Havoc Rover, press 1 time your ultimate, and then swap back out to basically any other character, for example, Dungeon or whatever. However, I haven't tested her myself, so that is literally the only thing I can do. That is basically just reiterating what Pritrin says, which is also why I don't want to give my personal opinion on her.
Yeah, so I can tell you about my experience using her. Basically, if I couldn't use Verena, I would always choose her over literally any other support, right? And
I mean, to be fair, which other supports do we have?
well, exactly,
Baizhi.
yeah. We have Baizhi, Yang, Songhua, maybe
kinda.
to an extent, right? And basically, she was just the no Verena, press this button instead. And she was also, I think she did make it a lot easier for my secondary team, which was the Havoc Rover plus Encore team, to clear their 3 Doritos, right? So basically, if we look at the tower, and sorry, it's gonna take that door opens very slowly, but basically, Genshin was here and here, and she was absolutely invaluable, and she was also here and here, and being absolutely invaluable in both of these. So I'm in the mindset still that you will pretty much always utilize, you can pretty much always utilize to the fullest 10 vigors worth of stamina for Genshin for the near foreseeable future. So me personally, I would want to move her up to tier 0.5.
So I actually I don't want to say I've spent too much time playing the character. I have her. I gave her some stuff, but I haven't like given her gear. I know right now people are putting her in the support section, and I think that's fine. But something that I was finding, maybe it's just because like I don't know, I'm not really refreshing or anything. I'm kind of just building the characters I have, and I have 3 DPS basically. Well, technically 4 DPS build. But the issue that I kind of found with Zhang Jin is that actually, and you mentioned it earlier, you brought up that one stage that had the young Roshrooms.
Yes.
And just in general, like they don't move.
No.
And that's yeah, the Roshrooms cannot be vacuumed up, if I'm not mistaken. I'm like pretty sure they can't.
No, you're
'cause I've tried
correct.
it.
They can't.
But the thing is, and I agree that like of course if you're not going to use Rena, if you're not going to use some other character, like and she's specifically for the support slot, it feels nice to have her. But I guess you make a really good point, because originally my counterpoint or my big argument about this was that I don't know how many situations you actually need the 4 times or like the AoE suck up. But I also think that if you invest more into this character, even if you end up using her as a support, like I don't know, like a support just with the originate, if you end up giving her some damage, I don't think she does bad damage. I'm like fairly certain, like I've seen people try to use her with damage and it doesn't look that bad. And if you have a character that does a decent amount of damage, and honestly, if you're using the quick swap team where it doesn't really feel like you're taking that much damage in general anyways, or Danjin is healing herself, or Rover is only on field for a little bit, then maybe you could just run her as like a hybrid as well. Or like if you are going to run her on the healing set, why not just give yourself, crit as like a main stat? Because it's not like she's healing herself, right? In like a meaningful way. She's pretty much there to do the quick swap. She's there to do the vacuum, and then she's there to enhance the resonance damage. So that's kind of like what I thought and why I'm okay with putting her in 0.5. And originally I was going to say, again, like I think people are definitely loving the character a bit more right now just because she's hot and I love her. Like she's a great character, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, like I've noticed a couple times where I've been, for instance, trying to get 20 stars in the Abyss. And for like the stages that you mentioned earlier, I had already cleared them with whatever character, like Danjin, Rover, and I don't know. I don't even remember at this point who I used, but anyone, Bai G, and it was fine. So I was just trying to figure out where she was mandatory, where it was really important to have her. Like her role was was invaluable compared to any other person. But
no, yeah, I don't think any character is mandatory for anything at this point, right?
Yeah.
And okay, so one more thing about Genshin is that you kind of touched on it, but she needs very, very little investment to be still very, very helpful, right? My Genshin just has enough health to literally not die.
Yeah,
and
mine too.
Yeah,
Mine too.
that's all she needs, right? And she just has the originite weapon, which is completely look level 1.
Yep.
What is this? What is this garbage? But you know what? That's all she needs. And I had the level 1 artifacts. That's it.
Doesn't she need quite a bit of ER? Like 150 cost?
So my goal with her was not to ultimate every rotation, right? Because I'm not even going to bother investing a bunch of echoes just to get her to do that. But still, ultimating every other rotation I found was perfectly great and valuable for this team.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I honestly, this is gonna be like a bit of a spoiler, but I think now that people have been able to test, I think like most of these characters, if you put like any reasonable amount of investment, into the character, I think they'll be okay. Like I know we have tier 3, but like if someone actually put more than like just their eyes staring at like Tauchi and actually invested in her, like she would probably be okay and or clearable through the Abyss as well. But we're on Jin, so I think unless if anyone else has something to say about it, I think she's fine at 0.5.
When Toulouse, did you bother like charging up her shield, or do you just go for the level 1 shield and that's it?
You just do an instant cancel to just get the Concerto plus the
yeah, I thought so, because it's very long. Like it's not, and I think at least like against like hologram bosses is like useless. The shield is
it's just gets popped
like in a second. But obviously, if you do want to like maintain the shield on the character, you could potentially like go away from the originite weapon and use something else. But the problem is that usually the rotations are still like so fast and switching. Like before like the 6 seconds kick in for the first heal, like you might just miss a lot of like, well, I mean right now it's like 80 flat attack for some of my characters, like 100 like to 150 flat attack, the buff that she provides from rejuvenating set, I believe. Like so it's not that bad if you feel like you're forced to play originite weapon, because usually it will kick in and then it like remains for 30 seconds. Like it's a massively long buff. Like you don't have to like hyper optimize so like sweatily just to make sure like the originite weapon works. Obviously, like if I was making a video, I would mention the originite weapon, but like it's fine to like run the shield. But the problem is obviously if you lose the shield and before the 6 seconds pass, then you also don't get the rejuvenating set bonus.
Wait, no, are you talking the rejuvenating set?
Yeah, he's saying if he's not running the originite gauntlet, The only way for him to
yes,
get
yes.
the
Yes, without the gauntlet.
effect would be that.
It
Yeah,
takes
yeah,
6
yeah.
seconds for the. You have to have the shield on, and you have to wait for 6 seconds for the first heal to kick in. I had to test
So-
it, like, and
Yeah.
it's a bit clunky, but it's still possible to do it if you're abusing, I guess, swap canceling and the invincibility frames of like ultimates. Those 6 seconds can pass pretty quickly, but obviously you're gonna miss out on that tag
Yeah.
bonus while doing this.
For sure. I think if you're not running her on Originite, you should, and you're still running her as support, then the Moonlit Clouds is a better set for her, right? Because then you can slap on the Concerto Gauntlets and go for faster outros.
Heron is
Yeah.
also good. Yeah.
The Heron build is also really good on her. And finally, she can be built to do damage too later down the road, right?
Yeah.
So that is some great flexibility as well, which also bodes well for her, in my opinion. So
I honestly think for a moment she's like kind of a mix between Venti and like
Yeah.
Zhongli.
a bit, yeah. The shield is hard to utilize because, like you say, she's
Yeah,
like
but she still like provides shielding and also like
Yeah.
sucks up the enemies. It's kind of funny. Like
it is, yeah, yeah. Good stuff. Okay, so is anyone gonna complain about moving her up to tier 0.5?
No, fine
only
for me.
only me
That's fine.
because I rated her as B tier, so I'm getting like.
Oh no, dude, no,
Yet
dude.
again.
It's B for
Best.
best. There you go.
B for Bennett.
B for
best.
best. Okay. Genshin up to tier 0.5. I think no one's gonna complain about that. Except for Gacha Gamer. I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Okay. So we've done another character movement. Great. Who wants to choose the next hot topic here?
I want to. Oh, do you want
Yeah,
to talk
go
about
ahead.
Tachi?
I don't know. I think it's kind of funny she's sitting at the bottom, but today I've been like writing a lot of things about all the characters, and I was thinking like, okay, so Tauchi can actually be used kind of with Shishia, right? Because she boosts her like skill damage, and you can slap on her like either Moonlit or like Rejuvenating set. I don't know, like, is she really a bottom tier character? I rated her as bottom tier as well, but like, I don't know. She doesn't feel that bad, I guess. I mean, I tried her to use an adversity tower. Like, she gets the job done. She's essentially like a walking artifact set.
That's a lot of these. To be fair, that's a lot of
Yeah,
characters when you don't
walking
have
artif-
investment on them. That's really
Yeah,
how
yeah,
most
yeah,
of
I
them
guess,
feel,
I
to be
guess,
honest.
Walking artifact set, bro. Oh man.
I will say personally, I have definitely not invested enough into this character, but I think something that we just saw earlier with, I mean, how we were rating Zhang Jin and even I'm sure Sanhua compared to how it was earlier, like when we had that little bit of talk about her. You have to like think about the characters that you're going to be pairing with her, in order for us to even see her potential. So like Taochi, like you mentioned, right, is going to like maybe synergize well with Chixia. There are probably like maybe 10 Chixia mains compared to like the infinite encore Jian mains. maybe Mr. I Win to Lose here would maybe qualify as a Chixia main.
Oh,
but he
my
was a bit
level 1.
disrespectful.
My level 1
Oh
yeah.
my
Oh
But-
no.
but you know what I mean? Like if Taochi is as good as you describe, right? Like this is kind of like imagine how underrated or how slept on someone like Mortefi would be if people weren't all like pulling for Jian. Right?
Okay, so I will just give you my 2 cents. Take whatever you want from that. I personally think Taochi's sequences don't really help her much. And my main problem is she has really, really bad concerto problems. So the main way how she generates concerto is either by her forte, obviously her ultimate, but well, it's an ultimate. And lastly, her skill. The problem is her skill doesn't really generate that much, and it's on a 15 seconds cooldown, which is really long. And on top of that, she does have the split scaling as well, which means her basic attacks don't deal damage, the rest does. So I'm personally not sure how to really utilize her correctly because her cooldowns are too long for a quick swap team. Her auto attacks don't deal damage and don't generate enough concerto, which means you would need to build full ER for the ultimate, but then, I mean, the ultimate also still has a cooldown. So, I mean, I guess she fixes skill issues because she can prevent one-shots, I guess. It's like a mini Bellborn, but honestly, like, Gacha Gamer is kind of right, it's a walking artifact set. Like, the Bellborn Echo does more than her,
Oh my
her
god.
protection does.
Oh my
Hey,
gosh.
all good, man. You could just run an Originite on this character too, and also get your healing set bonus. Dude, we've come full circle.
Okay, so first of all, she heals by herself as well. That's fair. However, have you read the Originite
The broad
Type
blade.
1?
Yeah, I don't remember. Some
so-
of them are bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's when her resonance skill is released. It's fine, but
Oh, it's stuck on resonance skill, so like it's still like limited by time.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't.
I mean, it's
It
anyway
is.
limited because it can only proc every 12 seconds, but I mean, it's less than her skill cooldown, which is 15 seconds.
Does
Right.
the
you can't
heal
even-
go up when you imprint it? Is that what happens when you get more copies of it? I don't
Yeah,
actually
it
know.
does.
Feels more.
Heal
Yeah.
goes up.
If
Yeah,
only
usually
it was
every
time.
single usually every single passive effect is doubled if you go to R5.
I wish her
Gotcha.
the cooldown would go down. That would be nice.
Yeah, that's that's what I was gonna say. Oh man, so
And
close.
where's the sacrificial series in this game? You know.
Yeah, we can also just rename tier 3 to like mommy tier or whatever, so people are less upset. I don't know.
Well,
Wait, whoa. Hold on.
Hey,
How is there
hey.
a mommy tier at the bottom and the top? What happens to all the people in the middle? That's a little messed up.
they're just numbers. You know. Okay.
Hey man, after going through the story too, bro, Yang Yang loves us, bro, and I love her back. No joke. She needs her own
Alright.
tier. Dude, she waited for us, man. She waited for us. That's all I'm gonna
Wait,
say.
I don't
We're
remember
going through-
this. I don't remember the story.
Okay, I like tuned in piece by piece because like, oh, let's be honest, man, the Ling Yang story kind of took me out a little bit.
Yeah.
But I remember at some point we got like, I think, well, I don't want to say spoilers, but something happened. We were doing a fight and she was waiting there for us. She was like, "What happened? Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Oh man, that was sick. We have someone waiting for us, like our protector, our March 7th best friend kind of feeling." But anyways, sorry, diversion,
Yeah.
distraction. But Tauchi, I think is pretty good. Where she is, though, again, I don't know if I would go. Even if you were to put her up, I don't think she would ever go beyond.
Okay,
like,
but like another question:
want
has
to.
anybody played with Yanwu? Like, is she worse
this
than
guy?
Yanwu? Yeah.
I tried him a
So,
little bit.
I
as
think
well,
so.
but-
Yeah. Because
I-
Yonru can
worse than
still.
Yanwu.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rivenus.
So I personally have tried both a little bit, not too much to be honest. And I think Taochi probably has some kind of hidden tech somewhere, which still somebody has to find out, and that probably would make her move up. However, right now Yuan Wu has the big advantage. He can take the Originite weapon, which is the gauntlet, which heals on hit as well, on basic attack, which makes it really easy for him to be run as a support, basically.
Every
Um,
character originate plus.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
Hitting
the problem is he doesn't do enough damage to be justified, in my opinion, as a hybrid character. But he does still provide the breaks, which are good against bosses, as well as being able to trigger the 5p set. So I guess you could use him.
Wait.
He
Oh.
does
He's
also
a-
make you immune, doesn't he? To CC. He's like anti-knockback or something like that. I think.
Yeah, he has anti-interrupt resistance.
But
So
I don't-
and he
I don't
does
know.
off-field damage as well.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's
the bell
sure not-
also kind of gives you like some, some crowd control resistance thing. We're gonna have
Yeah.
to talk about that later, by the way, because I know we're talking about the bell a lot, but I don't know if you guys have experienced anything like that. But I swear, when you throw the bell up, it feels like you're like or you have like some sort of knockback invincibility or something for a second. I swear I've like face tank things that I should be flown off like the side of the screen for, but specifically when I use the bell, like I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm just schizo, like writing or like farming at 5 a.m. because I'm addicted to the game or what. But yeah, I actually used Yuanwu, or I tried to give him some gear, but I don't remember who said it earlier or in the last tier list. We were talking about like potentially using Yuanwu with like defense percent and stuff and making him like scale or like do more damage or like actually make him the hybrid. And I tried it a little bit. Like I didn't make him 60 or anything like that, but I tried to give him damage and it just felt like when I was comparing characters of the same level, like let's say the Mortefis or the Sanhuas, Danjin even, but Danjin's kind of cheating for the purpose of hybrids. He just did not feel like even remotely up to par. And they were all around the same investment, like level 40, like they had the same gear on, or like they had all the moonlit sets, and it felt really weird to use him. or at least like his impact felt like a lot weirder. Like you could see Mortefi's ultimate or like the Mortefi deepen on the Gion, and you're like, holy moly, that's crazy. Like you run like Sanhua with like the with like the Encore or the Calcharo, and you see the damage immediately, and you're like, holy moly, that's crazy. I never really had that moment with Yuan Wu, which is why I don't know. I was trying to run like different variations
Did
of him, but
you notice the boss bar like breaking significantly faster?
Um, not really per se. Like
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like some of the bosses just. I mean, I was doing a lot of Tempest Mephis recently.
Mhm.
I know this isn't like Tower of Adversity, but like just in general, like I'm so tuned to just dodge anything or everything anyways, and like I'm just getting my hits in no matter where I can. I'm not really playing for the break per se, especially when I'm trying characters like Gian or Calcharo. Those are like my two main DPS, by the way. But like for Yuanu specifically, I was not like, oh, thank goodness, like we did a break effect, similar to other gacha games where it's like this is his weak spot because when you knock or when you break the bar of a boss, they get exhausted, but they don't take additional damage, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't really feel quite the same level of impact, me personally, compared to the other characters.
Yeah, that is the issue I had with him. I mean, one could argue that he could be a decent low investment character that you can just on field dodge and break bosses' bars with. I think there is a case to be made for that, but I'm just not, I just don't think the additional, like, let's say in a Tower of Adversity run, one additional 10-second window where you can beat up the boss unconditionally versus
Yeah,
beating up the boss
harder.
moderately conditionally is significantly better, right? That's just kind of how I feel about him. So his impact seems just pretty low in general uh, because of that.
So was his appearance in the story.
Oh, come
He
on,
literally
man.
just randomly appeared.
Wait, he's in the story?
Yeah, he
Oh
just
no, this
literally
guy really
randomly
skipped
appeared.
it all. No, oh my god.
Well, I missed it. Oh, man, I totally missed him at the story. Where was it?
It's
Oh, man.
that meme about like Gimli from Lord of the Rings and my axe. It literally felt like that when I saw him.
Oh, my
And my
gosh.
gauntlet.
Oh, my gosh. He's getting screwed in this story, too. Wow. All
Yeah.
right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so I guess no movement for him then, right?
Um, yeah. I mean, again, if you really want to, like, I'm gonna come out and say it. I feel like the experience I had doing Tao Chi and Yuan Wu were like identical.
Ah.
Like, and I like again, I didn't put like as much time into Tao Chi as I did with Yuan Wu, but like just based on what I've seen other people experience when they were using her, unless if they were trying to do some like triple dreamless thing, which I thought was like kind of funny when I saw it, but I didn't see as much value in it. Compared to just running, Danjin, Rover, and a buffer. I think Yuan Wu, I tested and I was thoroughly like I should have saved my
Wait,
HP at the
so
time.
are you advocating for him to be moved to T3 then?
I don't know if I would drop him down. I was thinking like maybe just have Tauchi on the same level as him. And
So,
I'm gonna leave up to your interpretation if you want to put him down or
wow.
up.
All right,
That way it's in
Rivenous.
your vote.
Rivenous, gotcha. What do you think? Where should we move him or not?
Honestly, I think she should just be Tao Chi should be like at the bottom of tier 2. Like they can both just share the same spot, like whatever. I mean,
Okay.
it's too early to tell, but like it seems like from everyone's impressions right now, they're both like unremarkable. So like, why would Tao Chi be like moved to the bottom right now?
Okay, so you're saying we move Tauchi up instead.
I guess. I mean, it just makes it look like she's completely unusable. Like at this point.
Yeah.
Because like at least in my tier list, I left like Alto and her, and I left up like this idea because I read somewhere like, and I was using him like during CBD2. He felt like kind of useful, so I left him like in a very conservative like B tier. I think I don't know, I don't
Uh-huh.
remember. But, like right now, obviously, again, I'm trying to horizontally scale like every single count. I'm even like saving up like the defense,
Pieces,
thunder
yeah.
sets and whatever. Yeah. Because I still want to see how good he is, but like. I don't know. I mean, is she worth being like at the very bottom? Obviously, Rivenous raised a good point about the long concerto build up and long cooldown. But like on the flip side, doesn't he have also like problems right now? Which mainly is like he's also like kind of like a glorified artifact set. If you want to
He
use
is,
it.
yeah.
My main
That's the-
problem, honestly, is Alto being in the same tier as them. Because Alto
I
giving
agree,
yeah,
yes.
definitely.
23%
He feels better. He feels
arrow
better.
damage deepen is pretty freaking good. He doesn't
Yeah.
have the same damage as Mortefee, and he scales way worse with his sequences, simply because they are more focused on his own damage. Which honestly, I mean, it's fine. It raises fine. However, it does not get to a point where it would be comparably with Mortefee. However, he is way more of a generic support than Mortefee is, because arrow damage is just way more easily applicable. And if we would just look simply at the numbers, which obviously is very subjective and doesn't necessarily mean much, but technically speaking, he would provide more damage than Mortefee does to Gian. However, because he does less damage than Mortefee, even though he gives like 5% more damage boost to Gian than Mortefee does, because he does less damage, Mortefee is still better. So
Yeah.
I personally just don't think Alto is correctly placed in tier 2 if we move up Tao Chi and Liu Yuanwu there. I think he might be able to even move to tier 1.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with this actually. Like tier 3 with how big of like a gap that looks does make those characters look unusable, and I don't think any character in this game is inherently unusable, right?
It also really doesn't help that you made it look gray. Like they are like going to their grave when you put them in the tier. Like it's literally like they're losing their color, man. Like that's kind of messed up.
Oh man. So are we getting rid of tier 3 then with this?
I personally think Chixia, Yuanwu, and Tao Chi should be tier 3 and Alto is Soul in tier 2.
Okay, we're jumping ahead here. We're jumping ahead. Okay, so we'll start with Alto then, right? We'll talk about Alto. So, Rivenous, you're saying that he should be moved up to this tier, in line with these characters.
I don't think he's on the same level as those tier 1 characters. However, he is also not on the same level as those other characters in tier 2.
So
that's my personal.
So this is what you're saying
opinion.
then. We should move these two down to tier 3.
Chixia probably as well. I'm sorry.
Hang on. Well, we'll talk about her.
Oh, you're spitting game about his favorite waifu? Yeah, put your guns up, buddy.
We'll talk about
your
Chixia in
guns
a sec. We'll talk about her in a sec. But okay, so we could. Yeah, I'm fine with this setup too. At the same time, but it also makes them look like
We'll change the color and it'll look better. No problem.
Yeah.
Make it green. Make it green or like a like a sparkly color, like whatever, and we'll be okay.
I personally think the main problem is that people think tier 3 is borderline unusable, which is just not the case. Like if you like the character, play them. It's not literally unusable. It's tier 3
type
usable.
usable still.
That makes it sound worse. That makes it sound worse.
Now they need like a special. Now we need a special disclaimer. Like you get an infection when you use these characters.
Usable. Hey, I mean that's like people would assume this is unusable, right? So I feel like it clarifies a bit. Okay, that's fine. I do agree. I think that these two feel very similar. They feel low impact, right? And I think Yuanwu has potential. I still believe he has potential. It's just that this potential hasn't been seen yet, right?
Yeah.
Right now, some of the bosses that you fight, they just spam parry attacks, which is very, very favorable for a certain general man up here. And that's not really, I mean, Yuanwu's meant to, break gauges. So once bosses have a mechanic where you have to break their gauge, Yuanwu stonks will rise, right?
The other thing is that someone mentioned you also gain a decent amount of defense as you get higher and higher. So if you do decide to like invest in the character later, level wise, that is technically additional damage that you wouldn't just get from, attack or whatever. But I definitely have not looked too much into like how much defense you get every level or anything like that. And we're only gonna be like 70 within like the next month or so.
I know it's gonna take.
So, like,
even us whales are gonna have to like be another month before just like level 80 or some crazy thing like that, right? Like it's, it's pretty intense. Okay.
Let's change the colors for tier 3 and tier 3 to like green or whatever, because that makes it just look like, man.
Change the colors
let's go.
to
They
change
got
the colors to
having-
black, so they cannot read it.
Oh no, you can't
Yes.
even do that.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
there you go. There you go.
Oh my goodness.
Untiered.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh my
You
goodness.
can't, dude. It hides the title, so you don't know if tier 3, like you don't know what the label is below it. You can't tell if
It's
it's a
the
good or
Shadow
bad.
Realm tier.
Yeah, they're banished.
Oh,
They've been
perfect.
banished. All right,
On
all
the
right.
topic of Alto, oh
Yes,
sorry. Oh, go
let's
ahead.
talk about Alto. Good. You've already started.
Okay, all right. On the topic of Alto, what Riv said was, like, I actually really agree with. So I think right now, and something that people, okay, I don't want to say it's a skill issue thing, but I find that it is much easier in a lot of cases to just play, in most cases, the character that gives you a deepen multiplier or like a damage increase, and then instantly see the impact of it like with your next character. Like I think that's like a very solid, like safe way to play the game, and especially for like the casual players. Like I think that you just see like monkey see monkey do. Like I see like my favorite player, I see my friend talk about Mortefi uses his ultimate into the Heron into like, the outro, and wow, boom, my Gion ultimate literally does double the damage that I would have otherwise gotten, which is crazy. But like if you try to do or apply sometimes like the same sort of thing on someone like Jean Jin or San, or maybe less so Sanhua, but like in some cases it's hard to do that, or it's a bit more difficult to time that. I think that Alto has a similar like use case to Mortefi. And even though, like as you guys said, he does a little bit less damage, I don't think that's as big of an issue, because then you free up, like, you would potentially free up Mortefi if you ever wanted to use him with like a character that comes out, or like with any character that synergizes with him. Like it doesn't really matter what the case is, and Mortefi does kind of only synergize the best right now with Gion because of the heavy thing, like the whole heavy enhance. But I don't think that means that Alto is bad necessarily, because like you said, right, like it's an arrow damage increase. So like if you end up using Alto alongside Gion, it's not you're like, house is on fire, I'm not going to do any more damage. It's a deepen multiplier, and it's pretty good damage. It's arrow damage, which is like pretty much all of Gion's damage, right? Unless if I'm like tripping, that's literally all of his damage, right? So in that case, and especially while people are using a lot of these hybrids at like a bit more budget state, I think that if you want to, like Riven has said, tier 1 I think is like about as fair as it gets. Like I don't think you could really argue.
You're advocating for him to go up to tier 1.
Yeah, I mean maybe the bottom of tier 1, I guess top of tier 2. I also agree that Chixia needs to change. I'm gonna peruse the room a little bit, because I don't want to get shot by Chixia's guns for my comments about this character. But
okay, so Alto, I don't know. I mean, I tried looking up content of Alto, and like no one is using him.
I don't even own him.
I don't think that is a valid reason. Like
I know.
there are
My issue with no one using him is I can't see what people are cooking with him. So I have minimal opinions on this character because of that. Now, people keep saying his English voice actor sounds like me, so I don't know if that's true or not, but regardless, okay, so I think we should defer to probably maybe more so calculations, right? So Rivenous, as you mentioned, all that stuff about him and Gion having some synergy.
Yeah, I honestly personally think the moment where another non-heavy attack based arrow damage DPS comes out, he will just move up, because he's like the only arrow buffer, basically.
And Gacha,
I've actually used Alto. I also have him at S5 right now. One of the things I've noticed.
Oh my god! Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he's at S5. Yeah. So one of the things I've noticed is that first of all, you can kind of play him as a main DPS if you want to. It's kind of really fun. And S1, I mean, I'm not sure if we take into account sequences, but like, I don't know, as a future concept, I guess. Like S1 reduces his skill by like 4 seconds. So almost like cuts his skill in half. Because the biggest problem with him, like at S0, is that you like activate the skill like dash once through that cloud, build up like, I don't know, like maybe 30% of your concerto bar whatever it's called. No, not concerto. Is it concerto bar? I always keep mixing up forte and concerto.
Forte,
The
yeah.
circle one. No, the circle one for outro to trigger.
Oh, okay.
Concerto, right?
That's
Yeah, it's
concerto,
concerto.
yes. Concerto's
Yeah,
for
okay.
outro.
So yeah, it takes a while for the concerto to build up, and like as a booster, I guess it's fine. Like for Gian, if you want to use like Mortefi for somewhere else, but it's also kind of decent like as an on-fielder, I guess. Not for a long while, obviously. Just do those like clouds, dash, shoot a little, just to build up the concerto basically, and also use like the ultimate. But I don't know. Like his biggest problem right now is that he's completely overshadowed by Mortefi. Like.
Mhm.
Nobody cares about him. Like everybody's been hyping
Yeah.
up Mortefi all the time. And like the other thing about Mortefi is that he's like kind of like, I don't know, like Pyro Xingqiu, I guess.
Yes.
He doesn't provide like damage resistant, like interruption to, like resistance to interruption, but it does in fact like provide the coordinated attacks, and they're freaking huge. Like they're amazing. Like if you build them up properly, and also he grows significantly better with sequences like Mortefi. And the other thing about him is that, like I'm comparing them to here. So like you only, basically like Alto right now is like, if you want to use Mortefi somewhere else, and Gian needs additional deepen boost. But is it worth it? Because it does take a while sometimes to build up the concerto. I'm not sure like if those sequences, all of them, do have zero impact on his concerto buildup. Probably not, because like at least S1 sometimes you do stay on the field for at least like 5-6 seconds. You're able to like quickly do a swap cancel from the skill, I think, and still be able like, I mean, split second basically if you're like missing a bit of energy. But like to me, Alto is like still a bit like, I don't know, underperforming at this moment. But if we have like any other aero DPS come out, because like who else are you gonna buff with this aero damage? Like who? Genshin, Yang. Like it's literally just.
I mean, yeah, that's totally fair. I think tier 2 is that's why he is in a good place. However, he also, like, there's one thing we can't forget about him, as he is a pistol user, just like Mortefi is. And Static Mist is a pretty insane weapon for sub DPS hybrid support.
Yeah, Static Mist is also like one of those things that hugely impacts a character. Where is it? I forgot where I have it. Obviously, it's on Mortefi.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess tier 2 is fine. And the reason why, like, I actually do think he has T1 potential. Because, you know, like most DPS characters in this game, I think once properly invested should be able to clear out, you know, the tower, right? Just some characters like Gian is going to have low difficulty, and some characters like Alto, for example, would have mid difficulty. But I guess that's the point of making this tier list. So I think the issue with moving him up or down is kind of like, it looks weird for him to be in the same tier with Baizhi, and it looks weird for him to be in the same tier as Yuan Wu. So we can just leave him in, I think leaving him at tier 2 is fair. And until his potential is really realized, it's, yeah, I would advocate for just leaving him in tier 2. So anyone else have any other opinions on Alto?
Technically speaking, if you do want to run Mortefi, I did see people like say that Danjin is also like a big heavy attacker. Just saying, if like for opportunities for her to, for opportunities
Danjin?
for the Mortefi. Yeah, like I'm saying like if Mortefi wanted to be used with someone else with like the heavy attack increase, like Danjin, like a 40% of like Danjin's like gameplay style or a gameplay, like her damage share comes from heavy attacks.
Yeah, and
correct,
Danjin can spam skills, right? Which Mortefi also shoots 2 additional Marcato hits, right? Instead of the one.
Just pointing out that there is like another way. Like, so if you were like trying to think of who Mortefi could be used with outside of Gian.
Okay, so let's talk about Xixia next. Actually, I'm gonna kick this one off, and I think she should actually be moved up a tier.
Oh,
holy shit.
man. Yeah, the level 1 guy, the level 1 hasn't upgraded Xixia guy is gonna put it. Okay, let's hear it, buddy.
Okay. So for real, like she is just a reasonable range DPS character. I mean, there are a lot of additional opportunities for her to do damage that other characters can't. And like, for example, if you're in that tower, hang on. I mean, I got tower pulled up right here. So it's actually pretty convenient. If you're in this tower, and if you fought this, I mean, not to...
The Ganser gang.
Yeah, if you fought like this asshole here, Xixia will just shred him a new one. And otherwise, you're dancing around every freaking attack he does because he will clock you out in 2 hits. So I remember like Xixia is incredible for like kind of skill issues for a lot of different enemies because of her ranged. And she still does like, enough DPS to where I don't think she's like horribly worse than the other DPS characters. So that's just kind of how I feel about her. I would personally move her up to tier 1. But what do you guys think?
Okay, so I have an S6 Jixia. Have never played her yet, so I have no opinion on that.
Okay.
Wait, weren't you saying you were gonna put Xixia in tier 3?
Yeah, I personally like. So
no.
I mean, yes. So the problem is, looking on paper, she is not looking good. On paper, she is not looking that good. And I think her main problem is she is extremely reliant on her thermo bullets or whatever it is, and if she gets interrupted during that time, that's a little bit of a problem. However, I also think that's a very good point that she is ranged, and that possibly makes a difference. So now I'm torn because I think that's a very valid point, kinda. But I also haven't played her on, like, I've played her in the CBT, but I have not played her on live servers currently.
So there are a lot of enemies to add on to the ranged discussion. There are a lot of enemies where being ranged is really good for your practicality, right? And the reason why, like, I can give you another example. The morning axe, that flying bird, the light bird, right? If you're a melee character, you have to step back like 2 or 3 times to get into the ideal range to dodge the light lasers. Well, guess who's already in the ideal range to dodge the light lasers? Right? So they have a lot of interesting mechanics that, well, right now, unfortunately, are pretty anti-melee, I would say. But there are absolutely lots of situations, like a lot of different enemies. For example, surviving in a lot of the tower areas is difficult, but Xixia is not only ranged, she's also mobile and able to sidestep and shift to dodge enemies too. And her ultimate is a 0-frame ultimate, right? So a lot of characters have that, but her having it is also important to point out, and it's also massive AoE. Big damage, massive AoE, no need to group, you just press it, everything around her starts getting clobbered by it.
Does she also gain invincibility frames with her dash skill?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Right?
Because I think that's one of the things that's kind of nice about her. If you like, well, at least, okay, if there's an attack incoming, you cannot like dodge it. I mean, if there's like a wide attack and you use like invincibility frames from a dodge, then that's fine. But at least you can maybe avoid like projectiles by losing up one of the skills. Because normally you have like 2 skills ready to use, and usually you're just going to be able to utilize one skill to unload the thermal bullets, right? The other one will be just sitting there. No?
Yeah, so Xixia, you can use the skill, then you use the second skill. Usually I use a skill to generate the bullets and then the second skill to unload the bullets. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And another thing is like there's actually a lot. For example, when the monkey is on the pillar, although the the tower monkey doesn't use the pillar, like the pillar slam, right? He hops onto the pillar. Yeah. So he doesn't do the pillar slam, but if there's situations where her range counters are good and stuff. So I don't know. I'm an advocate for tier 1, but I'm going to also obviously let you guys, help me decide here. So Rivenous is tier 3, right? Oh man.
Honestly, I think tier 2 is probably fine, but the problem is, it's the same reason why I don't release my sheets before I release a video, because I want to have played the characters before I give a definite, well, I can't talk, a final opinion on that crap. So I kind of want to refrain voting for Chixia because I think
Okay.
it would not be fair to not have played her and say like it's tier 3 or whatever. But I personally just, and that is the MTashed way, fields crafting without having actually played her. But if I would need to field craft, I don't think she's on the same level as Alto, but she also isn't on the same level as Dungeon or whatever, but also not on the
Yeah.
same level as like Yuan Wu. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of an
Yeah.
issue, right? Moving her up here looks weird with these characters, but maybe we'll move them around. We'll see, right? So, are we saying that we just leave her where she is?
I leave it whatever you guys say. Again, I haven't played her.
I think the issue with what we're doing right now is that things are on the tier list right now that need to be moved in order for certain characters to make sense. Like, not to spoiler go far ahead, but we're saying that the reason why we don't want Chixia in tier 1 is because like Donjin's in there. If you take Donjin away and you put her into 0.5, doesn't it look fine?
Yeah, but then Donjin looks a little weird, right? Well, we'll
Really? I think her being up there because of how well she does. Like, I actually think it's okay to be 0.5. Even if you aren't that good of a Dan. Well, again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think she has, like, okay, just pretend Danjin disappeared from the game for a second. Would you have a problem with her being in tier 1?
I personally wouldn't, but
I actually think we can easily also move Dungeon to tier 0.5 simply because not all like she also has now a secondary place with Havoc Rover anyway.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think that would fix that. We can move Chixia to tier 1 and take Dungeon, move her to 0.5.
Okay, so we're going against democracy here, and I guess we'll promote Xixia. Wow. And
Okay, because someone mentioned it, and I just want to like touch on it too. A lot of what we're talking right now is based on the Tower of Adversity. So like, although we did like mention the hologram monkey for a little bit, this is like also take into consideration like how or which Tower of Adversity floors she would excel in. And you like rightfully pointed out a few. That floor that you're talking about, that exile floor, is like, that's my kryptonite. I'd hate that floor with all my might. I seriously do. And if Chixia makes that easier, then hey man, maybe I'm a finger guns enjoyer too.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the finger guns. Okay, so we'll move Xixia up to tier 1 for now. We can potentially revisit later, but for now, I'll flag her just in case, right? If things look weird. So Dungeon, so far we all are kind of talking about moving her up to tier 0.5, right? That's the current discussion.
Okay. Could I start on Dungeon actually?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I've done an unintentional amount of like research in this character. I made a guide for her, but I also like spent a lot of time arguing with people about this character because I've seen a few people try to use her as like everything. Like people have tried to use her as the main DPS. They've tried to use her as the hybrid. Some people are even trying to use her as like the buffer, where like if you have no gear for Danjin, you could just use her as like a buffer for Havoc Rover. But I think just the fact that she has like a bunch of different ways that people are trying to play her, I think gives her some value. Because if you can run her as the main DPS and that works for you, great. If you could run her as a buffer, great. If you can run her as the second half of the Rover Dreamless double combo that is like blowing up, and I think most people are considering that to be like one of the strongest teams in the game, also great. But I think since she has so much versatility, like she shares a set technically with Rover, and I'm gonna be honest, if you're not building Rover right now, I mean, have fun, I guess. But like she shares sets technically with Rover. She has so much, or like there's so much value to building her, farming her, playing her, using her, that I can't imagine she's not at least at 0.5 personally, even without skill gapping.
Yeah, 0.5. Rivenous, Gacha, you guys have any inputs on this one?
Nope.
I'm just gonna echo Cannaa's thoughts. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of the same. I'm feeling the same way like as he is.
Perfect.
I mean, if we remove the Havoc Rover from the equation, I don't know, maybe she would be a bit lower.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Me too.
But like the fact that they can share the same set, you can literally just swap the sets. You can like decouple them. for like separate like adversity stages, and then obviously, like I myself, like how I play her right now. I guess I'm just using her as a burst, like with Rover. Just
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, I'm not like utilizing all her like combos.
Yeah.
We should get Master in here for this.
Yeah, maybe next time, huh? Haven't.
It's
Yeah.
it's being brought up too. There are like some considerations that you have to make, and Gacha Gamer mentioned it earlier about like playing characters on mobile. I'm sorry, man. like we can only go so far. Like Danjin, Calcharo, Sephiroth, Kakarot, whatever you want to call them. Some of these characters are just not made for mobile that well. And as a final note, sorry, I know I've talked a lot about her. The whole like she dies thing, very, very valid. But I do want to say at the same time, she's one of the only characters in the game that can main DPS and also heal herself. So if you know how she works well, she also does sustain herself quite well. And there's also, and they haven't changed it, that thing where you can use your resonance skill out of combat and then heal yourself. So like, yeah, it won't feel good because you're not at 100%, but you can always be about 50% if you're like afraid of dying, which I thought was worth mentioning.
Yeah, no. Self-sustain healing makes it a little easier sometimes to run her without a healer in certain tower stages for sure. But it's definitely a double-edged sword because if you want to maximize her DPS, well, you got to be at that 10% a lot.
yeah, especially with the sequence, right? Like it's like below 60% or something. She gets bonus damage or whatever.
Yeah, and it's also like in order to do her full forte, for the full forte, you have to be building up the whole bar, and in order to build the whole bar, you go down to 10%, right? So, yeah. Okay, so Danjin, I feel like is in a good spot. Okay, who next? All right, let's talk about
Ling Yang.
Lingyang? Okay, yeah.
My hands are up, man. I did not touch this guy. Do not plan on it.
You know, there was
go to
like
town, boys.
I was completely cursed in CBT too, like, and that really like soured my experience with the game because I got 3 Ling Yangs.
Oh no!
Every single time I got a 5-star, it was Ling Yang. Then later on, I got lucky and got like 3 more different 5-stars. But like Ling Yang was, and even when I like made my review for like Wuthering Waves, and I said that like Ling Yang is so clunky, like he doesn't register like the hitboxes. His kit is like all over the place. And I thought, they will fix him for release. They will make changes to him. Did they make changes? Like, I don't think anything changed about it. I played with him in release.
I want to say something on Ling Yang.
Okay.
So the
sorry,
problem
one sec. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh,
you guys can keep talking. Bye.
I personally think Ling Yang is in a spot where we will find some new way of using him just because we have now more or less discovered quickswap teams to a certain degree. And I personally think revisiting his rotation to a point where you might want to actually use him in a similar way of how Encore, for example, is used might be actually the right play for him. However, that's more of it's a lot of copium, to be honest. I'm just inhaling copium for that. Like, I don't think they would actually leave him. Like, come on, it can't be that this one character is just so much worse than all the others, can it?
I mean, I'm personally a bit biased right now because I got like pretty good Glacio set like substat rolls. So to me, it feels nice right now. But that's the only reason. I literally got really good substat rolls on like Glacio set. Like the only time I got lucky. And yet again, like Ling Yang still keeps haunting me, so I'm now using him as well. I don't know, like I think like for example the stage with those exiles, which is like kind of causing problems for a lot of people. I don't believe they have Glacier
Definitely
set
don't
resistance.
have Ling Yang. oh yeah.
I don't think they have like improved resistance against glacial damage. I forgot which damage they are resistant to. I think it was Havoc, or
yeah, it's
remember.
Havoc right now. For
I
some of
think it
them,
was
like there's like the shrooms and I think the path, the leader itself, I think has Havoc resistance, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes juggling in air combos it's kind of like one of those issues, kind of the same with Wanderer from Genshin, because like enemies AI change a bit when you're like staying up in the air, and I've noticed that the same thing with Ling Yang is that when you're fighting in like mid-air, sometimes their like logic changes a bit. So it's also something that you need to like take into account when you're fighting like in mid-air. And obviously when you're like unloading those combos, you have to like dash and maybe sometimes interrupt your like combo strings. I don't know. To me, it's like a mystery right now.
Does he still have that thing where when he ults, his like hitbox doubles in size?
I haven't heard about that.
Sorry, this is just from what I didn't get to play CBT2. But what I was told was that one of the reasons why he feels so clunky is because you would imagine that when he goes into the air, he like bypasses certain like ground hazards or like hit hazards from below him, but apparently he just ate both. So if you shot him in this like in the sky and on the ground, he just got hit both.
So,
Which is it sounds ridiculous, by the way, as a concept.
So I'm not sure. Maybe a big issue with Ling Yang and Closed Beta 2 was that, if I'm correct, he needed to use aerial dodges while he was in the air. And aerial dodges back in the day, well, okay, they still are this case. Aerial dodges are much, much worse than grounded dodges. So aerial dodges have like literally like less than 15 frames of invincibility or something like that, just off the top of my head, okay? Whereas ground dodges have like, I don't know, like 40 frames. So ground dodges are like 2 to 3 times better at dodging stuff than aerial dodges. And on top of that, you could dodge only once in the air, whereas you could dodge twice on the ground. I think what they did in Closed Beta 2, they may have changed it so that while he's in the pogo stick mode, he's using the ground dodges instead. So that would already immediately bump up his just like practicality, which is much, much better because air dodges were a disaster. Let's just put it that way. When you're a melee character like this, 9 frame or 15 whatever frame dodge windows are insane to deal with in this game. So I wanted to actually ask Rivenous, how does he sheet compared to a DPS character like Encore or Calcaro?
So the current rotation we are using is basically the same way of how we would calculate GN, which means 14 seconds of on-field time. And he sheets really bad. However, I don't think that's the correct way to calculate him. And I personally think we need... Well, I'm currently cooking a little bit with Ling Yang, but I don't want to talk about it yet. But I personally think he is way better than people give him credit for, and he can probably move up to a tier 0.5 if we find the right way of using him, which would be in, in more of a quick swap.
Let me ask you another question, Rivenous. How does he sheet while he's only in his ultimate?
Bad, because that's the entire sheet.
That is the entire duration, huh? Interesting.
All right. So, I mean, currently, with the 5-star standard weapon, he would be at 24,000 DPS compared to, for example, Encore 28,000, Jian 32,000, Calchero 29,000. You know, even Sanhua does as much damage, and I just don't think that's the right way to play him. Which means I think he is much better, but we need to sheet him differently. Which honestly, I'm still cooking on it. But it's not easy right now. I need more time to get him where I think he belongs to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's interesting. My gut instinct. So, and this is the issue with characters that we haven't used much, right? And I should have done some research in a sense, but my gut instinct is I would move him up to tier 0.5 because he's now technically a grounded character. It makes him so much more practical for one. But my issue is that if he's not sheeting well, that's a big problem. I mean, he also doesn't have a good echo choice, right? Like you have Lampy, which is pure garbage for DPS purposes. Then does he? What's his best echo option besides Lampy?
You either go Lampy, or I think also that the star, the Glacios,
The
the
Glacio
Glacial
Star.
looking star thingy. I think it
Oh
just
my
releases like
goodness.
yeah. I think that
What
one
if
is
you
also.
what if you just use lingering and you just give him mecha bomb?
Yeah,
Like,
you can do
dude,
that
enough.
probably.
Enough
Yeah.
is enough, man. Maybe it's enough to compensate.
Mecha Bomb.
Yeah,
Oh
like
my goodness. Yeah, I
you can
mean,
run it 2-2, right? If
he
you really
doesn't
wanted
he
to.
doesn't quick swap while he's on his ultimate mode. That's for sure, right? Because it takes,
Mm.
his attacks are so fast. So, um, yeah, it's an interesting predicament for him. Uh, so do we want to move him up or do we want to leave him here?
I have definitely not played enough of this character to say. I was just curious because, again, if they fixed a lot of what you're saying, it sounds like he shouldn't be clunky. Like, again, a lot of the complaints that I heard were regarding what you were talking about. And I mean, just like if you hear that, like, character has twice the size to get hit, like, what? But if that's removed and that's fixed and he has better dodges, then it just comes down to his damage. So I don't know.
Okay. I mean, yeah, he does sheet lower, right? He's mainly single target DPS as well, right? So,
You
well,
know, my main problem is we kinda have to talk about the current state right now,
mhm.
and nobody here from us has played this character enough
Yeah.
to just say it's like insane. But I personally think going like the attack set on him with, for example, the Mech Abomination, which also boosts outro damage by 60%, and he has 600% scaling on his outro damage.
That sounds kind of goofy.
Yeah, I think he is actually pretty damn good and probably more closer to the other characters in tier 0.5. However, I personally don't want to take that stance just yet, even though that's my personal opinion.
Okay. I guess we can be bold and just move him, right?
We could. I mean,
I'm fine
also,
with that.
I just want to say, just based off of that, because like now, no, like we don't really have to test to say what I'm about to say, but you know what? Other character we think is quite high on the tier list because they have an omega inflated multiplier for no reason.
Who?
Like Havoc Rover's
Yeah.
ultimate is 900% for fun, by the way.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
it
know if you
is.
get,
Yeah, Havoc Rover.
you know what I mean? Like,
But it looks weird for her to be in the same tier with these three. Or for, yeah, Ling Yang to be in the same tier with these three characters, right?
Okay, but let's just say my sheet is wrong, and I'm very sure it is. That's the reason why I have not published it.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it look weird? If he does the same amount of damage and is not clunky to play as, for example, Calchado or
yeah,
Encore or whatever, then it's not weird, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Just because we think it is, just because none of us has actually played him enough to be able to form a solid opinion, I don't think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
The 0.25 tier.
Yeah. Tier 0.25. Let's go.
Yes, let's bring it back. Bring back 0.25, 1.5,
Alright.
0.75. Let's go, baby.
All right, all right. Okay. Let's boot him up for now, I guess. Oh man. But yeah, we're uneducated here on him, right? So this is much more speculative, I feel. Okay. It's okay. It is what it is. We'll take some bold moves here. The three of you all okay with this?
Yeah. For what it's worth, too, like I know we have definitely not like super invested in a lot of these characters. Just like as an aside, it's not that like for me personally, at least, it's not that I've like never put gear on and tried to like use Tauchi or Yuanwu to like the same like level. It's that like to invest in a character to make them the same level as like a lot of your characters like Mortefi or something is going to be, I think, like fairly unrealistic, especially 1 week into the game. But like you can still kind of see what the purpose or like what the goal is supposed to be of these characters. So like though I definitely think like we're gonna have a bit of an asterisk on some things, like with the uneducated. I don't think it means that we are like Googling what all of their skills do per se. It's just something I wanted to say.
Okay.
Like I personally, at least, I just built a team with him, Sanhua on Moonlit, I believe, and like Verena with Rejuvenating, and it was pretty easy to like clear at least the fourth or the third floor. I don't remember. But then again, like I think you were away, but I said like I was the only one who got lucky Like it was the only time I got lucky on the substat rolls, and like my Glacier set is pretty
Mhm.
cracked.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard for me to judge this right now. And from practical use, like he was fine. Like I don't
Fine.
know,
Yeah.
he's not like super difficult to play. Just build up to 40, like pop the ult and like use the Glacier damage bonus and unleash the Wrath. Basically.
Okay. How about we just we compromise and we put him at the top of T1?
Probably best to keep him there because we
Yeah.
still have other units in 0.5
Yeah.
like Ulcaro and Encore. So
Okay. Okay.
Fine
Top
for
of
me.
T1. That's fine. I feel like this is a decent compromise that we have here. All right.
For what it's worth, I don't think 0.5 is gonna look or is gonna be as cluttered after like we get through it. By the way, which is why I don't think like having the characters we have in like 0.5 is that big a deal.
Okay.
Aren't we already done with tier 0? Like, which units are we actually missing?
I think if you want to space the tier list out, I don't think there's anything wrong with putting Encore at 0 and Calcharo maybe having some some discussion about where to put him.
Okay. Yeah, we did talk about Encore already. We said to leave her at 0.5, but we can consider that when we revisit the tier.
Yeah, just it was always going to change like once we saw how like the tiers panned out.
Okay. So what about Spectra Rover then? I actually think Spectra Rover might warrant a demotion. I think there is a case to be made for that.
I mean, she's they
She's
are
overshadowed,
overshadowed
yeah.
right now by like Havoc. That's it. It's pretty
Yeah.
simple.
Yeah, and you can't use
Also-
both.
And it's not like you can even use them both at the same time. You have to pick one, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you
they
can't
also share
swap them out, right? Like,
and you
if
can also
wanna-
have to share the vigor, so it doesn't matter. Like she or he still has like the vigor belonging
Yeah,
to one
also-
of the stages.
Yeah, also I personally think she has like advantages which Havoc Rover just does not have, which is the fact that we can also use her in like a support slot because technically, we don't have that sequence yet. But technically she can heal, so she would be able to be used as a support. And she also does shred Spectral Resistance. Unfortunately, we don't have a DPS for that yet.
Unless
I
you're
think-
Arena main.
For
Yeah,
Arena
I-
DPS main, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, no, fine. Let's leave her as T1. I think that's an easy an easy thing.
To be clear, are you you aren't able to use Havoc for a clear of Tower of Adversity, and then on another floor Tower of Adversity you can't use the
I
0.5,
just think that,
right?
I believe the character
Or,
just,
sorry, use the Spectral.
shares the vigor. It doesn't matter like which
Yeah.
element you use.
Oh,
That's
I
a
see
good
what you
question,
mean. Oh, yeah,
yeah.
the energy. Yeah, the energy. Sorry, yeah.
I guess we're not 100% sure about that, but is there a point to test?
I mean, I guess not, based on like the math of it.
Okay,
I don't know
well-
any situation where you would even.
Well, no, I mean, actually, that would make sense to do, in my opinion.
Oh, are you
Yeah,
saying like
I-
if it ends up not taking?
Yeah. I mean, here, just give me 1 minute. You guys can keep talking.
Yeah, this is also why, I mean, even if she ends up being a healer, something I was going to ask, like, is there that much value in healing right now?
Yes, because she can
mean-
run the Concerto weapon and the healing set. So she builds both
Double
super
that.
fast.
Yeah, I mean. Oh man, we're
Yeah,
gonna watch
6
this.
gen.
Oh man.
1.7k baby.
Big numbers.
1.7k, no big buffs, by the way. Just saying.
28k Rover. Holy crap.
Oh my
Okay,
god,
I mean-
man. Oh my god.
I want to
this
see
is
the
so-
ultimate now. Let me see the ultimate nuke.
Here it is.
Oh no.
That really said 33,000, by the way, on
Okay.
Gian of all characters.
Oh, dude, yesterday I
Oh,
hit over
man.
200. I hit over 200k.
200,000? What
Yeah.
in the?
Okay,
what?
we gotta switch Rover.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to.
Switch. Oh, okay, I have to leave or whatever. Yeah, I'll just leave real quick. Yeah, let's switch over
Okay.
to Spectro while you guys can talk about it.
I want to bet I think it will keep it.
Yeah, it should. Intuitively, it should keep the stamina.
Yeah. If it doesn't, that would be crazy. I mean, you would just use this character for real, for real.
Yeah, you just use her on the whole
Yeah, you just
tower.
use her
Just
on both
rover.
Both sides are over.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be actually big if they didn't do that.
Yeah. Let's see. Does Rover? Yeah, she's down to 9.
She's done.
She's down to 9.
Wait, but you can use. At least we know that you
Yeah, you
can
can switch
swap
the
her if you
elements.
need to.
You can swap. Yeah, if you need her as support, you can swap her between the elements. So that's nice.
Future proofing too, in case if they ever give us another element too for her.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we may as well consolidate like the character, right? It's just Rover, but it's fine to have Spectre here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. So doesn't shares vigor, unfortunately, with her Havoc counterpart, but yeah. So
I think she's fine as she is. I also would argue Yang as well as Baiji are fine where they are.
okay, you guys want to knock them out right now? I don't think we have to talk about every darn character. So, you two have anything to say about Baiji and Yang? I do want to poll my community actually. So while you guys talk about it.
Yeah, I think Yang and Baiji are both kind of relegated to like that support slot where, I mean, we've brought it up a couple times. They're walking artifacts. They're stat boosts, and although I will say in some cases you do need healing for Baiji, and Yang has a very, very Walmart-esque Jianjin ultimate. The energy can be helpful at times, but originally, and the last time we came on to this tier list discussion, we were talking about how practical or how useful it would be to give Jian his ultimate a lot with the help of Yang's outro skill.
Mm-hmm.
But it actually feels like the double damage that you get if you paired him with, again, Mortefi, or even if you were to use someone like Yang alongside Encore, even Calcharo, you would just get way more value if you gave any of the main field DPS, it feels right now, someone that directly boosts their damage instead of directly boosting their energy.
So there are two sides to that. Number one is you wouldn't use Yang instead of Mortefi or Alto. You would use her in conjunction, which means you would use Yang, Mortefi, and Jian in a team. So, however, it is not that Yang is better than Verena or Baiji or whatever. It is that Yang is easier to use than Baiji in that rotation because of Concerto, especially because she is a beast at generating Concerto. She provides a little bit of grouping. To be fair, Jian does not necessarily need that. And she is more of an option which you can use if you don't have Verena, if you don't have Alto, for example. And technically seen, especially for the early game, she is also very good because you will not have that much energy regeneration on Jian.
Yeah.
If you do get like really good crit rate and crit damage sub rolls, and then also have like 2, 3, 4 ER sub rolls somewhere later in the game, her value will fall off massively. But I think especially early game, that is where her value lies.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, a lot of what you're saying definitely applies, especially if you're running her as the support slot, not as the hybrid. But yeah, judging by like how I was originally using her earlier, and I think a lot of people are trying to use her as the hybrid, that felt terrible. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, you don't want to use her in a hybrid slot, I think.
That was crazy. That character was so weird feeling in that slot.
No, Rivenous brings up a good point. I agree with him that once your teams are a little bit better built, Yang does feel like she's falling off. Because another thing that gave Yang more value than we had initially thought was because of the 30% energy sharing has been changed to 50%, which is absolutely massive when it comes to, I think it's massive at least for Yang's value because, obviously energy that she provides is much more valuable. So if it were just based on my playtesting and experience, I would actually move her down, but that's just because now my teams are pretty well built. There's just no room for her, right? There's no reason for me to use her, but I could say that about, a lot of the characters here, since I do have Arena, I do have Encore, I do have Havoc Rover built, and GN, of course. So I don't know. I find it hard to slaughter, but in the early game, she's definitely a useful support, right? She's definitely.
Can I ask who your 3 team supports that you're running are? If you're running 3 teams.
To be fair, I only have 2 teams at the moment, but I can split them up a bit. more to make a third team, but that's going to take a little bit
Another
more.
month.
Yeah, another
Couple
at least
weeks.
2 weeks to build out the third team. So yeah, and I don't think she would be my third support to go to either, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I think I'd rather use Baizhi or Sanhua or something. So
So
we'll figure it
Zhangjin,
out.
you think would be your third support then instead of her?
Uh,
So it
so
would be like Zhangjin, Verena, and then Baizhi or
yeah, definitely Verena Genshin, and then for the third one, that is a hard choice. I might run a no healing Sanhua team as an example or something. I haven't figured it out yet, but we'll see. So
okay, fair enough.
yeah, I mean, her being here is fine with me. So I guess we can just knock it out, right? Leave it T1.
Yeah, she has potential. I mean, that's like one of the more unique ultimates or outro skills in the game too, right? No one is quite on that, like, or quite does what she does. So
Yeah,
in that
yeah.
sense, but you want to talk about Baizhi now?
Yeah. Let's knock that one out real quick.
Yeah, I think Baizhi has the unfortunate fate of being. I mean, she was already labeled as Walmart Verena. I know we love talking about light versions of characters or like budget versions of characters, but she really is budget Verena in a lot of cases. She does give like the damage increase, or she does have like the number of. I mean, her ultimate technically feels similar to Mortefi with giving you like a turret or like an additional damage increase with the pet that comes out, but it's another stat stick. You throw out or you activate your rejuvenating glow. You, I guess, use your outro skill for like the deepen, and I think that's kind of how the character goes. But like you said, I guess if you're comparing her to, would you rather have no healer, Yang Yang, or her? She's not the worst, but she's also free. So like, do you put that up in
Yeah,
value a little bit more?
but now Verena's free too.
Yeah, we kind of didn't expect to just get a free everything for breathing, huh?
Yeah.
That's a little.
Yeah.
Okay. So my main problem with Baizhi is simply she has the same ER requirements as Verena does. She has the same cost on her ultimate. However, her ultimate is not that useful compared to Verena's. She provides the same amount of attack, which, I mean, not the same amount. She provides 15%, Verena does provide 20%. And I think personally she requires a little bit too much field time to build the Concerto compared to Verena. However, she is free, she is easy to build. And yeah, also you have to pick up this little thingy, I guess.
The E is also like feels marginally longer to press than Verena. Like Verena is like that. It comes out, you activate, and you swap. Like if you're gonna quick swap, especially if you have charges on Baizhi, you're like sitting there spinning some stuff up, and it does heal, but
Verena can go from 0 Concerto to 100 in 3.5 seconds if you are fast enough.
That's insane.
Her full combo is basically intro. You start when you come in with the intro, you start mid-air, then you do a plunge attack, then you do a short dash to cancel the plunge, then you do your E, so your skill, then you start with a heavy attack, but you can cancel the heavy attack with a dash as well. So you don't have the problem that you have to first dash and then you land up back mid-air. You can just cancel it and still get the Concerto, and then you press ultimate and you're done. It goes really, really fast.
Can you cancel the charge attack with the ultimate, or do you have to dash cancel it?
You have to dash cancel, actually.
Okay.
Because what you want to do is you want to press... you want to cancel the Bellbone Echo with your ultimate. You can cast them at the same time.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no. Yeah, and how much field time does Baizhi need?
More than 3.5 or 4 seconds. That is what I can tell you.
If you're gonna use her Concerto, that's a long time. Like it's like because you have to do like 2 rotations to get her Concerto.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
that basically means you have to use her quick swapping. Otherwise, like you just feel terrible, honestly. And she's got like it's not like her damage isn't even, you can't even say, well, I've got attack percent on Verena or something. You're literally Baishi.
Okay.
So people are asking me to show the Verena combo. Should I just quickly show that because I'm here?
I can try it too.
One important thing to note, I can show you it quickly because I have a recording of it.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
One important thing to note is my dashes are not very fast. You can go faster than what I do. Do you have it up? I don't see it.
It's giving me this loading screen. You can see it. This is what you... Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So...
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
So, because I don't have the intro here, I have to start by jumping. But I mean, in the end, what you do after the intro, you stand mid-air anyway. So you start off mid-air. But basically, what you want to do is you start off plunge attack, dash back, her E, then cancel that, and you cast this at the same time. That's all.
And then bam.
And then you are... Yeah.
Here,
well,
let me just try it. I'll just try it real quick.
All right, go ahead. Pull up.
Yep, so right now she starts with 0. Right, so I gotta get one character's intro skill. I think Spectre Rover is probably a little faster.
Do you have variation on her?
No, I don't know. I have the...
Okay, you need variation for that to work. Otherwise, you need...
Oh, yeah.
Verena.
The weapon,
one more
yeah.
basic ability.
Yeah, the weapon, I have that. Okay.
Okay.
So she has her intro. So I do Verena intro into plunge attack, into charged attack. Is that what you said?
Plunge attack into skill into charge attack. You dash cancel the charge attack, and then you press Spellborn into ultimate basically at the same time.
QR.
Okay. Hang on. Hold on. Hold on. That's a lot of steps, man. Okay. So Verena intro into plunge attack, into skill, into charged attack, into dash cancel, into ultimate. Okay, let me go over that one more time. Verena intro, charge attack in midair, into skill, charge attack, into ultimate.
Bell plus alt.
Bell plus alt.
Remember the bell.
Bell plus alt.
Yes.
I mean, okay, here we go. Charge attack. Oop, E skill. That
was fast. You got it. Yeah, that's basically.
Yeah,
No,
and you see,
but-
if you now have variation, you would be at full.
Wait, isn't that variation? Oh, it's not. I think I swapped her
Wow,
off. Did I
that
swap
is
her off?
that is a crazy. Wow, that is insane actually for how fast you got that.
Wait, are we talking about Baizu or Verena now? Wait, I do have variation.
Oh, you do.
Variation.
By the way,
okay, technically speaking, you're missing, right? Because you can upgrade it to 60.
I went to lose. Is there Verena S2, or did you not activate?
No, you
it?
need only variation S1.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't ask. Maybe he had S2 as well.
No, I don't have that. I don't have that.
No, you need a 0 and only variation at 1.
Okay,
that is
so
enough.
I probably messed up then.
I think I don't have a replay. Did you do the second charge attack into the dash cancel? Because I think you missed that one.
Wait, there's a second charge attack. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the grounded charged attack, right?
Yes.
Okay. Should we do it one more time?
Give it, dude. In theory, all the theory crafters here are good at the game, right, guys?
Intro, plunge, skill, into heavy, into Q plus R.
Yeah.
Intro into plunge, into skill, into heavy, into Q plus R. That's honestly all. And you can, the heavy, you can,
Intro, plunge, skill, heavy, Q
cancel.
plus R. Yeah, okay. So intro, heavy,
plunge,
skill, dash attack, and then R. Oh, Q as well. I'll just do Q after.
yes.
Oh,
And
we're
you are
so
at full
close.
concerto.
We're so
Think
close.
if you hit someone with your charge, you would have gotten it? Question mark?
No, you
Is that how
don't
that
need to hit somebody. You can see that
Oh.
that he has 0 that he
Okay.
has 0 photosynthesis stacks. It
Yeah.
uses that without
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah.
Okay, so we missed one thing. I guess it's we'll try one last time then.
Wow, this is about to elevate your game.
I know, right? I've just been YOLOing with Verena. So now
if you want to
Me
have it
too.
a little bit easier, you can also just after the intro do like 2 mid-air attacks or something before, or 1 mid-air attack. You could do that as well.
Okay, let's try that.
4.5 seconds is still better than,
And then dash tag E Q
Oh,
R.
No,
I
you
didn't
have
do
to
the right
skill before-
sequence.
Yeah, but you can see how close you are anyway, even though you messed up the sequence.
Does the sequence matter? Oh, you need to
Yeah,
use
it does
skill.
matter.
Oh, you need to use skill before the heavy.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
your
yeah.
skill, your intro and your
Gotcha.
skill give you a photosynthesis stack,
Gotcha.
and your heavies basically consume those to give you like 15 concerto each.
Yes, yes. Okay, so the skill, the plunge attack in midair gives you 1, uses 1. Then the skill into heavy uses the second one, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, okay, okay. Last time, I promise.
This is gaming. Jeez,
I promise. Last time. Okay. So, charge attack. E. Wait, do I need to hit something there?
Bro.
Possibly.
No, you said you didn't. Wait.
I mean,
you're
it depends. If you hit, you will generate 1 more. But you can dash cancel the hit, so depends a little bit. It's not easy
Okay.
to get it completely right.
I see. So we're just off by a tiny bit. I'm sure there's a way to figure that out.
honestly going from like I don't know how long it's taken you to get Verena Max, dude. Sometimes, especially with quick swapping, I just don't even get hers. Like it's
Right.
like sometimes I'm just swinging, and then when I get it to her, I get it to her. This is just better. Like honestly, you're just getting it so early. That's sick.
Yeah.
No joke.
Okay, so regardless, we'll figure out that little hiccup now. We were talking about Baiju, I guess, but Baiju definitely uses just more field time. Leave it tier 1,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone have anything else to say about her? I guess I would move her just like here above Spectre Rover personally, like just for optics.
Fine for me.
Okay.
I think the final thing, it was said that like in terms of her being given early, like maybe that shouldn't be as relevant for a tier list because we're just assuming you get them.
Right.
Like
Fair enough.
obtainability or like relevance in terms of getting them. Just like I think even without that taken into consideration, I think she's still T1.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Who? I guess we've talked about a lot of characters now, right? I don't think we need to talk about Mortefi and Sanhua, right? They're just fine. Okay, sorry. There's one thing I do actually want to do. I want to get rid of the mommy tier just because it looks like there's too many tiers.
I mean, it'll still consolidate. I mean, it just basically goes from. If it looks like this, then yeah, you're right.
Yeah?
What?
Are we okay?
Well,
Are we okay getting rid of the mommy tier?
I would agree with this.
Okay.
Well, the thing is though, is that when you delete this, now our like skew is towards. So like we talked last time about the bell curve. Now like we have a center of the graph, right? And it's in tier 1 because there's only 5 categories. But now our like top end is greater than our average or greater than our
Okay,
center.
so let's be honest. We have a little bit of a problem with our tier list, and that is the fact that we have 0 differentiation between supports, hybrids, and main DPS.
Okay. So are you nominating we make 3 separate?
Well, not for today because I don't have that time, but
It won't
mean-
take long. I can do it real quick. Here. I'll do it real quick.
That's so funny. MTashed is gonna be back and it's like, wait a second, why do we have Pride Wins tier list now?
Yeah.
True.
It might just look just like Pride wins in the end. But I guess we'll see. We'll see soon enough. The main challenge is, do we want to do this split though here? I feel like we. Oh man.
The issue, I think the issue is that I don't think it would be as simple as if we started the tier list down, like split
Yeah.
it in 3. I don't think it would just be because
I would not change it now. I also think it is 100% fine to just be top heavy. I mean, we are comparing
Yeah.
them against content, as somebody in my chat
Yeah,
said, and not
I
against
guess
each
that's fair.
other.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
that's fair, I guess.
This is fine. Let's just do one tier list. I think it's
we didn't talk
reasonable.
about Kalcharo though,
Oh, I forgot about him.
and
Okay.
technically Yinlin, but I don't think any. Well,
Okay.
Can I
well,
wait? No docs or Reno. Hold on. Can you can I DM in the chat real quick and no one don't
Huh? Okay.
wait 1 sec. I don't know if
Yep.
this is
Don't worry, I will pull it up on stream.
Wait, I think I already did a Calcaro poll, but we'll do it again. That's okay. Since we're finally talking about him.
Did you? I don't know if you guys backread this. In the
Oh,
is this
I have
confirmed?
not heard about that. I have not heard about that. at
Yeah,
all.
I don't know if that's. because maybe we could just leave it as it is right now.
Yeah, leave it as
I
it
was
is.
I was back reading a little bit, and I don't know. Sometimes they be saying.
Yeah, possibly share me that later. That would be really
Yeah.
interesting.
I guess technically we didn't do a whole dedicated section on Sanhua. If you want to talk about Sanhua, we touched on it a little bit.
I think they're fine where they are, personally.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
I also
Metagame
think
staples.
Calciado is fine where they are. Like, the problem is Calciado really needs a little bit of quick swappy teams, because if you don't quick swap with him, you just die. You're literally stunning yourself for 6 out of 11 seconds by doing the death messengers. And if you get hit by basically anything, it's just dead.
Okay.
I would probably move him. Yeah, exactly. That's what I probably would do. I would move him within the tier. However, I don't think he is like unusable or whatever.
Should he be behind Genshin?
I think so, because he's more difficult to play.
Yeah.
And also, she's a support, so I mean, she has more viability. You can swap her like between different teams.
Yeah.
Ironically, she's also like one of the best units for Cannaaaa.
Yeah. It literally seizes up some of his AoE stuff, or his AoE issues.
Mhm.
Also gives him the resonance liberation. Dude, his damage is so skewed towards resonance liberation damage, by the way. It is crazy. I've never seen a share like that. But also, about that character, I mean, we're all keeping him 0.5. I thought we were gonna drop him a little bit lower, like just based on our initial talking. But yeah, I think that character is always gonna be a skill gap character, and it's gonna feel bad because I think, as you guys mentioned, there's no like true dedicated character for him right now until Yinlin comes out. But I don't think that the characters that you'd pick with him anyways right now feel bad enough to justify necessarily dropping him. Like, I thought we were gonna be crazy and dropping like tier 1, tier 2, or tier 2
right here?
like legally, this is not. I'm not part of this stream anymore. But
Okay.
yeah, difficult character. I mean, everyone's gonna be, dude. All the Calcharo believers are gonna be eating good, man, when Yinlin comes out. Holy moly! But you know, who knows? Maybe they'll change Yinlin so that, I don't know, she doesn't need Calcharo anymore. I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, Yinlin never needed Calciado.
You're right.
Calciado needed Yinlin, but Yinlin never needed Calciado.
Well, if you really think about it, we all need Yinlin. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, fair.
Okay. Well,
Oh, but Calciado was tier 0.5, not tier 1.
oh, oops. Yeah. Brain
Oh, yeah.
malfunctioning.
You already relegated him.
I know. I already demoted him. No, okay. I mean, I guess that was more anticlimactic than I expected. For
Yeah, I don't think any of us
Calcharo.
want to be put on the hot. I mean, look, man. Well, I'll put your face on the thumbnail for, you know, like the Mr. Beast woe face, and putting Calcharo at tier 3 if you want.
Yeah,
by all
no,
means.
that's a good one. I think I wonder if people recognize my face much. I usually only use it in streams, not much otherwise, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll put the cats and then Photoshop you in the back with, you know what I mean? Like, it's perfect.
Brutal. Oh man.
All right.
This looks
Okay.
pretty good, though.
I think we are done, are we?
Yeah. Are we? Gacha Gamer.
Dude, we removed the
do you
mommy
feel?
tier, bro.
I honestly just have like 0 comments about Yinlin, because there was this thing with Jinyuan. I'm just googling up right now and trying to like refresh my memory, but like
Mhm.
he was hyped up, remember, like for HSR, and then he got like shit treatment, if I remember correctly. He was a bit different, like, and right now we're basing our opinion about Yinlin from CBT 2.
Yeah, of course.
But somebody else might be basing their opinion, like, you know, on dreams or whatever the fuck they're called, like in a cringy way, like, you know, leaks. But like, I don't follow them.
Oh,
because,
dreams.
Yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
people call them dreams, like, I don't know. But the thing is that I like, when I'm making a video about Cannaaaa or whatever, I just quickly mention like, yeah, maybe possibly he's gonna be good with like Yinlin, because they could change her like by judging
course.
from things like
Yeah.
I have zero idea if she's really tier 0. Like I would just obviously I wouldn't change her, but like in my tier list, I just put her in TBA because I have no idea like what's gonna happen to her.
That's fair. Not announced
Yeah.
yet, right? So we'll have to wait till she actually comes out. I mean, that was the basis for our old tier list. We're like, guys, and everything we're talking about is with an asterisk because the game's not out yet. We don't know.
Just
what's gonna
make like
change.
55 different reasons like why this tier list is like subjective or whatever. Just shield yourself with as much armor as possible, and then make the tier list.
No, yeah, it's a good point for sure. We'll have to add a lot of additional disclaimers.
How many weeks is it until Yinlin's banner comes out?
Less than 2 weeks,
Less than
about
2.
12 days, I think, 13 days.
12
I don't know.
days. Holy moly.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then we get to find out like if they made any changes. Although judging from things like they basically just I think they nerfed like most of the normal attacks and like plunging, and they made a lot of changes I guess. So it's very possible Yunlin will receive like different changes as well.
They also change a lot of things and just don't announce it. To be fair.
Oh yeah,
Like,
definitely.
like even if you have a full-blown patch notes, I'd be careful, boys. Like it's just like a general PSA for all you guys in general too. Like I don't know if you guys saw it or if you looked at it, Riv. Flautist got like stealth nerfed or something. Like he doesn't hit as many times or doesn't it doesn't generate as much resonance energy.
Yeah, he doesn't do it automatically
About
anymore. You have to keep it pressed.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
like what?
You can still use it for double outro on culture though. However, it is much harder to do now.
Yeah. And then I think someone was saying Mecha Bomb was 15 seconds before yesterday, and then right as people were talking about Mecha Bomb, it got changed. It was just like a functional. Like on the tooltip, it still said 20. Like to be clear, but like the actual cooldown itself in game was like 15, and then a hotfix came because a hotfix is basically out every like 8 to 12 hours. By the way, like in case anyone's curious, but they like changed it to be back to 20 or something. Like whatever it is, or maybe it's down to 15.
It still says 15.
Dude, maybe try it. This is just what I had heard from people. I personally don't have Mecha Bomb like used right now.
Oh, it's 20 seconds, dude.
Yeah, look, you see what I mean? Look, like what? Like what is going on? I don't even.
The tooltip says 15, and the cooldown is 20.
Drama again.
Oh man, another nerf. I wonder if they fixed it. Yeah, because I was testing it. And the Mecha Bomber's damage wouldn't change regardless of my cultural stats.
Oh, by the way, in case you guys were also like curious about like this is not baseless accusations, by the way, towards the spaghetti code. If you guys take there was a bunch of people talking about like the phantom skins. The Phantom Heron, if you apply the skin, it does not only less damage and has a weaker multiplier, it also generates less energy if you use the Phantom Heron. And side note about it too, it's not a Phantom Heron skin, which like you would imagine it's like, oh well, it's not that big a deal, just use it as a skin, and, you know, you don't need to have the Phantom Heron. If you change your Phantom Heron if you change your normal Heron into the Phantom Heron, it converts the full Echo into a separate item. And it's a new entity that is called a Phantom Heron. So even if you're trying to, quote unquote, only keep it as a visual change, it's not, because it changes the whole item, which is absolutely ridiculous. So like literally, and okay, it's not like game-breaking difference in damage, technically speaking. Like when I did it like at base for like the character I did, it's a 100 damage decrease.
But can you go back?
Yeah, you can change it back and forth. It's fine. But but it's just like, you know, a lot of people saw the shinies that are like, whoa, let's go, the shiny's cool.
But yeah, I think I read on Twitter Zajev gave the PSA.
Yeah, I was doing it with Zajev. He was like, can you confirm? And I was like, yeah, dude, what is this? Like, and I have like a couple of the numbers. It's just it's so bonkers.
We are truly living in the open beta.
Yeah, and then again, people were like, oh, dude, just use it as a skin because it says apply Phantom Appearance. Wait. So before you apply it, go back for a second.
Wait, what's even the difference between the two?
I want
the gold.
I want to send you something right now from my chat. I don't want to say it because I'm not sure about that. But if that is true, that is really interesting.
Wait, take
so that's crazy. How do you?
I did hear about that actually. I think I think it was okay. Wait, so because I don't know if we could talk about this or not, but so take a
I
look
would
at
not
your.
talk. I would test it before we talk about it because people take
Yeah.
even if you give a disclaimer and you say it's probably not true or we don't know, some people will just take it as a given, as a fact. And if that is not true, that's just simply not.
Wait, yeah. So take a look, Win. So go back to your Echo. So take a look at John Jin. Like her, you have your Heron. You see how it says like impermanence
Yes.
at the top. If you swap it, apply phantom. It says phantom appearance, by the way. It says on. The item is different. The tooltip, by the way, stays the same, but it is not the same at all.
Okay,
It's
so
very different.
we've changed this phantom, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but
So
before we see that difference, can we talk about the text concatenation here?
it is so bad.
Yeah.
Dude, don't even talk to dude. Have you seen your substats when you get like
Yes.
the resonance liberation? Dude, you just have gibberish on your screen.
Yeah. Resonance liberation, right? Let's go.
Like, yeah, if you like what is that? What is that? What am I looking at? Resonance liberation damage bonus
boys.
clipped into like the 9.6%.
And this
Yeah,
this
man.
problem was basically from CBT2. I also
was.
showcased in the video. It was still there,
Mm-hmm.
so they didn't change it.
Oh my goodness.
By the way, again, it's not like it's not confirmed right now to what extent the phantom versus normal looks or changes or whatever.
Okay.
But there, like, again, I haven't been able to confirm myself, but there have been certain effects with phantoms that change, like substats, like whatever it is, like the amount of stat that you gain, whatever that changes. So just keep in mind
Oh my goodness.
that it is a little bit goofy. And again, to like end this rant, I think it is absolutely ridiculous that you like get this rare thing and you're like, oh man, you know what? They probably gave you bonus stats. This is so pay to win. Or like, oh my God, they're rewarding these no lifers. No, it gives you less stats. like what a goofy way to play this.
Oh man, what a nightmare for theory crafting and stuff, and just anyone like trying to figure out stuff in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it also keeps stuff interesting. Oh well.
That's true. I don't
Alright.
notice a difference, but I'm not fighting anything right now. So
Do we have anything else? Because otherwise I would probably have to leave soon.
oh yeah, you should.
Okay.
It's getting late, I think, over there. So
Yeah, it's not about late. I just have something else to do as well.
okay. Hey, well, I do have one thing to say. Looks like my community is fairly happy with our tier list. 19% not so
59%.
happy, but it's all right. It's all right.
All good. Honestly, if you think about it, tier 3, if you flip the tier list upside down, means that it's a great tier list, if you think about it that way.
But then our tier list would be hot garbage.
I'm close. Hey, I'm not looking at those. You know what I mean? Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh man.
All right.
Alright.
Okay, guys. Well, thanks, Rivenous, for joining us, and really appreciate.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see if we have to update it again soon enough, but we'll figure that out. Huh?
Yeah, let's see after
Week
Yunlin
3
releases.
tier list.
Yeah.
Weekly update to tier list change as
Oh,
we discover
man.
more and more spaghetti.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect. Let's do that. Alright.
All right.
Cool.
See you, man.
Well, thank you for having me. Much appreciated. I do wish you still a nice time.
Yep. See you later,
Well,
man.
yeah. Bye.
All right. Gacha Cannaaaa, you gonna hang around, or you guys dip into? It's already 2:30. We finished the tier list. We did it.
I don't know. Are you like ending the stream?
I got some time left actually, so if I don't
Kinda down
end,
to hang out,
I
whatever
have
you
like
wanna do.
30 minutes, and then I'm trying. It's like with exams, I'm procrastinating my sponsors right now.
nice, yeah.
I really don't want to get into that. Like,
Dude.
there's so much shit I have to deal with,
Oh my
and I
gosh.
just want to like just procrastinate a bit.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
Dude, we have the crossover episode. Do you see that? MTashed is gonna make a video on this tier list, and it's going to change everything. Sheesh. Dude, wow, we're an infinite content loop if you think about it.
Hey, and then we can
So
we
you
can
say-
react to
so you-
MTash.
Reacting my truth about MTash's reaction to our tier list.
My
Yeah.
Oh
trauma
my
with
god,
Minecraft.
it prints itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I thought this was pretty cool. If you want, because I know Riv had to, Riv had to dip out. I do think that at some point, if you want to come back and talk about, or sort it a little bit differently, I do think like that was something I mentioned earlier would be worth looking into, like sorting it by main hybrid support. Because I think it does feel a little bit weird if you're saying, oh, Zhanjin is better than, like, not literally, but if you were like Zhanjin's better than Encore. It's like, well, that doesn't. It's kind of like a weird comparison, apples to oranges kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we have a general tier list, I guess. Yeah, we can definitely talk about splitting it in the future to be even more similar to Pride Wins, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to
Yeah.
be like that. It's just that, like, because some of the conversation was led like, oh, do you think that Zhanjin is better than Calcharo? And it's like, what is that really? Like, what does that even mean? like,
Oh,
like
fair enough. Yeah.
how does that really put both together?
Right. Right. I get what you mean. Have you guys been messing with the holograms much?
Yes, I have. Tempest Mephis really wants to make me like, I don't even know, man. My camera is broken. There's that unfixable.
Oh,
I don't even
God,
know
yes,
how
the
it
camera.
happens. Do you get that one bug where you like accidentally parry? Or sorry, like I think it's when you accidentally parry the boss with like a gun character somehow. The
What?
Tempest Mephis' shadow starts tweaking out and it starts parrying infinitely into the wall.
No, I wish I had a clip of this. Do you
But
have a
you've never
link?
seen it? Oh my god, it literally
No.
happens so much. It's like your camera gets hard locked because it's trying to look, or it's trying to what's the word? It's trying to, I guess, adjust for the fact that you're doing a parry, and like when you do a parry, like your screen gets locked for a second.
Yes.
It keeps happening, and it's like boom, 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 boom. Like it's like parry, parry, parry. Like you're doing like a Street Fighter 5 like parry sequence or something. It's crazy.
Oh wow.
But
Okay.
but you just instantly have no other choice but to basically die, unfortunately. Like because the monster will continuously do it no matter what.
So he's invincible while he does it.
It's only once he has the this only happens when he has the
Wait,
clone.
Have you beaten to level 4 Tempest Mephis, Iwantulos?
Yeah, I beat him on 5 in the closed beta.
No, but here, I quickly just saw the menu. Was it
Oh.
level 4 still unbeaten?
Yeah, I haven't spent time on these yet. Let me see.
Same, like,
Yeah.
I think at level 4 he gains the shadow,
Yes.
and it's like, you have to just start learning, like, the patterns. I just don't have the time for this right now.
I know, dude.
This I hate to fight with you, and it's not really even a fight, but man, learn the pattern all you want. There's gonna be a clone that shoots you in the back of the head from
Yeah, I
behind
noticed
when
the,
you're not
the,
looking.
the clone has like bullshit
like-
mechanics. Like they're just. But I mean, look. Let's just say that there's still like some kind of a logic to it. I guess I don't know. Maybe there's like a way to trigger its like AI to act a certain way. I don't know. I also noticed like usually if you just play the patient game and just wait for the circles to appear to parry, you can put them like in a staggered state for like 5 seconds to unload the damage. And what I noticed with Tempest Mephis is that it really depends randomly. Sometimes when he summons the shadow, like
Yeah.
sometimes you can just get him to like half a bar HP down, and still the shadow doesn't appear, and randomly shows up. Like if you screw up one of the parries, then most definitely the shadow will show up and then start
Uh-oh.
like pummeling you all the time.
Oops.
Yeah. It's like I'm about to clear 4. Like I've been doing it with Gian and Mortefi and Verena. And I think more than the shadow being annoying or obnoxious, like though it is of course annoying and obnoxious, I think the worst part is that unlike Tower of Adversity, you literally can't, there's no way for you to guaranteed get your resonance liberation at the same time every single time. So your rotation changes every single time too, which is also really annoying unless you're using outside consumables.
Like honestly, I just throw the rotations out the window when I'm going against like the hologram. But I'm just waiting patiently for them to show the circle. Like I don't care about the rotations. Like you take one hit, you're down. Like maybe 2 hits, And if you're using the turtle, the echo bell, then sure you can take like 4 hits sometimes. But like on level 4, it's usually like 2 hits and you're dead. So that the healers become like useless here.
Oh, level
Well, maybe
6
I guess
is just instant death.
I guess
yeah.
Arena will become a bit better once we unlock the thing that revives you every 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
But the problem is
got a
probably that the
spammer.
cooldown is still
What is
gonna
this
be
guy
there.
saying, bro? Get this guy out of here.
Wait, is there a spammer in my chat?
Yeah, what is this guy saying?
Oh,
Just wants you to sell crypto coins, probably.
okay. We'll put
Dude, if
him
they
in
have the-
timeout.
Dude, most of the time if they have the Dogecoin profile picture or something, or the
Yeah,
Doge,
yeah.
it's always crypto, bro. Oh my goodness.
He's gone.
But I will say I get really aggravated and frustrated fighting the guy, the Tempest Mephis, but I've gotten so close to beating him on 4 that I do kind of feel like happy and like satisfied with the fact that I beat him, because I just got like the right rotation off, and it's like, wow.
I mean,
For
the
you,
more
by the
mo-
way, you'll probably kill him in like 2 hits. He's quite squishy, actually.
Yeah. The more money you dump into it, the less mistakes you can make. You can just wait
Yeah.
for him to go like into the full stun state when you fully break his toughness bar, and then he mostly can be shredded like 2 or 3 times when he gets like toughness broken.
Yeah, let's
Like
give it.
I actually got so baited by Chion's 3rd sequence, I pulled for it.
Oh, you did?
Because I am so mad about the difficulty of pulling for the difficulty of getting like crit rate substats. Technically, it
I
shouldn't
hate
be
it,
that
too.
hard, because what I learned from all this time, like doing that whole stupid min maxing, is that usually you first like want to look at those crappy attack percent, defense percent, 1 cost echoes.
Did you just what, dude?
No,
Sorry, not to
even
interrupt
close.
you. Did you just see how much damage he just
Oh, God.
did to that?
Yeah.
That was literally, oh my god, that was 30% of his health on the fucking Gion ultimate, dude.
yeah, it's insane.
Sorry, I
But
didn't.
yeah, basically just attack percent, those are defense percent or HP percent, 1 cost echoes. You usually
you're
will
getting
have
it,
a
you're
lot of
getting it.
Look,
There
look,
you-
look!
there it is.
It's the bug!
Look,
It's the
look,
bug!
Look, you can't move. You can't move.
I can't
right?
do
You're like
anything.
trying to dodge, but your camera is like is stuck, right?
Holy cow!
Yeah, look, you're like, what is this? Dude, I'm telling you,
Oh
it is
my God.
ridiculous. You're trying to dodge out too, and you're like, oh, well, guess what? Your camera's locked. Haha. Hee-hee.
Dude!
Just
this
dodge,
is
Lamau. Just
insane.
dodge, Lamau. Just dodge, Lamau. Where's your camera? Haha. Hee-hee.
Wait, did it
Dude,
stop?
it's-
Oh, no, no. Oh, no, it's still
it's still
going!
going.
It's still going!
Like, what is this? This is the worst, man. I think it's
love
literally
it.
when you parry or
I love
dodge
it.
unluckily with Mortefi. It's so,
Oh, shit! I'm
this is
so screwed!
impossible, bro.
Oh, wait.
Oh, there you
Are
go.
we
there.
still going?
Oh,
Oh, no,
it's coming back.
no,
it's
no,
coming
no. What?
back.
I can't even. Oh, holy cow. Okay, wait. Did it stop?
No.
No,
it's
no,
still
no, no, no,
going.
no. It's still going. Hang on. We gotta keep this going. Where's the boss? I can't even see it.
You're in slow mo too. It's crazy.
I got him. I got him. Die.
Oh my god, your parry hit for real.
Oh god. What's going on? I can't even switch. I was trying to switch. Hang on. Maybe an ultimate will fix it. Oh.
That's crazy, right? Like, and it just happens randomly. It could be at any time during. I think the only time I've ever had it happen to me
Oh my
personally
god.
is when I have Mortefi, and I like. Can you even parry with him or something? I don't even know how it happened, but every time I've been so bad. I've gotten to like 1% with him, and then he starts doing it. I'm like, dude, please.
Dude, this
I don't know.
game.
It looks to me like skill issues. You just don't know how to avoid those
Oh
bugs.
man. Oh man, I should have mashed harder.
Oh, that was so funny. I can't even believe it.
Yeah,
amount
that's
of
the
money will
only
help
boss
you
I know
there.
that does that too.
I know no amount of money can overcome skill issues. Holy cow.
Crazy, right? Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
You're taking away like almost third of the HP bar with just the skill.
I know.
Dude, I know. Like that's
My God.
like I looked at that and I was like, "Hey, did you like?
I mean-
is this like a save function? Like you
Yeah,
saved
to be
your
fair,
last
my
progress?"
GN
on the
is
boss?
also like kind of cracked, to be honest. Like now with the 3rd sequence, it's
Uh-huh.
like permanent 15% crit rate basically.
Yeah,
Oh, dude.
yeah.
And I went from
the-
like 36% to like 56% or something now with crit rate. So now at least it's happening half the time with the crits. But like,
Dude, your Mortefi
previously-
is also going crazy, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah, are you
because
seeing this,
Mortefi
Gacha
is
Gamer?
Absolutely cracked.
His Mortefi is doing 6 that you're doing more damage on your Mortefi than I'm doing on my Gion.
Wait, really?
My Gion does like 3,000 damage.
Is
Oh.
Static
Like,
Mist
with-
with S1?
I'm not
oh,
running
R1,
static mist
R1.
on him. I'm running on the
Nope.
I'm running the
Oh.
cadenza. That's the cadenza. Yeah.
Cadenza? Why?
Holy moly!
Oh,
well,
just
you
for
probably just.
faster
doesn't have
outro. I just
Oh, okay.
Oh,
and I don't
okay.
have the static mist. Yeah, I haven't pulled for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look at that! Like, oh my god.
I definitely don't have all the standard weapon 5-star weapons. Not
Yeah,
me.
yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, PSA, by the way, I don't know if you've been doing this or not. There's that store that you could there's a store in the or whatever
Tiger's
from
Maw?
Yeah, Tiger's Maw. And in case you're curious about how to farm it very well too, there's a very easy Lampy Lumen route that you can run around and
yeah.
collect. It's
Yeah.
it's in that little area, so you can get one of the 4-star boxes. That's really nice.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
my daily loop right now is to go through the whole Tiger's Maw location to farm the Lampy Lumen ores, I think they're called. And I think you basically get like 30 of them, so it's enough to clean out once for each of those ascension materials for talents and weapons. So like, I have like 2 of them left. And then I'm gonna pick up the 4-star weapon box. I think the route, you just Google the route, and I think one of them will work for you. I think most of them you will just learn in your own way eventually, like after 2 times. Like, what's the most comfortable way for you to do it? Like somebody asked in chat, like, what's the route?
Can I link my YouTube short? Because I just made one. I would lose to your chatter.
Obviously.
Yeah. Sure.
Anyways, sorry. Casual plug. I don't normally do this, but I literally just made a short on that like earlier about it.
I mean, if it's helping someone, just share it.
Yeah, that link. Where is he? Yeah, at Sunday matinee. Also,
do you still have like those silence caskets, or have you spent them?
Me?
you mean collected
have
them
you-
or?
Are you like hoarding them, or have you spent them? Because from my point of view, I think it's better to just spend them, get faster to Union level 40, maybe hit it before Sunday.
Oh, the
to
crystal
do the
solvent.
world bosses.
Yeah, crystal
silence
solvents.
caskets,
Yeah.
Yeah, the 60 stamina per pop.
Yeah, stamina pots. Yeah. I've spent most of them because I wanted to clear the tower.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was impatient.
I think I saw your 39 or 38. Probably if you play a bit more and just spend the caskets, you're probably gonna be able to hit the 40 by Sunday. Did you do the world bosses yet?
World bosses? Yeah, I think so.
I'm sorry, weekly bosses.
Oh no, I haven't done the weekly bosses yet.
Yeah, just save them up. I think it's possible to hit 40.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of people actually, like, I think there's this one guy called Holiest, I think. He hit 40 just recently. I saw a couple of people on Twitter hitting 40.
Get 40 so you get one more gold echo exp from the tacit field instead of 2.
Yay.
Yeah, but it's gonna be 70% or 80%. I forgot, for gold echoes to drop.
True.
Oh wait,
It's gonna be insane.
is that when that happens? You can upgrade your
Yeah,
data bank?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
that's a big thing. It's
Oh, yeah,
basically
yeah.
like a huge time saver.
Yeah, that's
So just
huge.
hit
That's
40
huge.
as fast as possible. Like, I'm not advising to do this for all the people, because obviously we're talking about refreshing to the max daily. So
Right,
this
right.
basically just
Yeah.
applies to like whales.
Yeah. This is for whales, but I mean, even like a moderate free to play player, once they get up to like 38, they could dump it just to get to 40 if they're sick of farming echoes, you know.
Oh man, wait,
God.
holy moly! Naturally getting to 38 without solvent sounds like it would actually take
Yeah.
like
Yeah, that's
2 to
bad.
at least like 3 weeks, right? Like that's
Yeah.
pretty crazy, right?
Yeah. That's bad.
I think I counted down, like, if we started playing, because you probably both started on USA server, right? On United
Yeah.
States server. Yeah. Well, I made the mistake. I wanted to
Europe?
because yeah, Europe, but I still wanted to first like check the banner times. So it was like 4 or 5 a.m. in my country, and they are basically also copying Genshin server reset time, if I'm not mistaken. And usually for me at 5 a.m. on Europe, it resets. So I played on Asia server, which I think they were already like
They're like 12 hours ahead.
Yeah, I think they basically missed the window.
Oh
But I
god.
think people on USA, they basically got
had
the
a little
chance
bit of
to
time,
fully like
yeah.
max out the refreshes for the first day.
Hmm.
Wait, how
So
did
I
that not
missed
parry?
Welcome to Tempest Memphis. Oh yeah, where nothing makes sense and you want to die.
Oh, come
Did you
on.
enjoy that? Did you enjoy that beam? Yep.
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 That beam was it
It
guaranteed
felt
death
personal.
there.
Felt personal, didn't it?
Oh man. That's double.
It's tough.
That's
it's
bad.
Tough.
That's bad. I don't think I could have survived that because I framed the previous hit and then I died to the beam instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You run
Are
out
you
of stamina real
using-
fast
Are
too.
you using any food? I don't think you're using any food. Or are you
I
using some
am.
food?
I'm using the
Oh,
attack buff food.
Oh, okay. You know, there's a 30% crit rate boost food.
Yeah, there is. I don't think I have the recipe yet. I'm not sure.
You have to. Oh, actually, for food, I think food is just crap. Is food just leveling it up? Your crafting to get the gold level? Because for synthesis, you have to synthesize items so you can get like
Yeah.
the soup. I don't know if you guys saw it too. Did you see the super OP synthesis revive? It's a 100% revive. Like it
Well,
starts you back at 100 health.
It may as well be the same against holograms.
Yeah, it's still one hit usually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one hit at 5 and above. Oops, I used
If
her
there was a
outro.
party-wide revival, that would be awesome.
Oh, let's go. Do the revives share cooldowns with each other?
What do you mean by that? Like the
Like
different revive food.
Yeah, like
oh
if you use,
yeah. You
Okay.
can't use like purple. Yeah, that would be so OP. What the?
Yeah, okay.
That would be crazy.
Okay.
There's another one. Again, I don't know to what extent like food and stuff. Like I know you can't use double combative ones, but like I know a lot of people will use like the HP one or whatever, the defensive plus the crit rate one together.
Mhm.
But there is a synthesis food that I think is really interesting. I don't know if this was in CBT too. It's the one that gives you resonance energy every time you dodge, or it's like another one that like reduces the cooldown of your echo.
Okay.
Yeah, and like those are, well, I think those are ones that you have to unlock by farming or upgrading your synthesis level. But the best way to do this is gonna sound so funny, and I was planning on making like a short for it later. The best way to level your synthesis level is to become a mint picker.
Yeah. Unironically.
Which is, yeah, the Nocta mint. There's 300 and something, some odd, 300 some odd mints, and you get 20 EXP every time you synthesize a product with them. But it is also nice because while you're farming it out, if you're farming that, technically speaking, you could argue that you could use those as potential like revive materials in the future.
God.
But yeah, and like I don't know if you felt like you've lacked those items, the revives, but I definitely feel like I need more of them. Like,
Yeah, you have
at
to
all
specifically farm for those items to actually have those revive items ready. Because I made like a lot of routes for like farming different elites and whatever. And usually, I don't even remember like what's the most common thing I pick up, and because I'm always gathering everything on my path. But like, surprisingly enough, that I can barely like craft any of those revival items.
Yeah, you have to really go out of your way to get the Nocta mint. Also, did you read this? I want to lose I don't know if you were testing. I don't remember who Grim said he was testing it with. The fact that if you dash or you do anything with Gion while he's in your ultimate, it just stops your dragons from moving.
Yes.
Or being real. That is so crazy. I cannot believe that's actually how that works. Like if you want to dash cancel or anything, or if you want to use your skills, you're just clueless. Like the.
Oh man,
I guess it doesn't matter for you. I guess it doesn't matter for you when your ultimate does 90% of the guy's bar, though.
Bye bye.
You know, with it doing that much damage, or I mean,
Yeah.
it might not be as relevant later. Like if it ends up still doing that much damage, you know, you might honestly have a justification for putting on what's it called?
What?
Yang Yang and getting out her. I mean, because you're literally the ultimate itself.
Oh yeah, the ultimate
is like one-shotting it.
The ultimate does like a third of his damage or something crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
I forget, but it's insane.
Yeah, that was a crazy look. But yeah, very, very, very nice and there's like a lot of things I feel like in this game that are not like as talked about, not because people don't want to talk about it, but it's because like how would you even figure that out? Like I don't know about you guys, but I also just did not. They didn't give you a tutorial about the fact that like, hey, there's really good synthesis food at the bottom, or like, hey, don't press
Oh,
anything on Gion when you
dude.
ult.
Dude, the tutorials is there's just not enough tutorials in this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
To
Yeah,
say
but
the
do
least.
people actually read tutorials? That's the thing. Like, I would be deterred from playing the game if I had like tutorials popping up, and if they're very verbose. Like, I'm just looking out for the casual person, like who just wants to explore the world, like in Zelda style. Like, do they really need to
Yeah.
read shit ton of text? Like, this is probably just relevant for us and other like people who are more like interested in learning more about the game. Like, usually a person like who's just playing on mobile, like they just want to run around the world while they're riding like the metro or like a bus.
Yeah.
Just be done with it.
Yeah.
Like, it's mostly us who just like overthink this stuff.
Well,
I am actually curious about what people are like. What percentage of players from like gacha games, especially like this, are mobile versus
I
like
once
PC.
made
Oh.
a poll, and I think basically the thing is that a lot of people, and I'm guessing a lot of people from the chat here, there's probably 20% of you from Southeast Asia, right? Like that's what my analytics shows usually. So like Indonesia and other countries basically. And a lot of those people basically just play on mobile. At least that's what I understand. And because I'm not sure if it's like a cultural thing or I don't know. Literally, I don't want to speak about a country I don't know anything about. I was planning to like visit Indonesia at one point, but yeah, basically a lot of people on my one of the polls I made that replied like 40% or 35% play on mobile. And it's possible that this is also skewed because like if you're looking up a guide, uh it's very likely that it's more like accessible to do this like on a second monitor while you're playing the game because
Yeah.
if you think about the user experience, you gotta like put down the game, you gotta open up the YouTube app, you gotta look at it, then put down the game, and then usually if it's Genshin, it's gonna be like logged out, and you have to re-log in if the window is like put down for too long.
Yep.
Oh yeah, look, Eventually just made a poll. Like they're gonna say now, not playing moving poll.
yeah, I think it's right now it's at
Yeah, it's very
80%
natural.
PC.
Yeah, it's
A
very
game
normal.
like this, you know. Yeah.
I would
No,
say
I,
like my audience cares more about like, playing the game
Hardcoreness.
really well, right? So
Mhm.
they'd
Yeah.
more naturally be inclined to PC for that reason.
it's just the thing about guides is that when I used to operate Gacha Gamer website, like I also would see a lot of analytics there.
Hmm.
Uh, and for example, like website visits compared to like YouTube, they're very different. Like people
Oh,
who
yeah.
visit websites, for example, they usually do it on their mobile phones to look up a guide. If a person, like for example, uses YouTube to look up a guide, and I also read like some kind of a research paper or whatever, like people who want to be educated about, I know, guides, whatever. Usually, people who play on PC are more likely
Ah.
to open up a guide on YouTube than like a mobile player. And like
I'm
a ton of
sorry.
mobile
On the
players are just,
highest
casual.
difficulty, you just did 20% of its health with your ult. Dude, we're not even playing the same game, man. like
Wait, did I? I didn't look. I
yeah,
died to
you
the.
did literally 20, like maybe like 15, but like still 15, dude. That's 6 ultimates. If you're using like, you know what I mean? If you're using Yang Yang or something, dude, it cannot be that hard. I mean, if you're using the synthesis stuff, you're literally, oh my god, it's so.
But yeah,
I'm so jealous.
Gotcha. You were saying about the analytics,
Oh
right?
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing special. I think somebody also said something very valid in chat. There's also something I noticed myself is that when we say casual and mobile, that's actually not very correct because a lot of people are super competitive on mobile.
Right.
For example, I play this game called Brawl Stars sometimes.
Uh-huh.
My god, is that game like sweaty. Like,
No
jeez.
way.
Like, I'm looking up a tier list update every week because, like, there's always a change. There's, like, a new hero they release every 2 weeks. And then there's also, like, PUBG and also those shooters. And then there's, like, COD Mobile or whatever it's called. Like, shooters on phones are extremely popular, like, first-person shooters. And mostly it's usually India and C countries playing those games. Like, it's not very popular for Western audiences to play, like, shooters on phones.
Dude, oh wow, dude, I had no idea that like
Oh yeah,
the
It's
shooter
very,
scene on
very-
mobile.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like people are really tryhards on like mobile. It's not a bad thing, of course, but like
Yeah, yeah.
people are super like competitive on mobile when it comes to shooters.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
know
PC
so
it's
mobile is pretty big
interesting.
too.
Yeah, it
To be
sounds
honest.
weird to play an FPS on mobile, but it's really popular. Like COD, when they released like the mobile version, like it made a shit ton of money. Like it was
Wow.
super popular.
Yeah, that's like a genre I would never have thought like mobile would be like so competitive in. You know, because it just seems like a a platform that seems impossible to play properly with on mobile, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Usually, I just lay on the couch, like watch some kind of a TV show, like from the old times, and
Mhm.
just play like one of those games. I don't know, like Brawl Stars or like I forgot, like League of Legends. I used to play a lot, like I don't remember what was Wild Rift. I think it was called. Like, it was really fun to just tune out and play it. But like nowadays, today I downloaded this game called like Astra Knights of Beta or something. Like it's literally a side-scrolling game and it
Mhm.
has like all of the Genshin mechanics. Like you swap between
Oh.
characters, there's a skill, there's a burst. There are a couple of interesting mechanics. Like one of the mechanics was interesting that if you keep attacking the enemy with the same element, they build up resistance, so you have to switch to a different element.
Oh, okay.
And also, like,
Right.
there's this bar that you have to build up, like, with elemental damage, and it starts, like, building up with different colors. So if you fill up, for example, with, like, I don't know, it's called blood element, you will then be able to activate this, like, superpower and go into, like, blood mode, which increases, like, energy regeneration, blood damage, and there's, like, 8 different elements. So you can, like, and then this game is not really active. And when I check like the usual best place for like drama, like Gacha Gaming Reddit was shitting on it like nonstop. And I don't know what happened with like Astra, but to me it looked pretty fun. But I stopped playing it like after a day. I still blew like $100 because I have my addiction problems. But geez, like the game is a loading menu simulator. Like I couldn't stand it. Like every single time you have to go somewhere, you have to load a menu.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's not free advertisement. Whatever, whoever's saying this.
Hashtag ad. Hashtag ad.
Sponsored. Sponsored stream.
That was not an advertisement. That was literally just me telling you the first day experience. And if they do sponsor me, like I don't know.
Are you gonna take it?
So it is an ad.
No, but I don't know. I just played it a bit. Like I'm always on the lookout for the next Gacha game. I never like share this unless I get sponsored on my channel because
Right.
the videos will not perform well. But usually, it's a way to pay for my addiction.
What do you think about ZZZ, man?
ZZZ, I think, is good. Like, I think it's gonna be really good because, like, it's not gonna be a series, but I'm gonna be I'm working right now on a sponsored ZZZ video,
Mm-hmm.
and I had to like collect all the information and everything, and also I did manage to finally play the game like before, like on the 28th, before the servers closed down on the 27th. But obviously, I didn't record much, so I went to Lou shared a bit of footage with me basically, so I can use it for the video. But basically, I looked up at all the changes and everything, and geez, the game went like through so many changes.
Wait, like
It's better.
recently since the change.
It went to so
Yeah.
I think it's like 10 times better now.
Holy,
Don't clip
wait,
this, like,
wait, can I ask you
so-
because you guys have played more?
Huh?
When
yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
go
I
on.
was gonna say like when I played it because I had like a sponsored stream for it. It was really cool. Like I loved the theme and everything, the story and everything was really cool. Actually, one of the few gacha games I actually paid attention like quite deeply to the story of. But I felt like I was being treated literally like a 3-year-old when they explained the combat system. There was literally zero complexity.
ZZZ's combat is like a lot more forgiving than Wu's. Like a lot.
Yeah,
more
to be
forgiving.
clear, I didn't need it to be like, oh, you have to, but I was like, well, if I just left click 20 times in a row, like I could probably beat every character in the game, and nothing was even doing damage.
I think it's fine because I think sometimes these things are like disguised as a. I don't know how to call it. Like they're basically just disguised with a tacked on gameplay, and people usually, like a lot of people, like I don't get attached to this, but like a lot of people get attached to the world, to the characters, and a lot of people just care about this, not the combat. Like ZZZ has good combat, but like at the start it's gonna be super easy, Because if you make it difficult, then people will just tune out and just leave the game and close it down and uninstall it. So they gotta make it easy for people to get into it. But then, for example, the newest change, it's funny, but they made basically Spiral Abyss. Shield Defense is literally just Spiral Abyss or like Memory of Chaos. Yeah, they added the new game mode, which to me is excellent because this means now we have a way to compare characters. Because, for example, in first closed beta test, the characters, you could not evaluate them properly because every single time you went into TV mode, you would have to pick up these Resonata or Resonia, I think they're called, modifiers. So you would never truly enjoy the character in the default state, and Resonia would be basically just there to modify them. But then in CBT3, they removed a ton of like TV modes. The rally commissions, these things where I like the most. They've been changed into like one-time instances, and now they're also like rotating weekly. And before, you had to like always do them because you needed to get artifacts somehow. So imagine like doing a 10-minute dungeon for like a shitty 10 roll of artifacts.
Yeah, that was rough. That took forever.
Was extremely like disappointing. And now they remove this. Now they just put it into a generic dungeon. So you just like go to a generic place and just farm them from like, I think the place is called VR Trials.
The VR Trial, little thing.
Yeah.
You can dump your stamina pretty quick.
Yeah, and also I think the best thing they did right now, and I think maybe people will not like this when I say it, but they basically added the same thing as in HSR. So now characters have like very specific roles, and the weapons that you want to equip on them, their passives will not activate if their role does not match to the weapon. So the same thing as a path in HSR. And I think that's really good because there was like zero comprehension like what a character does in ZZC, basically.
Before that beta.
Yeah.
Before this change,
It was not clear. I tried making in my review video, like for the latest CBT2, I was trying to explain like, okay, basically, maybe you play one character as an anomaly, like build-up character, and then they literally added the same thing I said, like as roles. So now there's like attack, there's anomaly role. So literally there's going to be classes of characters for specialized in building up anomaly. And anomaly is basically like, I don't know, triggering a reaction. Well, no, okay, that's not a reaction.
Status
like
effect.
Triggering yeah. But also, I think, as I understand, there's now like semi-reactions. So if
yes,
you like
impairment. There's impairment.
Yeah. So basically, they've added like status build-up effects, and then you can mix up like reactions with. I mean, it's kind of interesting to me. Like, it feels a lot more like polished right now because I don't know. The combat roles to me are super important because I feel. I like the limitations because it also makes the person who plays the character understand better. Like, okay, so he's an anomaly. He sounds boring. I want to play a character who's attack. Like, so they don't get, like, led on, you know? So they understand, like, for example, if you're playing a attack character, they're probably going to be dealing, like, a lot of damages.
Yeah. No, the labels on the characters is super helpful because, like, now you know, like, okay, I use Grace to apply shock really fast, and then if I want an anomaly focus, or if I want an impairment team, I can put her with, for example, Nicole that adds ether, and then the two of them can mix their junk together and just start impairing the enemies. So yeah.
Yeah, and for example, the support classes, if I understand correctly, now they also have a special chain attack. Well, not chain attack, like you can trigger a dodge attack with another character while using a support character, which is amazing. This also like defines a character a bit more differently and gives you like a purpose to play like, okay, well, why do I want to play like a support character? Because I don't believe there's a healer.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there's no, and probably they will stay away from healers. I don't think healers are gonna be like a thing. This game feels more like a fighting game, basically.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting that there's no healers in it.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a need for a healer. There's probably gonna be more like focus on diverting the roles into like building up anomalies, so you can like have an enemy constantly getting like frozen or like causing assault on them. Like, Jesus, they need to change the name of the physical attack as assault. Because it rhymes with something really bad if you say, like, I'm assaulting someone with my character.
We're assaulting this one...
it's an allegation.
Yeah.
Yeah, like causing an So you want to do an assault on a character, first of all.
You want to assault...
Yeah.
So if you want to assault someone...
Oh my gosh. No, that's a good point. That's great feedback. That's great feedback.
I was gonna say, sorry, before you guys go back to ZZZ, I just wanted to because I meant to say it so much earlier. My bad. I just kind of forgot about it. Someone was messaging me during the stream to bring up the whole like farming thing, and like when we were talking about like how to get echoes and stuff, like gearing, whatever, and like how realistic. Someone was asking to talk about the echo strat that people are doing. Which I don't know if you like saw or if you like looked deeply into it, but a lot of people are using it right now or using this echo strat so that you can guarantee a boss echo, and it's fine because the insinuation is just you fail to like get a boss one time, well then the next, like after you fail that one, the next one is basically guaranteed to give you the boss echo. But the strat was like, I think, kind of opened up a little bit more so that like though you can guarantee a boss echo in 2, you could also technically guarantee an elite echo in 4, which is what I don't see a lot of people, or I didn't hear a lot of people talking about. But I did a bit of investigating myself because I think MTashed himself, rest in peace, he didn't end up making it to the stream, was talking about how like it would be pretty game changing. He said the magic words. He said this changes everything. So I like looked into it a little bit myself. I love it when he says that, by the way. That shit is fucking hilarious. But I was mentioning, or I was like looking into it, and if you do the math on it, you technically like might have a bit of trouble if you're trying to do the elite version of it, because I also saw people saying that like, well, yeah, now you can guarantee 3-star element main stat echoes, but the thing is that you have to hit, or you basically have to miss 3 times in a row in order for you to guarantee get like an echo, or like guarantee an elite echo. And I did some math, and I'll like spare you the details, but it's actually not as good as I've seen a couple people saying. Some people are like, yeah, and now you can guaranteed get your 3-star echo that you want. Like, dude, you're having troubles with like the Heron.
Like, what's the pity? Is there like a confirmed like soft pity or hard pity for the 3-star, like 3 cost echoes?
Well, based on the math and what they have, because as far as have not seen anything to indicate otherwise, but the base drop rate for echoes in the game is 20% as at where we are right now. And technically speaking, once you hit databank level 17, your chance to drop a gold or purple echo is exactly the same at 17 after 17, and we're 18, so that's like kind of the case.
The drop chances, obviously we're talking about rarity chance.
Well, for rarity chance, it's still 50-50. So, I just mean in terms of like, so then like how efficient it is to do it. You have a 51.2% chance that within 3 kills, you miss 3 times in a row, so that you can guarantee it on 3. And the reason why that's kind of bad and or annoying is because like someone says in chat, you have to be unlucky to get lucky, which sounds very contradictory in a sense, because you have to be shit basically, or like eat shit to then get lucky.
And also the elites are usually like still placed and it differs like in distances. Maybe if you like look up some kind of a route, you still have to go out of your way, because I believe the classes of echoes share the pity system, I think if it exists. So basically commons share the pity, elites share the pity.
No. Yeah. Sorry. That's what you mean.
Yeah, overlords, and then
elites
calamity,
with elites, and then calamities.
They each share a different pity. So if you want to farm for a specific like elite, you still like gotta kill those other elites you don't care about, and then come back to the other one. So essentially,
and that's only assuming you don't get, like, that's assuming that your pity doesn't reset, right?
Yeah, and basically this strategy is best, at least in my opinion right now, is best employed for just like setting up 2 like points you can jump between bosses, and just quickly like doing. And I heard also, I didn't test it myself, but like sometimes the counter maybe resets, so you gotta do on different, like you gotta switch up the bosses. I don't know if that's true, but I think I also saw this from somebody like who was making the testing. Like maybe sometimes you have to switch up the bosses.
Yeah, it's just again, I definitely think it's like, I think as many techs in this game as you can learn as possible is interesting. Me personally, I'm fucking addicted to this game. I've been trying to do like that. I don't know if you guys saw like that super jump shit. That is fucking sick. I think that's
super
like,
jump.
one of the coolest things.
Whoa, what's that?
Oh, you didn't see it? Oh
no,
man.
No.
Okay, I'll teach you real fast. Okay, go to like Jinzo or anywhere if you want. Oh, I can teach. You have to be on Gion. You need to have your grappling hook, and like you could have the Heron. It doesn't really matter. You don't have to use the Heron. Okay, so like normally, let's say you're trying to like climb that cliff ahead of you, right?
Oh,
Like you're like, wow,
yeah, I
this
know
is...
this one. I know this one.
Yeah, so it's like
Yeah.
you jump, plunge,
Jump.
right click.
Some like I don't remember, but
Yeah.
yeah.
You get really high. It's jump, left click, right click, jump,
Sounds
right
like
click.
acceleration doesn't reset if the plunging causes the super jump.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work well for other characters outside of Gion. It's Gion like specifically has like a weird thing with his plunge where he like kind of interrupts like it's in like I don't really know how to describe it, but like he like winds up a little bit, so he gains some like aerial momentum or like some aerial or some like vertical like distance when he uses his thing. But yeah, like basically like as many techs as possible I think are really cool, and like the super jump I actually think does have some like real practical application. And I think we can like talk about it a little bit. I mean, when I don't know if you were seeing the guys talk about like Calcharo and the levitating cube, how you can cancel out shit for like the DM.
Yes.
That shit's also cool. Like I am really happy with the fact that there's like so much. It almost feels like fighting game tech that's just being discovered about the game. Like this feels very like, oh my god! And guys, did you know that like Fox is broken in Smash? Like what? Holy shit! Like that's crazy. Like it feels like I learn something new every day.
I mean, it makes sense because they made the jump from like PGR to this, and they basically carried a lot of like methodologies into this game. Like when Genshin went from like Honkai Impact Third, like they basically ignored most of the stuff they carried over from the game. This game feels more in line with PGR when I'm playing it, because I did play like PGR for like half a year when it launched first. Like I literally have no idea what's the state of the game right now. I did like a sponsored video, like I don't know, like half a year ago maybe.
Yeah.
But it was like not enough time to like make a good. I just know that maybe it's not true, but like from what I'm understanding, like in PGR, Kuro is trying to slowly move away from that whole color matching thing and like making characters that have like less emphasis on color matching the circles or whatever.
Mini game, yeah.
Yeah, I think they want to make like characters that like have more like oomph built up into them, like if you're not like using those color matching thingies.
Oh man, tried to
it feels bad too, because like I really liked PGR, like the way it sounded, because I mean prior to PGR the closest thing I had to like a Devil May Cry like action combat like rewarding system for like playing some hyper intense kind of gameplay was like Dark Souls, and then even that is kind of it's definitely different than how PGR gives you like the adrenaline rush. But I heard that Kuro, and what kind of made me fearful for Wuthering Waves, I was told that Kuro handles events very poorly according to PGR's community.
What was
like
the first event in Genshin, I wonder? Like this event right now for running, was it really the one with Mona?
Yeah, it was the one with Mona where we met Wanderer.
They opened up with a major event then, right? They opened up with a major event, not with like stupid little event right now. We just do some like 2-minute running trial.
Yeah.
Jeez, like come on. I was literally expecting like a major event right now.
Yeah, no. I remember in closed beta too, it was this Overdash. Oh god, the clones. The Overdash club thing, which was very pointless.
It was even in beta, I don't remember.
It was, yeah. It may as well be like a side quest.
It's not even like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't gonna make a video or talk about it because I kind of felt like maybe I was just being very unfair to the casual players. There's no way we are actually like, there's no way anyone's looking at the event and going like, yes, thank god, the content I was looking for. Like literally a straight line with grapple, man.
Yeah.
Not even like a little bit of challenge. There's just the grappling hook to each of the platforms.
Very sad.
Yeah, no, the event, I was very disappointed in closed beta too. So, you know, it is what it is, right?
Someone's saying Mona was in 1.1. I don't think
Oh, really?
that's the case.
Wait, what was
maybe,
1 point?
Wait. I was recording I Remember Child already in Mona event, so maybe they're right.
Oh, huh. Did 1.0 not really have an event then?
Let's see.
Oh my gosh.
I was saying tower defense, but I don't remember if that was 1.0, if that was something else.
List of event types. Man, where's the events in the wiki? I want to just look at all of them.
Side note, by the way, I don't know if you guys have been annoyed by this because I've been just like terminally ill playing this game and like addicted to the exploration. I find it really, really annoying, and I don't know if there's any indicator to indicate if you've done it or not. I find it really annoying that the challenges don't go away. Like, if
You mean
you've
the
done,
one with
like,
the dragonfly?
yeah, like if you like transform into something, they don't
Some of them
go
are
away.
bugged.
Oh,
Some of them
yeah.
are
Oh,
bugged.
is that what they are? Oh, is that what they are? Bugged?
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Some
'Cause
of the
then,
firefly flying challenges disappear, but the one near the teleport point at the gorge, I think it still remains. Another annoying thing is that when you do the one-time domain, it still shows the rewards after you complete it. So
oh,
Yeah.
I don't,
that's
like,
annoying.
you can forget about it. Like, sometimes you might forget that you did the domain, and that's what happened to me. I first did the domain, like, on day 1, and I thought, shit, there's another domain, I can do it. And that's the one of the annoying domains where you have to, like, rotate the walls or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
I
Yeah.
forgot.
Yeah, the puzzle's not like going away was really annoying and confusing to me. Because then I
Yeah,
redo
I
it
couldn't-
and I feel like a total clown.
Yeah, you're like, wait, did I do this? I don't know. Wait,
Yeah.
did you just out of curiosity, because I feel a little embarrassed for not having seen or done it. Did you guys get the Sonance casket that's in town?
I think so.
What?
The one at the top?
I think
Very,
so.
very tippy
Oh, you
top
mean
on
the
top
actual,
of the tower.
the oculi is the Sonus casket. Oh,
Yeah, the
I thought
oculi,
one that gives
the
stamina.
yeah, no, it's the Oculus. I didn't realize that it was at the top. I was like staring at my
On the
screen for a
teleport,
while.
on the teleport point, the one
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
can
yeah,
heal
yeah.
yourself,
Yeah, that one.
because it overlaps in the
Yeah, you
mini-map.
couldn't even see it.
Yeah, it
yeah.
overlaps. You can see it only on the interactive map.
Uh,
But there's so many of them right now that you can like miss 6 or 5 or 7 of them. I collected all of those caskets, and you can make a big like gap of like 5 or 6 of those missing out. Like, I cannot find one of them. I don't know what's the location. I forgot about it. But there's always like it pops up on a teleport. I think it's somewhere near Lampy Lumen or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna say it. Like, I love the Tiger Maw mine area, because, like, again, number one, like, I am number one. Like, where the hell are all my 4-star weapons, and I just can't do anything about it. And I needed the Sword 18 from that event or from that store, but that whole area is like a minefield maze. There are like 2 different cave systems in that area. There's like the Lampy Lumen boss, and then there's like the cave, like the abandoned metro, like underground area in that area. I like don't think I've been, like, now that I have everything unlocked, I'm not that annoyed, but like discovering it for the first time, that whole area is like, there's something below the below area. Like, what the like? But I mean, now it's okay.
I found the event for 1.0 Genshin that was the most defining. It was the Crucible event, the co-op.
Yeah, I remember that one.
You remember that? Yeah, it
Yeah.
was so fucking bugged as well. I remember it was completely like lagging out constantly.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, so I think they basically moved away from co-op events.
They did.
Like, moving over from like 1.1, because in 1.1 there was the whole meteorite thing with Mona. I remember doing it. But yeah, basically, yeah, I guess Genshin didn't have any major events as well. Like, it was the one with the guy that always interrupts your dialogue at the crafting station.
Oh,
Almost
Timaeus?
impossible.
Oh, good. My
Timaeus,
man Timaeus. Oh, God. What's going on?
Most annoying guy in the world.
He's coming down.
Wait, where am I? What is going
Yep.
on? It feels bugged. Okay, anyway.
I think basically, in my opinion, Genshin was bugged mostly at like co-op when I was trying to play it. I don't remember like having any technical. Like, the thing is, before Genshin, like, I covered the tons of gachas like on my channel, like tons of it. Like, I was playing like a new gacha
Yeah.
every week, and I was so surprised like how smooth what the launch was. At least to me personally.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously they probably had problems. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure if on the same scale as like WoWa, like whatever. But like, I was really impressed. Like, I thought, shit, this game is gonna go big because it's really smooth. And obviously, I had at the time my website up still, so I was like seeing analytics like real time. Like, tons of people were fluting in, like, for the guides.
It also helped.
was
I mean,
insane.
like, not that obviously anyone would really want that again, but I mean, like, dude, everyone was indoors, COVID, and
Yeah.
like, dude, people were calling Dude, people were, I think at the time, like unironically calling like, not Wuthering Waves, Breath of the Wild like one of the best games of all time.
It was.
And that
It
literally
basically-
looked like the game.
th-
You
the
know what I
most
mean?
funny thing about Breath of the Wild is that I don't know if it's true, but I want to believe it. Is that the game sold more units than Switch? So people were buying the game.
No way.
Not
Yeah,
owning a Switch.
yeah. People were owning the actual game, but not the Switch.
How's that? But why?
That's
I
so
think there was
funny.
a shortage. I
Reasons?
think there was a shortage.
Oh.
Like Switch basically like revolutionized handheld gaming when they came out.
Yeah.
They always
Right.
have like a flop, so they had a Wii U flop. Wii was also
Yeah,
like
that was
revolutionary
the
with
worst,
the whole
bro.
movement things, and then Switch came out, and then Sony like shit the bag and like tried to make their own like cringy stuff, and then they came out with a stupid remote thing like right now they have, where it's just like play a game from your TV on your remote. You literally buy a tablet to play games from your TV. So the logic here is that if somebody else is like using the TV, you can play the games from there. I guess this applies to
I
like
can
a
press-
very small minority of people. Like,
Wait, real quick, guys. Is there a respawn button for the hologram?
Wait, I thought that you were trying to build up your energy beforehand. It's P if you want to quit the
Oh,
encounter.
P.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
thank
man.
you.
Wait, I thought that you weren't.
No,
Wait,
no,
I
no.
thought that you were doing it to build the gauge.
No, not every
beforehand.
time.
The rest of it- Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, so that doesn't. I think I have to step forward to parry that one. Thank you. There's a P button. Oh, that's
It's
great.
fine. Also, yeah, don't worry about it. All your guys will always respawn, obviously. So
Yeah,
even
yeah,
if you have
yeah,
like
yeah.
dead people, you'll be fine.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, no, Gacha Gamer, you have such a, such a holistic view on Gacha games because you've been covering like games way before Genshin.
I mean,
is so
I always
interesting.
tell the same story to all the people. Like, the first time I played a gacha game was like this really unknown game called like Lionheart. I don't know, like it was from some company called Emerald Studios. That was the first time I encountered a gacha game. Before I played like Xenoblade, which I didn't understand at the time it was gacha. But like I played that game. I used to be like a programmer. I earned like, I don't know, 2.5k salary, like euros. I don't know. And I'm only saying this because I was playing that game and I wanted to get like this really cool unit that would generate actual premium currency on its skill. Like it
Wait,
had
what?
a chance to generate, yeah, it had a chance to generate premium currency from its skill.
Oh
I
my
thought,
god.
this is amazing. It's gonna like be amazing for my account. And at the time, like I thought, okay, I play like a lot of board games. Like 100 euros for me for a board game is usually like a normal thing, like to play a high quality board game.
Holy
And
moly,
I
100
spent
euros.
like
Jesus.
in 20 minutes, I spent 400 euros on that game.
Oh
I
my
was sitting on the
gosh.
couch in 20 minutes, and I thought, so this is the power of a gacha game. You literally get hooked in, and like I always had a problem like with the whole addiction to collecting stuff. Like from the very like early age, I was collecting like Magic the Gathering and like,
Oh,
figures
no,
and all this
the
stuff.
card
Like I
game
was always
shit, that
addicted
shit's
to all this
crazy, too.
stuff. But like I spent so much money, and I thought, and at the time I was like trying out different businesses, like I was, in affiliate marketing and whatever. And then I got hooked on the gacha gaming. And I thought there's got to be more. Then my second game was Epic 7, and I thought,
Wait, I
Jesus,
played that game too.
Yeah.
Epic 7 was like
Um,
amazing. Like it had insane
yeah.
graphics. I thought, Jesus, you're playing this game like on a console. Like the engine they used, like the graphics were
The
amazing.
unit engine is crazy, man.
Yeah. That engine was amazing, and then I started like looking for all the like every single gacha game I could get my hands on.
Oh no.
And then like I think like a couple of months later, I decided like fuck it, like let's make a YouTube video, bought a website like, and just started like slowly covering like some of the games and like encompassing. Because at the time, I'm not gonna lie, I was copying FG 3000 like.
yeah,
like,
my boy FG.
Yeah. Like I really love watching his channel.
Yeah, me
and I
too.
thought, like, okay, I mean, he's just talking and just about gacha games. I cannot do that because at the time, like, I really struggled with English, so I cannot like do it in real time. Like, I had to like write a script, like perfect the accent, which I still struggle with, and like I would just overinvest my resources into making like one single video. Like I couldn't just open up a game and just talk about it. I really had to like prepare in advance to like, I don't know, offer something
It's
new.
okay. They hate yappers. Everybody hates yappers, bro. I feel the heat.
No,
bro,
I wish I
sometimes
was a
when I talk
yapper. I
about
wish I didn't have to write a script. Like literally it takes me like a whole day to make one video.
Yeah.
It's annoying. It's really annoying. I think iWin is also like on the same
I'm with
mindset.
you, man. Yeah, those
I
edited
hope you
videos
move
take a
away
whole
from this
day.
mindset because you made the tier list video, which you just remixed, I guess, from the old tier list from the live stream, and it did
Yes.
super well, basically. So like, I don't know. I sometimes feel
Dude,
like
your
people
tier
don't.
list video was crazy too. Sorry, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
don't know.
My
I
bad.
think people just sometimes don't care about the editing quality. They just want clarity and they
Yep.
just want structure in the video, and I don't think they care about the editing actually.
I agree, and I've been streaming more for this reason. I want to try to just throw the stream to my editor and then just let them do it, and hopefully the content itself was interesting enough, right? Because it's mainly like topic and timing from what I've noticed. Those are like the two most
Exactly.
important
It's
factors.
absolutely trend based. If you want to go big on views,
Yeah.
you either capitalize on the trend or you make something really that people will want to watch. And it sounds so cringy when you say it because that's exactly what Mr. Beast says. Like, make something with people. Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck? Like, who wants?
No
Like,
shit,
I
right?
want to watch. You know what I want to watch? I want to watch like a 5-hour video of a board game unboxing of like some sweaty dude who's like using this small like a painting stick and explaining all the details on the miniature. That's what I want to watch. It gets like 500 views.
Right.
My girlfriend, for example, watches like these book reviewers who are like getting like 1,000 views, and they're considered to be huge in the community. Like that's
Dang.
what people usually are like in micro niches, like in micro niches. You know, like
Mhm.
they're watching really niche topics. And if you go into like gacha gaming, like no, you cannot like cover what you like. You gotta cover what people want to watch, unless you're fine with it. Like, and you don't want to turn this into your job. Then yeah, sure, do whatever you want to do. But like in my case, like you gotta be super prepared for every single video. You cannot just go in like and think that's gonna be fine if you're, I don't know. You can be like a yapper, for example. Like I really respect like Vulcan. Like
Bro,
he really does
Vulcan,
it well.
master yapper.
he-
I wish I could just do that.
Yeah, he does it really well. What he's done, like he
He
does. He's
does.
basically like me in the early days, but he's far more successful because he jumps between gacha games, but he also like has the credibility to like talk about it because he's so involved in all the communities and like he's always
Yeah.
researching the topics.
Dude, I was gonna say too, cause like I think there's like levels to it, cause I think a lot of people give yappers like a bad rep because there are some real bad yappers, but like Vulcan, cause like Vulcan was helping me out a little bit because I was doing a lot of like AFK journey stuff, and he's like he really enjoys that game. He like really likes that game.
I actually
And
I quit it. I think I haven't logged in like for 4 days. I spent like I don't know $2,000 on that game, and I just I don't know.
the early was addicting though, right? Like you were like, oh shit, okay,
I
well
mean,
like
I
I want
wanted to be at number one every single time. Like I wanted to be number one in
the-
every single
the
thing. And then I
cosmetic.
realized, yeah, and then I realized there's like 10 guys like me or women, I guess, like who are gonna be with the same mindset.
Yeah.
And then you just talk to them because usually, you know, the thing that normally that's not really talked about in gacha communities is that whales talk to whales a lot. Like if
Yes.
you're a
Yeah.
whale at like number 10 spot,
Like you'll get noticed. Like
yeah, you'll get noticed quickly. You'll get invited to special discords. You'll start talking to these people. They talk about their lives because usually it's like such a very weird thing we're doing. Like we're spending so much money on a game that you cannot really talk to this like to a normal person about. Because tell somebody you spend 1,000 fucking euros on a game when you could buy yourself like a budget mid-range PC for that. Like it's
I
insane.
know. It is.
Like it's insane. Like I always like cringe when I think about it. Like when my like real life friends ask like how's it going, like I said, oh no, I'm a gambling addict. Like look at this. Like once that like I went out into the city like very early, like into the Genshin career with my friend. He didn't have like any understanding like what the hell is a gacha like concept, and we were like at this club. And like I told him, like, you know how it works. Basically, I'm gonna give you the phone. Just don't think about it. And just keep pressing this button. I need the sword. And when I said the sword, it was the Wolfsbane sword.
Well, the
I think
Wolf
it was
Greystone one.
Wolf's
the
Grave.
deadlift
Wolf's Grave
one?
phone.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I wanted it for Razor because I told him, I lied to him. I'm gonna make a guide about it on Razor. Like he didn't understand anything what I was telling him. He's literally just a buff dude who looks really good and he's like into tech. We both worked in the same company. Like he's just a buffy dude who like exercises but he's super motivational. Like he's always funny to hang out with. But like I told him just pull. He didn't understand what is happening. But the rush was there. Obviously we were drunk, but basically we were just pulling consistently for that like Wolfsbane weapon. And then he finally told me like, so does this cost money? Oh yeah, we just spent like 500 euros. And we were like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is half my salary. Like, okay, not half, but like, this is like fifth my salary. We just blew it on a phone game.
For pixels.
Yeah, it's insane. And then he finally understood like what was the whole concept about gacha games. Like, why are people? Because he also got addicted. He said if he had like a lot of disposable income, he would probably also get addicted to this. Like,
damn, dude.
It is insane. Like, I really always, like, anytime I make a guide, like, about a character, usually I always, like, include a disclaimer because, I don't know, for me, like, this feels like, if you're able to be free-to-play or not able, like, if you cannot afford, and then don't be tempted about this. Like, it's mostly just getting people like me get hooked on this.
Yep. I mean, I don't think it's, like, I don't think what you said is, like, even, like, remotely unreasonable, though. Like, you know, you're doing what. Okay, honestly, I feel like this is like one of those things where it kind of comes down. It feels like to. I don't know what your end game is. Like, I don't know, man. You guys, okay, you guys have so much more room to talk about. I feel like I've like said this I think like 5 or 6 times, bro. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Like, like I'm here, I'm gaming. I love my Wuthering Waves. I love my gacha game. Like, I played Epic 7 and like you said, it's not really about like what you can or want to make. Or sorry, it's not really about like what you want to make, especially when you're covering gachas. But I mean, for like a little while, like I'm sure you're probably a little familiar. Epic 7 is like a Korean game. Or sorry, it's like based in Korea or like whatever.
Yeah,
dude, that just meant I had to be up at 5 a.m. every day for like the past like 9 to like 11 months, I think. Like, since basically, or I think I told this to I Win to Lose, like I was doing, or I was covering a lot of I was covering Star Rail after having started in E7 for a little bit, and then I just made like a big fucking mistake in Star Rail. I called hey, my hands are up. I called Clara B tier. My bad. But I got like that, between that and having wailed for Kafka, I kind of got like clowned out of the community, and then. I ended up having to
wailing for Kafka.
I guess I like made a guide with it, and everyone's like, "All your takes are wrong. You're talking like a whale," and I'm like, "Well, I haven't used the constellations yet, guys, but okay, I guess." But like, anyways, after that, I basically decided, okay, I'm gonna like Gacha Gamer said, like, you don't have a choice, but you have to basically do what others won't to get ahead, and that was okay. Well, I'm gonna stay up at 4 a.m. every single Tuesday, or like every time that there's an announcement, and I'm just gonna stay awake, and I'm gonna make like a fucking tier. But like, no one wants to do that, right? Like, and you know, my friends. Granted, I moved away from my hometown after college, and I graduated actually like this, or my graduation semester was May 2020, which was like the beginning, I guess, like technically like the start of COVID. So I just like didn't have a graduation, and like no, like everyone lost it, but basically like I just said, okay, well, I'm gonna give up all my friends, I'm gonna give up everything that I want, and then I'm just gonna cover E7, and then I don't know if you guys have ever had this, but like you do have like one of those like out of body moments where you're like, man, did I just spend 12 months of covering this like booby game? And that's like my like thing right now. Like, it feels a little crazy, I think, at least for me.
I don't want to talk about it. It's too depressive for me. I don't like the idea that I make my income from like gacha gaming. Like, to me, that's super depressing. Like,
yeah.
I just think about it like, okay, I hope I'm helping people with my guides. That's it. Like, that's the only redeeming thing about the whole thing. I hope people are finding some use from this, because otherwise, like, if it was up to me, like, I wish my channel was like about roguelike game. Again, actually, I wouldn't want to make a living from playing video games, because honestly, it kills like my drive for gaming.
Dude, that's the actual classic.
Don't mix pleasure with business.
Yes. Everyone loves to say that, or to use the saying like, if you love what you'll do, you'll never work a day in your life. Cap.
No, cap. Unless you're making like one of those really chill YouTube channels where it's not your main source of income, nobody depends on you, and you're just free to do whatever you want. You don't care about the growth, you don't care about the analytics, then sure, whatever, you can do it. It's gonna be just like a hobby. But like,
Yeah.
if this is your business, if you have people depending like on a salary,
man.
if you have to like meet up some kind of like, you know, things that sponsors are asking you, like it's super stressful. I don't care. Honestly, I wouldn't complain it because it's still a really like
It's a like we're in a blessed position, right? But it's
Yeah, it's
it
a
just
blessing, but at the same time, it has its drawbacks. That's why I never talk about it. Like honestly, like I don't care about it. Like people have it 10 times worse than me, so whatever.
Mhm.
No, yeah, there's certainly unique challenges, right? Like with most occupations. I mean,
Somebody on the chat is asking how I went to lose manages. I'm gonna tell how he manages. This guy is a fucking beast. Did you guys know that he still works like a day job?
Yeah.
He's insane.
What?
He
There's a
works
day
a
job too.
and he pushes out more content than me, and he has a family.
Oh
Wait,
yeah,
what the
and a family.
Wait,
Yeah,
what the fuck? Are you
He's
for
a
real,
monster. Like compared to me, I'm like a drop of water compared to I went.
No,
to
no,
like,
man.
he
No.
has so much. No, you have so much endurance. I have no idea how you do this. Like I can barely like work on one video for like 3 days. I have to like recover. I have so many health problems, so maybe that's the case. But still, like,
Right.
my God, this guy is like absolute like machine. All the time, like new
holy
character
shit,
releases. Yeah, and every time like a new character drops, I Win to Lose makes 3 videos or 4 videos. I make 1 video.
Yeah. I mean, you know what I can say about this is that my wife is gets a bit upset.
Dude,
Well, I
understand.
mean, I'll be honest. In this economy, you got to do everything you can do because
Yeah.
the inflation right now is absolutely completely fucked. Like I'm talking like an old babushka, like in Russian terms. Like I'm talking like always come into the supermarket and tell my partner or somebody else like, look at this carton of milk.
I
It used to
know.
cost this much. Now it costs the same because my country. I'm from Lithuania. Basically, we adopted like euro from litas. It was like this currency, and it used to be like carton of milk is 1 litas. Now it's carton of milk is like 1.6 euro. And 1 euro was like 3.5 litas. So imagine this. Like the cost of milk increased in like these 10 years, like 4 times.
Bro, have you even seen eggs?
Yeah, it's insane. Like,
Yeah.
like try to buy real estate, try to buy anything. Like the prices are insane. Like you gotta grind. And
I
hopefully
know.
you can retire early. Like that's the whole strategy.
Dude, I
here
was
right
gonna
now.
say,
That's the
dude,
meta. That's the
Gacha.
meta.
Dude,
Yeah.
You boys, dude, especially you, Win, bro, all good, man. Just become a millionaire by the time that you're 30, and then, dude, you're good. Maybe, dude, maybe you'll take the Ludwig approach. You'll just open up a bakery and bake bread.
The thing is like, and I live in such an expensive area too. You know, it's very expensive here in the Bay
you in LA?
Area. No, I'm in the Bay Area. So like I'm in Silicon Tech Valley.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, south of San Francisco. So, yeah.
Are you going to? I don't know if you want to talk about it. Do you plan on going to TwitchCon?
No, I don't like traveling much because it just cuts into everything, right? You can't make
Gotcha,
content. You can't spend much time with your family. You can't do anything. Then you have, other stuff to worry about. It's just
True.
It's bad. I'm not going. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I understand. You are, dude. I don't know, man. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm still kind of reeling, bro. Like thinking about. Oh, I just realized. Wait, I don't even. Do you stream on Twitch too?
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, wait. My bad. Yeah, wait.
Why? Oh, what's up? Oh, TwitchCon. I mean, streamers.
Yeah, because I don't know.
If you asked me the same for a YouTube event, I wouldn't be going to that either. So.
Oh yeah, like no VidCon or whatever.
Yeah. I guess,
Wait, that's crazy. I'm still kind of reeling from the fact that you fucking work a full-time job, dude.
It's not like very demanding in all honesty. So I'm able to get away.
Now,
like,
guess what his job is if he says not demanding. It's corporate.
yeah,
So,
it's corporate.
Wait,
exactly. Yeah, W2 corporate.
Yeah. So like water coolers, coffee discussion, all
Ping
that
pong tables.
Yeah,
the drill. And talk about the
Cafeteria
weather
food.
every day. Oh
Yeah.
my god, it's the worst.
The telecast or like Zoom meetings that always have like some kind of a technical problem. Somebody's microphone is not
Oh my
working.
God.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Like all these things combined, and it's a chill job basically. But still, it doesn't matter if it's a chill job. Like when I used to come back from my 9 to 5 like corporation job, I would be feeling drained. Like half the time I would just fall asleep on my couch.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for me, you know, we can work remote most of the time. So,
Oh, that's nice.
yeah. So I'm spending most of my time making content and not on my job. But don't tell them, right? Yeah.
And cut. Thank you again for speak a little closer into the mic.
Wait, what?
I was gonna. My bad. Sorry. The joke. The joke.
Oh.
Faded. I was gonna say it like I was recording you. My bad. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
Oh, I see. I
Sorry.
see. Yeah, I'm distracted with this bird thing, so not paying full attention.
I mean, I don't know. It's
Ow.
dude. Even if you have that, like I think I've always said in the past, like, cause, you know, I don't know how you guys have treated this, but like you always get that weird question from people out in public or like whenever you're amongst like friends and close associates, friends, whatever.
Oh, my
Where they're like, oh, what do you do? Or like, hey, like, how do you treat this? What do you feel?
Marketing. Just tell them marketing. That's it. If it's a very close person, I just show them the channel. They say how much you make. That's the first question. In my country, it's always the same question.
Oh,
like,
that's
they don't care,
interesting.
people always ask the same, like, how much do you make from this? Like, how? It doesn't matter if it's YouTube or whatever. Like in Lithuania, everyone is just asking the same thing. Oh, how much do you make?
Yeah,
That's
don't
the
worry.
Tell them the
Same
job.
thing
That's the
where I am
first.
too.
That's the first thing. Yeah, that's the first thing people ask. I mean, I don't blame them. I would be
Mhm.
curious as well. And I tell them, well, this is how much I make. Look at this spending first.
Mhm.
Like, you see this, you see this, you see these apps on my phone. Like,
Oh my
guess how much I
gosh.
spent on them, like combined.
I like how
they-
I like how you don't mind telling them that. You know?
I always bring attention to the addiction part. Like, I tell them never play gacha games. Like, don't play them if you have addiction problems. Like, don't play them at all.
Bro,
Yeah,
the
like,
number one
I went
gacha
to, like-
YouTuber telling everyone not to play the gacha games,
No,
right?
but I once went to like a casino like with my friends.
Uh-huh.
I didn't feel a thing. Like, I didn't feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
interested in it. Like, no interest at all. And I
Mhm.
remember like standing like in this smoking booth with this absolutely like out of TV character who's like so depressive. He told you like, don't play casino games, like something like that. Like, literally just probably lost all his money and is gonna get his legs broken next day from some
Oh my-
like loan shark.
Oops.
But like, I didn't feel a thing in a casino. But like, you put like an anime character, a weapon,
Let's go.
monster.
Yes.
yeah, and let's go. Then I can pull. Then I have addiction. Like, it's collectible. There's always like an excuse. Like, okay, I need all of them because I'll be making a lot of videos about this, and then usually just one
Oh,
video comes
yeah.
out. Like, I have this obsession with having everything. Like, I gotta collect. Like, if I like in my hobby of board gaming, usually like a board game starts like at $60, let's say. But like, if you want to collect everything, then it
Oh,
can
what's
go
this?
up.
What's
like,
this? What's this? Okay.
Sometimes you can spend like $1,000 just to collect everything. From
Oh,
a
you
board
finally
game.
made it to that mechanic. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
at some point, he Oh, you're fighting the heron now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the heron drops feathers.
Yeah.
Once he drops
Sorry.
below like 50. I know it's sorry, probably a little obvious now based on what you saw, but that does happen pretty much every time at 50%.
Okay.
I think every time he drops or something now at this point, he drops feather bombs or something. Every time that he hits the ground, something like that. Or
Somebody
maybe
in
not
the
in
chat.
this version.
Somebody in the chat said Warhammer 40K. I knew a guy because like I have a couple of local like gaming groups I go to sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a couple of board game stores, and there was this guy who would like constantly order all the newest figures for Warhammer 40K, and he became so notorious that he would usually take out like store credit, like go into like negative balance,
Oh my god.
just buy all the shit, and then at some point he was like in debt for like $1,000, I think. And then the store owner, because they were basically friends, you know, in my country, like in my city, everyone, like basically everybody knows everyone. So like he said, like, it's fine, like I can loan you like $1,000, whatever, like you can pay me back later. And then I think like half a year later, I saw in Facebook groups he was just selling the whole collection. Like it was
Yeah.
easily like $3,000 in there. He just got bored of it. But like once the addiction starts, like it doesn't matter if it's a gacha game or like a collectible game, like any shit that you want to collect.
To be
It's
to
gonna
be
be-
fair,
it's gonna be
like
insane.
for like you saying like, oh, you know, be weary of like gacha games. I totally agree. But not gonna lie, if you take a look at like the advertising and what like if you ever talk, okay, I hate to call it this, but like if you ever talk to like normies or like people that don't play games like that,
All the
even though
time.
they aren't playing gacha games, you know what they're like? This is
They're
insane
playing.
because
I can tell you what they're playing. They're playing that stupid shit. What it's called, like
Gardens?
Coin Master.
Gardenscape, yeah.
Oh wait,
Coin
really?
Master, the slot machine with the Kardashians, like all I'm not gonna call people normies. I think
Oh,
that's
jeez.
a stupid term. But basically, like people who are not like exposed to gacha games, usually people are still like exposed, you know, to some kind of a gambling thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like the thing I was gonna mention, at least in America, there is so much sports betting, like all the
Same here.
fucking
Same here.
DraftKings and shit like that. That's why I think it kind of sucks because I think gacha gamers especially. Look, I'm not saying that gacha gaming shouldn't have like a bad reputation, but I feel like I have definitely gotten like looks when I describe like what I do to people, and I get it. I'm like fully aware that like, hey man, look, like this dopamine rush over a pixel, maybe not the best move if you're spending like a house on it. But then like the same people will kind of turn around and will say, oh hey, but like you hear about March Madness? I'm like, dude, how is that any different than what I'm doing? If you're like if you're gonna drop, you know, like $200-$300 on like a bet in like a fantasy league or like in a challenge, or if you're doing any gambling, like you go slots, you go to Vegas and you're spending money, isn't that kind of like the equivalent? Like you're spending
Honestly,
probably a reasonable amount.
Yeah.
compared to-
Like honestly, I just have the opinion that I don't know if it's very popular, but I think gacha games should be just 18 plus, like straight up. Like they shouldn't be exposed to like younger people.
No,
as
I
a
actually
kid-
agree with that. I
as a
personally agree
kid-
with that.
Yeah, as a kid, if I discovered gacha games, I know I would have like committed one of those cardinal sins of like stealing your parents' like credit card and then later on, you know, bearing the consequences. Like that's
Right.
what happened to my like brother's son, but it was with Fortnite. The dude literally stole my brother's card, like
Oh my
bought
gosh.
some shit for like $500,
Mhm.
and then later on they just obviously, you know, you can put in the safety mechanisms right now for like limiting the payment amount you can do, like and whatever. But like I don't know, I think gacha games in general, I don't know, they should be regulated a little bit. Like
I have got
Oh
a bit
my-
of a confession. Also, you did just literally half of that thing's health.
And I died to the easiest
Yeah,
to avoid
it-
attack too. Whales playing this game, man. But
Yeah, I'm telling you. Bro. So it's funny that you mentioned the whole like, okay, I wasn't like a steal my mom's credit card thing, but like, when I was like 9 or 10, I don't know if you guys ever heard of this. So I was like part of like the iPod Touch whole. I love Angry Birds and fucking jump like the whatever that one like pixel jump game was where like you were on a pogo stick. Anyways, I'm 26. I'm a Gen Zer, whatever it is. But there was this gacha, or it wasn't really a gacha game, but it kind of was. It was like a super early version of Clash of Clans called, okay, it wasn't Clash of Clans, but it was like a gacha-y kind of get it all kind of town builder. It was called Dragon Veil. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of that one, I think.
Yeah, it's like the one where like you got to breed dragons,
Yes.
and then it like, you know, you could like maybe. So I had like my first bout with like having a credit card when I was like at 10, and the reason why is because my parents were like, because I have 2 older brothers, and they were like, hey, look, you have this iPod Touch, you don't have a real phone yet, but listen, like, we'll let you use the card if you want to buy like, I don't know, music or something, whatever. And I was like, oh, that's crazy. And then one time I didn't have an Apple card. And then, yeah, I was talking about Doodle Jump. Sorry. Yeah, that was
Doodle
like,
Jump.
I was from that generation. But anyway, so like at some point, like my mom or my dad couldn't go out to buy like an iTunes gift card, which was like the absolute biggest shit at the time. Like everyone was so hyped about that. Like, and how like flexible they were. And I was like saving up all my money just to buy like stuff like that, so I could get like more music on like the store. And then one day I couldn't afford it, and I was like begging. I was begging my parents. I was like, Mom, Dad, like I really, really got to get this song or some shit like that. And my parents are like, you know what, like screw it, whatever. Just like put it on, like just put my card on it. And I had like untapped power. Like I had never seen, like the unironic like use your mom's credit card meme was reality. Okay. And my parents, like, they never heard about it, but like I had started this Dragon Ball game, and like there was a moment in Dragon Ball where it was like, you can get a rainbow dragon. Look at you,
I
like a
shouldn't have
rainbow
gone for the
dragon.
parry.
I know, I hate
Sorry.
going for a parry on this guy. But they were like, you should get this rainbow dragon. Look at how cool this rainbow dragon is. And I'm like, wait a second, that looks awesome. I love rainbow dragons. I'm a huge fan. And then I looked at it and I was like, oh man, but it's gonna take me like 7 days to hatch. Like that sucks so much. Like is there any way for me to stop it? I foreshadow like cluelessly, like, and then I look at it and there's like a boost, and they're like, well, if you paid $30, like you could do it, and I'm like, oh my god, that's pog, that's crazy. First time I ever like whaled, or like I ever like paid a microtransaction, it was $30. I was like, $30? Okay, I'll just like eat ramen for like a month. And I was like unironically convincing, I was gaslighting myself in real time. And then I was thinking, I was like, okay, whatever. And then I guess I keep doing this because I don't exactly remember. And this is how you know it's bad, because I don't even remember my misdemeanors, my bad deeds. And at some point, my parents come in and they like get really angry. They're like, who spent like $200 on this? And my parents are like very methodical about their things. They're like, they go through, they're like very, very, like, they're smart people. They're like very smart, very frugal. And they're like we always write down all of our stuff. Like, who spent like $200 on like the Apple Card? And they're like, oh, like, is this fraud? And you know, like, because if it's fraud, you know, you dispute it with the credit card company. And no one could like pin who it was. And I kind of was like lying, but also I was like, oh, it can't be me, right? Like, I didn't spend $200 on fucking Dragon Veil. That couldn't be me. And then he goes, and then my brother goes like, did you spend it? And I'm like, no way. My mom and dad are like, you know, they're asking my older brother. They're like, it had to be you. We know you like music. And they're like pinning him so unfairly. And my brother's like, no, get off my case. And then we're like, okay, we're gonna go like call the credit card company. I'm like, oh, surely I just get away with fraud this time, right? Please, I'll learn my lesson. I'm like on my knees, like praying, like, please just let me get away with fraud. And then my parents came back and it's like, they were looking at me. They're like, how did the dragon eggs feel? And I'm like, oh man, dude. Oh,
They figured, they caught you, man. The dragon eggs. You couldn't get away.
And then, oh my god, my parents were so distrusting of me for so long after that. They were
Ruined
like,
relationship.
oh, like, so you thought you could get away with it? And they started questioning everything, bro. Cause like, I've never, look, I'm not like, this is less of a flex than it is like an admittance to like how hard I fell off as like a human being. But I was like I used to do super well in school, like straight A student. And then I hit like 5th grade, which is really odd because this is not where you're supposed to like peak and die as a student. But I like failed one exam, and then I failed one exam, but I like forged my grade to be, instead of a 44, I changed it to be an 84. And then I like signed it with my parents' signature, but I didn't forge. Sorry, I had them sign it, but I changed the grade. But then I white outed like the top like little boxes, but like right as I was like, oh, I got away with the deed, my parents, for whatever godforsaken reason, double checked the test to make sure that they signed it before I put it into my bag, and they were like, so you thought you could get away with saying that you got an 84 when you got a 44? And I got fucking grounded forever. But dude, it all started with the first crime, and now it applies to gacha. Now it applies to everything, and I'm just, oh my god, man. I mean, sorry for the long detour, but yeah,
if it makes you feel better, I slept through like the last 2 grades of my school.
Hey, me too.
I had to go into exams and like go into mathematics. I think my native language and whatever. And I think I got the lowest possible scores just to pass the exams. I think it was like 40% out of 100%. Like 40% was the passing grade. And the funny thing is, I got 2% on math. And then there's like this whole thing in my country where you can get into university for free, you know. So it doesn't cost you money. I know this concept is really hard to grasp.
That's insane.
I know,
that's
for
insane. I heard that. I'm like, wait.
This concept is really hard to grasp, but education is usually free, like in Europe.
What?
But basically, like, I got an invite, like, for the first time, like, on the first try, into mathematics. Like what the fuck? I got 40%. like the whole system felt broken to me. Like, why bother even like trying? Like they don't care. Like, because the thing is, usually, like, I believe like mathematics is not really popular because, well, now it's popular because now for mathematics you can branch into like data science or whatever. But at the time, it was basically like your future from mathematics is basically a professor at the same place you just studied, or maybe a high school teacher. I don't know. At the time,
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, that was basically
back
your
in the
path,
day. Yeah.
like from mathematics. Now it's like the hip, cool new thing to become a data scientist and like drink coffee and whatever in corporations. But at the time, like I literally just thought like the whole system is broken. Like I realized the system was broken like when they allowed me to just sleep through the last 2 grades. Like I always could like do quite well in school, so like the teachers didn't mind. Like I was just minding my own business at the time. I was also like programming my own games, so I didn't care about like the school.
Dude, you've been a grinder since day one, Gacha Gamer. What the?
Yeah.
Holy shit! You're. Did you say you're still taking exams right now?
I'm like more than 30. I haven't taken anything except for my drugs to fall asleep easily. That's it. Like that's the only thing I take these days.
Wait, am I crazy? I thought you said you were taking. My bad. I thought you were doing.
No. I'm 30 right now. Like the school thing was like 13 years ago. I don't remember. But like basically, the whole thing like to me just felt like a scam. The whole education system. So I stopped believing in it. Like if you literally invite people who had the lowest exam points into literal mathematics when you almost barely passed, like this means nothing. Like that means your threshold is so low you will accept anyone, and then why? And to any people like I talked to when I ended up like at my first like serious job at a corporation, like as a junior software developer, like most of them got like bullshit degrees, like all of those bullshit degrees you could get, like communications, like whatever, like
oh yeah, good old communications, man.
Yeah, communications, liberal arts, or whatever.
Public relations and
relations,
human resources plus communications.
And like they worked like the most like weirdest jobs in the world before they got into the corporation, because to all of us like at the time it was like a blessing to work here, because you could like drink coffee and like chill out and like go to lunch meetings basically every day. So like all the people from all the different backgrounds, like everyone had like a bullshit degree, like they never utilized it. Then I got to a bit more serious company, and then people started like saying like, yeah, maybe you can use the degree. But like at least in my country, like the belief to like have a programming degree is like laughed upon. Like you don't need a programming degree. Like now those things are like replaced by boot camps basically.
Yeah, boot camps. I actually learned how to code through a boot camp.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I did. Crazy.
There you go. My first like place where I learned to program was like Flash gaming forums, because I was I was like one of the most dedicated people to Newgrounds, and my dream was like to become a Flash games developer. But the problem is
wait, are you telling me some of the old Newground games I might have played were made by you?
Wait, I was a big Newgrounds guy too, bro.
No.
Okay.
No, but basically like on Newgrounds, like I wanted to become a Flash games developer, and at the time when I was making my second game, it became too ambitious basically. But it was like a whole thing about like a slime. I think it was called like the last slime, where you have to fight visitors and like you had to like collect all the powers and whatever. And like it was a bit roguelike or whatever. And they announced that they're like retiring Flash from browsers. HTML5 is the new thing. Like it crushed my spirits, because I like had to learn like native programming. You know, kids these days don't understand that now you have like tons of libraries to utilize. At the time I was like literally using just native ActionScript 3.0 and one library for physics called GreenSock, because I still remember sitting at those forums and refreshing the page like every 5 minutes for my questions, because I didn't get like how to make like some of the physics work. It was insane. Like, and then the whole Flash thing died.
Yeah.
Nobody cared about it.
Yeah, I've never even heard of those, dude. The things you're just mentioning. Are those like Flash game physics specific things?
GreenSock was basically like an engine for ActionScript 3.0, so you didn't have to write the code from like the ground up. And you know, the other thing I remember, like as a kid from school, like I was learning at the time about matrices and like vectors, because those things are needed like for emulating like physics or whatever. And in programming. And I remember I asked my math teacher, like, when are we going to learn about matrices? And she literally just like scoffed, like, why would you need that? Like, or, and she was giving like an intro about matrices and whatever. And I said, like, so why do we use this? Like, I always kept asking like the teacher, like, so what's the point of this? Like, why are we using this? And they would always just reply, well, you're using this to pass the exams. Like, so what the fuck? Like,
They don't
why
even
are
know
we
why.
learning this? Like, for me, it's relevant because I'm making a game, but like
Right.
for other people in my class, like all the girls, it's like a stereotype, but they will always like get like 8, 9, 10 like grades, which 10 was like the highest. And
Okay.
they were always like, scrupulous, always like learning all the stuff, but they were like learning by memory. Like they were never like applying this stuff and learning like why they use it. Like obviously, I have no problems with that because still like it trains your discipline and whatever.
Someone said it in chat too. Like, my sister-in-law is actually. I mean, she used to teach like a bit of like a bunch of different education levels, and they don't really talk
Oh.
about it. But education really, I think, especially like people are. Like no one really understands it like that because like a lot of people say like, oh, how come we didn't learn taxes or how come we didn't learn like economics or anything in school, or it's not mandatory. It is like I do agree that like it is kind of one of these things where like you were supposed to learn how to learn, which doesn't feel good because you also would have preferred to learn good material while also learning how to learn, right? Which is like kind of the point of going to school. But yeah, like I don't know, it feels like I definitely do not do anything with my IT degree, but I am a great Googler.
Hey.
You know what I mean? Like,
That's modern day coding. Is just how to Google stuff.
you know what I mean? Like,
Just
hey.
make sure to find the best topics for overflow. Overflow? What's it called? Overflow?
Stack Overflow.
Stack Overflow. Yep.
AI
there we
coding. AI coding assistants are getting pretty good nowadays.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're definitely. I'm surprised at how far they progressed. It's pretty good stuff.
Still, the worst feeling is when you have a question and no result pops up from Stack Overflow. And you're the
Oh,
first to
you're
create the
screwed.
topic. Then you create the topic, and hopefully this is not your main work because your workplace is waiting for you. And
Yeah.
then you have to like come up with some bullshit excuse like in a meeting. Oh yeah, I'm doing this thing right now. I'm super busy. Like,
Waiting for the Stack Overflow developer.
no.
Like
Yeah,
the.
And then
waiting for
when you're
Stack
out on a
Overflow.
smoke break, yeah, and then when you're out on a Stack like smoke break, you're saying like, dude, I wish Stack Overflow
wish
gets an
someone-
answer correctly. Yeah, somebody answers me on Stack Overflow.
Like this is like new age Quora. Like, please, can someone help? Like Yahoo Answers.
Dude,
Dude,
just
okay.
oh, that's
Oh, sorry,
that's
go
some
ahead.
balls though. I love it. Just say I'm waiting on Stack Overflow at the meeting.
Yeah. I mean, I was going smoking like every 20 minutes, so we always had to like talk about like some stupid thing like what's happening right now because most of the time you couldn't work on any of the tasks because it had to go like 3, 5, 6 different departments. And all
Mhm.
those like big dick people would come in and like say, okay, well, that's not a problem. You can wait for it. Like, just make sure to meet your KPIs or whatever. And like always like the whole delay and everything. You want to like make a micro adjustment. You had to like talk to 5 like at the
Oh my
time they were
gosh.
called like I think they were called domain experts or something like that. Domain knowledge experts. That's what they were called, like domain knowledge people. And at my company, those people were like 70 years old. They were like a dying breed. And there was one guy, because it was a bank, there was one guy who like knew how to adjust some kind of like a mortgage rate on like a housing unit. And he left work, and the day he left, the whole system went to shit. So like they
Nice.
had to like ask him to come back from retirement to fix it.
How did that not dodge it? What? Sorry.
It was insane.
Man, that attack is so janky.
Dude, can we just talk about the fact that you've been doing this, by the way, and you cleared the 6 hologram while like casually having our podcast?
Oh, I mean,
you
dude,
just-
the power of money, right? Like, you saw the thing just died in like 2 rotations.
Yeah. I just think it's crazy, man. Like I had like, Gacha, you said that you played PGR, right?
Yeah.
I played a
Dude,
little bit
you know the
too.
song Dust?
I don't remember any of the songs by names,
Yeah.
even the popular
Oh,
ones I have
okay.
on Spotify. I remember the tune, I can sing it to you like within a second, but no. I think PGR, basically, the thing with Kuro games is that I think they outsourced the work to some kind of a company called Vanguard. I don't want to like speak stupid here, but I think it was called Vanguard. And I think the whole music that's produced right now by Wuthering Waves is in-house.
Oh. Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, Vanguard Sound Music. Yeah, I'm right. It's on Punishing Grey Raven Reddit. So yeah, basically the music in PGR, at least to me, was really good. And Vanguard was like a company, I believe they've been outsourced. So it's not like Hoyo Mix where it's also like in-house, but they have their own separate name. So for Wuthering Waves, basically they did the music in-house. I have no idea why they decided to do this because Vanguard produced some really top-notch music. I remember there was this one event with this lady who has like a horse-like figure but mechanical, and she's like on 4 legs. And he had, I don't know her name, but I think she became playable at some point. There was this like whole like winter theme. I don't remember her like name. Maybe somebody knows in chat. But like the song,
no,
and that
dodged it.
winter theme, it was insanely good. Like I remember like listening to it and thinking like, dude, this is like on the same level as Genshin's.
Dude, I have this one song, dude, Dust. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. My God, that song is so high. It's kind of like kind of sounds like you're on a train, which I know sounds like really weird to describe a super hype song for being as like
dude,
you know,
I
like being
love
on a train
elevator
cruise.
music. Yeah.
wait. Okay, all right, that's a little different than what I mean, but it's a really solid song. I am a huge fan of Dust. I think Narwhal's fine, which I think is like the big other song, but holy moly, Dust is like, if I had Dust playing when like I was fighting Tempest Mephis every time from like minute 1, no joke, I'd have cleared that like one try. I would have been gaming it up, no joke. Also, I know we're not talking about like the tier list anymore. Something really big, especially if you're doing holograms and you're trying not to die, because holograms
Oh god,
gain
I couldn't
new
see
mechanics.
that. But yes.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. I can't believe you even died to that. Something that's like really big that not like you would ever change anything about Verena, but I think it's kind of worth mentioning specifically for some of the shorter characters. It's really hard to dodge on Verena.
Is it?
She is so slow. I feel like she is so slow. Like, did you see what happened there? Like, yeah, Verena, right? Like, did you see? Like, he was trying to dodge there, but he was slow.
I noticed that the thing about her is that when you're in midair, like I don't think you can even dash sometimes. Like a lot of her like strings you're trying to do is like sometimes it's not like cancelable or anything, and I oftentimes I get like knocked around with her. Like I don't know, with other characters it's easier. The mobility is there, but like with Verena, I cannot pinpoint yet. But it feels like there's some kind of mobility issues with her.
Yeah, she's slow, and she does, like someone saying in chat, like your intro skill puts you into the sky. You see how like you just you're in the sky.
She's always in the air. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you pair that with her like actual physical like slow mobility. Maybe it could just be a skill issue, and I could always just swap out, to be fair. But I like distinctly always remember, like for specifically like Tempest Mephis especially, I'm like trying to dodge because like the clone, I mean you saw it, right? Like the clone is about to shoot my head off, and if I ever accidentally swap to Verena, I acknowledge that I'm giving up this character. Like someone needs to die, and it's Verena if I do that.
Right.
Like, you know.
I think her dash has the same amount of iframes, but you are right. Her mobility is really bad, right? Her like horizontal. She's slow.
I think the first thing that's gonna happen to her and how she's gonna get power crept is when a new support comes up that's very similar to her, but has more mobility. I think that's when she's gonna be power crept.
And isn't stuck in the air half the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys have any thoughts about the JP situation?
I guess we could talk about it now, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I mean,
nobody's watching. Nobody cares about us, right?
Yeah.
Dude, he's still dude, man. My boy, dude, wait, sorry, I know I asked this last time, but I don't remember the answer. Have you just like more recently started like consistently streaming?
Yes, very recently.
Dude, you got a crazy fucking audience for only just recently starting streaming.
Oh no!
Bro.
Oh, the
Holy
iframe
shit.
animation played too. Okay, but yeah, sorry.
He knew how to play his card because the first stream he did with the face reveal, I think it was pretty big, right? Like
it was,
4,000 people I remember watching you.
Yeah.
Holy moly!
But
yeah,
I mean,
people were excited.
I built up I guess I just built up the YouTube audience, and then people watched right when I started streaming. I'm not sure why, but you know, here they are. So hello, chat.
Yeah, you got the game. To be honest with you, outside of I think you and actually I don't know if I've seen anyone else in Wuthering Waves or in the Wuthering Waves community stream on YouTube.
That might help too, because I'm like the only one.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I do like some of the multi-streaming stuff, and it definitely felt like like obviously there's plenty of people like watching on Twitch, but I had like not seen many people, you know, I hadn't seen as many people like watch on YouTube, so I just assumed that maybe people weren't that interested in watching streams off YouTube. But dude, hey man, like it must be the fact that you attracted all the Chishia mains. Like it had to be, right? A
Definitely.
respectable gig.
Absolutely. Shushia number 1. Still level 1. That's why she's number 1. But yeah. But yeah, no, the JP stuff I guess was what we were I think talking about.
So basically I think it has like 2 parts. The first part is that they screwed up the description of the weapon Burden Summit for the basically what had happened is that for us who are like English speakers, not Japanese, so it says let me quickly check. It says it boosts when you increases damage bonus, and then when you use your intro skill or resonance liberation, it gives a heavy attack damage bonus.
Resonance liberation.
On Japanese side, I believe it said when you use your intro skill or resonance skill, your heavy attack damage increases. That's how I understand correctly. So people thought, this could be a great weapon for Kolkaro, you know, but at the same time, I don't really understand it because he doesn't really do that much heavy attack damage.
He doesn't.
He doesn't have any.
Because that Death Messenger, the damage is treated as
ultimate
liberation damage. Yeah. So I don't know why they thought this was the case. I don't know. Maybe they just tried to, like, you know, sometimes they're trying to pin a problem when it's not really a problem. I don't know. But basically, maybe it's not even related to, I don't know, Kolkaro. Maybe it's just, you know, rumors. But yeah, the mistranslation was that it was called Resonance Skill, not Resonance Liberation. And on Japanese, or even any country, this is considered to be false advertising, even if by mistake. So what Kuro basically did is that they issued like these Google forms. I think they were Google forms, maybe some other kind of form. And they ask you a couple of like generic questions. And then one of the questions was, can you show us the summon log, like pictures? Which makes sense because you could be impersonating anyone and just saying that, you know, I pulled for this, but you didn't. But then at the same time, it makes you wonder if a person gives you like your user ID, surely you can look at the summon like history, you know. But then, you know, if they're working like on a very like, I don't know, weird way how you use like customer service, and the customer service doesn't have access to like pull logs, maybe it makes sense.
Come on, survive. Yes. Okay, sorry.
But yeah, basically, so the other question was, how much do you want for the compensation?
That's a really weird question.
Yeah, that felt like an interview question. Like, so what do you expect to, like, how much would you like to make with us? Like,
Yeah.
what are your salary expectations? Like, I don't fucking know.
Oh no!
Like, just give me back
I
the
couldn't
money
see
I
it.
spent on the weapon if I felt like I was cheated on. That's it. Like that. There's no other excuse. Like, if a person feels like they were falsely advertised, they're entitled to the money, like or at least get back the currency. And sure, if they have to accept the consequences that if they do ask for the refund, the weapon will be probably removed from their accounts, right? That's how it works. Like if you ask for a refund, you also have to give back the item. So unless you're Amazon, although Amazon doesn't usually do this anymore, but like, you know, Amazon will also let you keep the stuff and give you a refund. But yeah, I don't know. Somebody chat is saying that, you know, the weapon was R5 for Kolkaro. I don't know why, but like, let's say they did it and they felt cheated on, and then, you know, they want the money back. So, and then the next thing that happened, so people filled out the forms.
Oh right.
But
Oh
now-
my god, this one's
Now
bad.
Kuro decided to send a mass email, and they forgot to remove the BCC. where
Oh,
he basically
no.
put, like, other people in the list of emails. And they sent the email and basically leaked the email of everybody who received the email, who submitted the form. So now everybody knows like who asked, and everybody has the email. And I think I read one of the funny comments is now, so we made friends along the way while waiting for compensation, because now people can just build up like a group chat, you know, group chat with emails, like talk with each other. Like,
Oh
so how's
my
your life
God.
going
Like
with
a
R5?
group therapy set, like a group
Yeah, how's your
therapy.
life going with the
DM.
weapon, like, and whatever. Then this whole thing is happening in Japan, and I don't know why people keep saying that Japan takes this seriously. Like literally any country would take this seriously. Like doesn't matter
Yeah.
what the country is. Like if you feel like you didn't receive the product you were asking for, you should be entitled. You should be entitled to receiving the refund. Obviously, you should expect also to lose the item because you're asking for refund. But yeah, it was fun. I don't know. In my opinion, I think it's just a mistake. Like shit happens.
They also said you don't get the double top up bonus back too. Wow. If you do the refund?
Really?
Yeah.
No, that's not okay. It doesn't matter if you spend double top up or not. If you're asking for money back, then you just get the money you spend on it. They can just like reverse engineer that, like how much you spend. Like, it shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, it should be pretty simple.
Apparently, there's like a Reddit post that someone linked me that said the TLDR was that even with the compensation, they were saying that supposedly they said something along the lines of if you want a refund, take it up with your payment provider.
Oh, right.
I don't know if but okay, I do want to say like make a couple things. I don't know if that's true or false, but I think that like number one, like based on what we know, and I think has been confirmed just based off of people and like people talking anecdotally about it. I think trying to receive or manually scrape through like every single player's refund or like whether or not they deserve a refund is just crazy. Do you know what I mean? Like they want to sit through every Google form and go, oh yeah, like did this guy actually pull? Did this guy actually pull? Like who has the staffing for that? Like seriously, is that not like the most comical
Actually,
thing? Like,
when you put it that way, yeah, it does sound like an absolutely absurd solution.
This is probably the case where, you know, it's a Chinese company and most likely all the server logs are only checked by like in China. I don't believe they have like any kind of like developers or like even like sysops, you know, who are checking this stuff in a specific country. They just deploy the stuff. Because like, for example, when I worked at my job, you could deploy the servers like on whatever, like on whichever country you want. You don't have to be in that country. Like we could deploy like functions or whatever, like databases like in America and like, I don't know, Indonesia, for example. It doesn't matter like where you deploy the servers. So if they're handling all the operations from China, then it makes sense that they only have like customer support and all the stuff to support the region they have the game at. Maybe they have like, I don't know, mods that can also like support the region. But
I mean, but it's so I didn't look at the list, but unless if the number is like sub 100, and even still like that's kind of a lot of like email services like support tickets to go through. I would imagine that if you know Wuthering Waves, I know this is like being a bit presumptuous, but I would assume that the player base in Japan is like moderately sized. So like let's say there's like 1,000 support tickets, which I think is like on the lower end. That's a lot of time. And people don't want to wait like, you know, like people obviously don't want to wait like 2 months to get their compensation back. Like the game could, you know, the game could be in any which position, right? And the other thing too is that like you said, who in their right minds is like, hey, can you tell us like how much you want? Like as opposed to just like they like, you know, like think about it. Like imagine if for a global launch, right? I don't know if every single server had this, but like you know how we were having the server launch issues? Like could you imagine if they were like, guys, listen, we know we messed up. What do you guys want as compensation? And then you just get like people saying like, actually, I think Yinland should be free for me. What is this? Like, is this a democracy? Like, are we gonna like,
$1 billion?
Like, decide it? Yeah, like actually, guys, I really would prefer it if they paid off my student loans. Like, what? Like,
yeah, very
people
strange
are gonna be
question.
ridiculous with it.
Yeah.
You know, and
it's
I
also
don't know, just
possible because I think I wasn't able to access the forms. This also could be false information we're talking about, you know? Because maybe those forms aren't real. Because always when I get information, I try to like see it with my own eyes, but I wasn't able like to locate the forms. At least I don't remember being able to locate them. So maybe that wasn't what was included in the forms, you know? So I don't know. I would say that right now the situation is kind of like, you know, a company screwed up basically. That's the gist of it. Like.
It sucks too because
does it matter like if it went from CBT2 to launch? I don't think it matters. This would have happened like at any point. Like somebody just messed up at translations, and I wouldn't blame them. Like maybe they were overworked, maybe just didn't see. Like I make mistakes in my videos so many times, it's not even funny.
Oh my gosh, I can't dodge
and I know
anymore.
I know that people like have to like triple, quadruple check these really crucial things because you know what's a crappy video of mine compared to something that people actually buy. So obviously it matters more, but still like I don't know. I wouldn't like expect this to be like something that's completely out of this world for a company to screw up. Now, the thing is, the question is like, how will they react to this? That's the more important part. Because right
Well,
now, if they really leak the emails, that's not a good thing. But that's also like a really stupid corporate mistake you've seen so many
It
times.
is.
Like
Yeah.
I've been tagged by like sponsors like at least 4 times where they leak all the emails of all the content creators. Like
Me too, dude.
I've
Me
seen that too.
too.
I've seen that
funny,
too.
so funny. Like,
Oh my
and then I
gosh.
remember like somebody's just writing like, bro, what? You just added all of us, like one of the emails, and then nobody else replies.
It's awkward. Yeah.
Well, but like that's the thing too, and why like I feel so bad. Like I hate to be like a Kuro bootlicker or anything, but like they mess up, and they've admitted that they've messed up, right? But they're also like one of the only companies that I've seen that are like, look, okay guys, like we gotta bite the bullet. We screwed up. Here's how we're gonna fix it. And they like, it's no joke. It's not a scam. It's not like it's not just for show. They're like, all right, well, if the leaves aren't like, if the leaves are not the color that you want it to be outside, we'll give you a selector. And it's like, what? Like, dude, okay, and let's like keep it a buck for a second too. This whole JP compensation thing for the JP players themselves, great. Like if they're gonna do compensation, that's terrific. How does that even affect us? Do you know what I mean? Like, why? How did the global players get compensation for a purely JP issue? You know what I mean? Like, we got asteroids.
Because they don't want to go case by case, and it's possible there could be like Japanese speakers living in other countries and playing the game on a Japanese client. I don't think they just did the whole thing, and because they just basically issued like a mass, like apologems, whatever thingy, and that's the only thing how they approach this. Like they just don't want to like deal with support tickets like later on, like saying, what the hell, I was also playing like a Japanese version with Japanese language on my client, but I was living somewhere else. Like, I don't think it matters. They just wanted to issue this and that's it. Like, it doesn't happen for all the things. I guess it was just something that like a catch-all solution for them.
But then, like, wouldn't you argue then, like, in that same vein, if they're willing to like make a firm call on what reward that you should get, if you are,
Oh,
like,
I couldn't
in
see
global,
it. Ah.
yeah, the worst. I hate this one so bad.
Oh,
but
the
like, if you're willing to
camera.
make a, do you lock on for this boss? Because I think that's literally the only way.
I locked on, but they lock on, unlocked on. If that makes sense.
Oh, they unlock you.
It unlocked right there, right? Because like I thought I was locked on, but then I stopped being locked on. So whatever. Yeah.
But yeah,
Somebody's asking like, why did we get a free selector? The answer is very simple. It's because there were a lot of technical issues a lot of people were experiencing. Like, Iwintulus, can you also like agree to this? Like, when he was making the first stream, I think he said like a lot of people on the stream were saying they couldn't play the game.
Yeah,
So
about
it's a very,
50% of my
that
audience.
feels more fair.
Yeah.
You know what I
That
mean? Like,
was
you know.
Literally just please come back, play the game again. Here's a free 5-star.
Mhm.
And that's gonna be like a very strong, convincing point for some people who like. Well, they like the dopamine rush, so obviously they're gonna come back for a 5-star, especially if they like checked out that tier list video, because now you can pull for Verena.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That's true. It all ends up coming full circle when it comes to
I know they would
marketing.
never say it, by the way, but I am so curious who like the most picked 5-star is with that selector.
Gotta be Verena, right?
Probably
Like,
make a
a poll. Yeah.
yeah, here and also like on community tab. I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Probably. I'm just gonna ask a question like, what did you pick like from the selector?
Yeah, yeah.
I know Verena. So I don't know if you knew about like that one guy that was translating the that one content creator that was translating live from. Oh, by the way, that like live stream whole fiasco that they had, where they had 3 different streams for their live stream for 1.0. That was crazy, by the way. I hope they changed that, because like, why were there 3 different times for streams? Like that.
Honestly, I think people are probably going to be picking Kolkaro mostly because he looks super cool, like in my opinion. But it's also probably going to be skewed results, because if you're on YouTube and you checked out any of the videos in the past like 2 weeks, you know that Verena is like the most hyped unit. So, and you also have 2 selectors, so it also like it's a no-brainer choice. Like, most people are gonna pick Verena otherwise. Like in either case, they're gonna pick Verena. But my suspicion is that the second most like popular unit, or maybe the most popular, is Kolkaro, because he literally looks super cool, and I think mostly people tend to like gravitate towards like waifus. but I hate the word, by the way, waifu, but whatever. I don't know, women, I guess, anime women. And in this case, like, it's a man, so do people still gravitate towards a man or a woman? I think Kolkaro, like, at least to me, like, it just evokes my, like, teenager heart. Like, reminds me of all the old times I played, like, all those fighting games and, like, Sephiroth himself, like, from Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, man, he's
and his
cool.
VA is that's literally his VA. So,
But just don't read his lore. Like, it's so boring. He's a mercenary, and he introduced him so boring. Like, I literally just wanted to check out how he pronounced his name, and it says, like, Kolkaro, I'm, like, a leader of some generic mercenaries.
Dude, I was hoping, like...
I thought he was, like, a Dark Lord or something.
No.
Like, he belonged to one of the Scar, or like, to Scar in that other girl's organization. No, he's just a mercenary.
Dude, I was hoping, like, he would look the way he does, right? And then he'd be, like a fruit stand salesman or something. You know? Like, if you do you guys know, like, Akuma from Street Fighter, right? I think it's, like, confirmed or something that he, like, sells fruit on the side. Because, like, you know, obviously he's this crazy maniacal looking demon guy, but hey, he's got to earn a living. He can't just beat the crap out of people for a living.
Why couldn't he be like one of the harbingers, like in Genshin, like belong to, like, antagonist or, like, a faction? He's literally just a mercenary.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but on the topic, so it's I know someone was asking. It wasn't Mr. Pokey, but it was someone that was translating for the JP JP live stream. And there was apparently, like, a popularity contest, and I will say, and that, like, I didn't want to base it entirely on JP. Like, I honestly don't know where I can't really think of where I'd imagine the biggest player base of Wuthering Waves would come from. I would imagine it's probably China,
Yeah,
but I don't know for sure.
I can easily tell you in a moment.
Oh, well, okay, if you find out, but, like, people were saying in JP
I literally have the stats. Right?
Oh shit! Okay,
let's
go.
go.
But yeah, apparently JP is, like, heavily skewed in Vereena's favor.
In terms of downloads, 26% China, 16% United States,
Wow.
7% Indonesia, 6% Japan, 5% Russia, 5% Philippines, 4% Thailand. I forgot how to call it. Thailand?
Thailand, yes.
Thailand, yeah, sorry. 4% Brazil, 3% Taiwan, 3% South Korea, and 21% other. So yeah, basically,
there's a huge other, by the way.
Yeah, obviously it's always going to be the same, but I'm surprised to see that United States is in the second place. I truly thought that it was going to be first, like, China, and then
second, like Indonesia.
Yes, I really thought Indonesia was going to be playing this game more, because like C countries, like the whole Southeast Asia countries, like, they're obsessed with gacha games. I don't know what's happening there, but people love them. And I think it's also, like, ingrained in, like, Asian cultures to, like, play gambling games and whatever. It's more, like, accepting to them. And I don't know if it's, like, true, but, like, there's the whole thing, like, if you're free to play, I don't want to say if this is Indonesia specific or Singapore. I'm sorry if I mix up the countries, but, like, it's a proud thing for a person to be free to play. And you better not tell them that if you're, like, a pay-to-win player, because there's, like, a massive gap, like, of salary for, like no, how they live their lives. You know, like, there's a massive gap usually. Like, there's I once went to, like, Thailand as a kid, and remember looking on one side, there's, like, these beautiful shiny white buildings. On the other side, like, the whole fucking street is crumbling, like in Bangkok. So there's, like, a disparity of, like, of money, basically. So I don't know if again, I just remember, like, reading these things about people, but, like, basically, like, gacha gaming is really, really popular, like, in C countries.
Damn. I know that, like, when I look at my audience, it's definitely, like, 100%. It's, like, definitely a high majority United States, but then I definitely do clock in at, like, one of, like, the most ridiculous, like, shared viewership from the Philippines. I don't know what it is, but, like, the people in the Philippines fucking love gacha games, or maybe me. I don't know, one or the other, I guess. But I think that shit's crazy, because I always thought it would have been like you said, right? Like China, maybe Japan, like, in terms of, like, viewership. Because, like, I don't think I've ever met a single person my entire life that's from the Philippines. and I've like, I'm on like I'm in tri-state area of like the United States, and that's where I'd imagine I'd meet the most like people from the Philippines. But I don't know like anything really about that country, about like the viewership, their interests, anything in between, their culture, what they like, if they're into gacha games, if they're not. It's just like an enigma to me. And I'm just like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. Like, hello. But the other thing is like no one even like you guys ever get those comments like on your YouTube videos or like even for your Twitch, whatever it is, your live streams, like hello from and then like insert country.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'll always get like a lot of people that are like hello from Brazil or like much love from like France or something, and I'm like, oh dude, that's so cool. Never gotten a Philippines one, like not a single time. This is all speaking anecdotally, I guess, but yeah, I don't
Oh
know.
my-
I guess
what's wrong
people
with
love
me?
me in the Philippines.
I think I'm I can't dodge anything anymore. All right.
But
It's
the
okay.
10 million revenue right now is kind of matching up with other reports. I'm using like a couple of platforms to track the payments that Wuthering Waves is receiving.
Okay.
And on Sensor Tower, I think it's about 10 million. I'm mostly using this website called App Magic. It's not a paid version, but usually they show you like enough information. So on App Magic, it's also 10 million.
Okay.
Downloads is only 5 million, which I'm really surprised. No, sorry, more than 5 million. I think they just stopped tracking after 5 million. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's 10 million. But if it's only like more than 5 million and between like 10 million, then it's really bad because remember when he said that I had like 30 million pre-registrations?
Yeah.
And I know there's like a conversion rate when you
Mhm.
go from like a pre-registration to actually downloading the game. I think in one of the talk videos I watched, like, the ones where they discuss development or whatever, usually the conversion is like 30%. It's like 1/3 chance.
Oh,
the
that's
person
higher than I expected, but yeah.
It's really high because usually the people who are like pre-registering, they're also getting exposed a lot by like emails, Twitter posts, on YouTube if they're watching anything. Ads will drop as well, so they're always like getting constantly reminded about the game. So even though they pre-registered, they're still getting like reminded constantly. Like, and I think Wuthering Waves like blew a ton of money on marketing, like a ton of money, as I
Mhm.
understand. Like, I used to have access to this website where you could like watch how often some of the mid rolls happen on YouTube, but the spy tool was basically like blacklisted by Google, obviously for obvious reasons, because you could see like what ads are running constantly on there. I think it was in Genshin era, you could still see it in Genshin at one point. I think bought out like, for gaming specifically, like 60 or 70% ad space for like the
Oh.
first few days. So basically every single ad, no matter which gaming you were watching video, it was Genshin.
I mean,
All the time.
I know it's gonna be like really big to talk about it, but like
Oh.
no joke, like have you guys seen like seen all like the AFK Journey advertising?
That was
That was
insane,
Seen it.
crazy.
We're part of it.
We were part of it, man.
Yeah, dude,
We're part of it.
I'm not trying to say nothing, but like I have never seen the entire world collapse on a game like AFK. It's a gacha game. Like, you know what I mean?
easily explain why this is happening. So
Okay.
Lilith games are,
Huh.
I think they're in top 10 Chinese companies. Like they're one of the top Chinese companies in China. I forget their names because some of the games they release, they're really generic, but they earn like millions and millions and millions of dollars each month, and it's still ongoing. So they made a shit ton of money from those games. And for example, they released Dislight. I think Dislight right now is not doing really well in terms of like downloads and revenue. Dislight thing. The only thing I remember about Dislight is, if you know, guys, this YouTuber JonTron.
Yes.
JonTron made
Oh
a
my
whole
God,
video
I do
about
remember
Dislight,
that.
and I remember like
Blast from the
everybody
past.
hated JonTron's video, but I found it really hilarious because it was really funny to me. And I thought it was quite original how to make a dedicated video like for a game. But people obviously hated it. They just told him like, stop making these kind of videos. We'll pay you more on Patreon or whatever. But whatever. But yeah, basically Lilith games, they made a shit ton of money. Like they are super, super loaded, like insanely loaded. Like their games, they literally have whales who sometimes spend like $1 million per year on their games.
A
Like, they're insane.
million.
Yeah.
$1 million?
And
Bro.
this is actually very easy to prove because I am one of the people who checked out their like checked
I'm not
out
gonna
their,
lie. I
like,
thought you were gonna say. I thought you were
You're
gonna say.
one-
I
you're
am one of the
myth
people
people.
that spent
That's
a
1
million.
million. No.
Sorry,
No,
my
no.
bad.
Basically, I'm one of the few people who bothered to check out their like spendings club program where you can go like from bronze all the way to diamond. And I saw on Gacha Gaming the post started like trending because you had to spend like $50K to get into the diamond tier,
Oh my
and
god.
you can start like receiving like invites to like special offline events, so whatever. But basically, they have like this whole system set up where people who spend a ton of money on their games, they get special treatment, they get like a lot of rewards, they get their own dedicated customer service they can handle with you. Because the same thing actually happened to me in another game. I was playing this shitty vampire game, like vampires against werewolves or
Oh,
whatever.
what?
I got really addicted to it. Like, it was a match 3 game. I had a whole phase in my life where I played like match 3 games with like gacha elements. So I spent like a couple of thousand on that game, and then suddenly on Discord I was like reached out and they told me like, hey, this is like a dedicated customer support for you. Make sure to talk to this person if you have any like issues. Like, it's not a lot of money compared to like other big whales. I know 2,000 is like a lot of money. Like, seriously, it's stupid. Don't spend it. But like, if you spend this much, usually in
Oh, what
other
am I
gacha
doing?
games, they don't care about you. They don't care about you. But like, that small company cared. And for Lilith, they also like have this whole support program for like people who spend like a lot of money, and they take care of you basically. So you feel like you're getting the VIP treatment basically. So what I'm
Dude,
trying
it
to
sounds
say
like
is
you're in
that
the captain's club. Damn.
no. I'm one of the lesser whales basically. These days I basically barely spend money on gacha games. I always like open up Steam, and I see like there's a great roguelike game for €5.
Yes,
And
exactly.
then I spend 30 hours playing that roguelike game, which
Mhm.
has like 50 reviews, and I like write the messages to developers, and like I love like roguelike games on
Please
Steam.
sponsor me, please.
For what?
That would be lit. I was
AFK
gonna
Journey?
say like, no,
Dude,
I'm
those
saying like
those guys
for
can't
those
afford to
roguelikes,
sponsor
wouldn't
Gacha Gamer.
Oh
No.
man.
Come on, don't say that. I mean,
No.
I wouldn't want to like first of all like play a sponsored video of roguelike games, because then
Yeah.
I would have to like, follow some kind of a guideline. And for gacha games, it's fine, but like for games that I like just want to play, I don't know if I want to follow guidelines.
That's true.
Just don't. I have a genre of games which are low roguelikes, and I don't want to like put them into my business side. I would never do that.
That's
Like, they
fair.
give me so much joy. So basically, yeah. So Lilith, why they went out so badly on marketing, like so massively, is because during this light era, which was their previous game they released, they also went pretty big. But they went big with AFK Journey because it's kind of like open world. Well, it's not really open world, but basically it's a big map.
Kinda,
You can
yeah.
explore it. You know, there's a lot of social elements. So it's kind of like an MMO. And if it's an MMO, you want to like advertise it to everyone, because then anybody can play it. And if you played AFK Arena, and I played it, the social aspects in that game are insane. Like, people are just talking for like hours in chat rooms. You develop like a sense of a community, and like within a day you start recognizing the names, and then like a week later you know everybody on the server. And then if the dreadful like server merge is coming up, then you have to deal with the new people. It's like living your own small community, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, I played Hades 2 and I beat it the hardest boss.
Yes.
The one
Such a good game.
I didn't enjoy it, to be honest. I liked it, but I was just
Oh,
convinced
okay.
myself.
Hey.
I don't know. I like turn-based roguelike games more. I like turn-based. I like to take my time
Fair
to
enough.
think.
Have you
But yeah.
guys ever done any research into like the Maple Story sphere?
Yeah.
Dude, that if you want to talk, well, I don't. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't
No,
done enough
come on.
looking into it.
Stupid lasers, dude.
Dude, you're actually so close killing this boss. Like you're
Maple
literally
Story
one
is, I
Gion
think-
alt off from killing him.
I know. It's just
Maple Story,
there's
I think,
always
is one of
some.
the first games like I played as a kid. Like, I think it's so old by now. Like, it's 15, maybe 20 years old.
Have you heard? So I talked to so like I play like I'll like reoccurringly like come back in for like the reboot, which is like their like free to play, like quote unquote free to play seasonal kind of content that they do. Where like it's not really seasonal, but like that's like their free to play like their Iron Man version basically. If you guys are familiar and you guys play RuneScape, but it's like a harder mode of Maple Story where you can't like you can't necessarily trade with other players. It's like a lot more independent, and they like up the rates to like compensate for it. Anyways, I've heard from people that like play that game, dude, they drop money on that game like it's like it was their destiny. Like they were born to buy this $17,000 like Nexon Cash item that has stats on it. Like we talk about in like gacha games and like in other games right now how like the concept of giving stats to cosmetics is really cringe, right? That game is based around that. And the crazy thing is that you'd be like, "Oh, well, that's crazy. This guy wants like a 7,000 damage attack weapon and that's the goat, and like you get that weapon, now you're like the king of kings and that's like your big purchase, right?" No. Because then what is like absolutely ridiculous too is that there's like benefits now to like basically giving yourself a paid subscription. And you're like, "Oh, okay, like this doesn't sound that crazy." You have RuneScape that's like $5, you know, $5, $10, $15 a month. World of Warcraft that like also has some shit like that. It's also fine, right? No. MapleStory has their VIP system, and when I say VIP, that shit means VIP. Like, and there's a lot of benefits to it. But in order to maintain the VIP or like the special treatment, like you have to spend a certain amount per month, and there are like sincere like actual rewards having the VIP stuff, and that includes things like having like a personal on-demand like EXP increase that like affects everyone on the server. So you basically become a celebrity, and it's like a big thing, especially in that game. It's like, "Hey guys, you guys want some like some 2 times?" It's not 2 times. It's like 1.5 times EXP. Everyone come to this channel, look at my character, and like click this little upvote on my popularity, so that you guys can, you know, like I get like basically ego stroke, but also now I have 17,000
Finally.
upvotes. Like,
sorry guys.
no,
Finally.
you're chilling, dude. This is fucking hype, bro.
Oh
You're just
my
watching, you
God.
just sit here fucking killing this shit.
Oh my God.
But it's crazy because it's like, I think someone's saying it's like $5,000 a month for Diamond, and there's something above Diamond. There's MapleStory Red. I don't even know how much that is. But imagine you spent
Wait, you actually got crit rate?
yeah,
Oh, man.
yeah, I got a
Right.
crit rate one. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, crazy.
But yeah, like I don't know, man. Can you imagine spending 60 grand a year on a subscription?
That's
like
wait,
basically what this shit is.
hold up. I was so distracted by this bird thing. 60 grand a year for a subscription, bro. That's like a billionaire's country club, man.
Yeah, it's again, like if you're like the son of a billionaire or something, sure, like
Yeah.
whatever. But like again, like I don't know like how much of you caught it, but it's like imagine if like you pay X amount and you gain like certain rewards, but in order to, it's like kind of like the Google Play thing. If you've ever spent on like the Google Play Store,
Yeah,
you get like
yeah.
benefits, and like the amount or the rank of your VIP depends on how much you spend. But if you want to get like the diamond tier in MapleStory, it's 5,000 USD a month. And that's not
That's
even the highest
crazy.
tier. There's literally a tier above that. And again, like it does give you like, I don't know, 1.52 times EXP. But like, come on. Do you know what I mean? Like I'll wait. Like I don't need that. I don't need that much. You know? Like, it's
Yeah.
just, oh, it's crazy.
Dude, that's
Oh,
like
it's 5K
someone's
a month for
salary.
Red. Okay, there you go. Sorry.
5K a month, even better, right? Oh my.
Yeah.
God.
Jeez, man.
Oh my God. Oh, okay. Well, wife is back, kid is back. I guess it's time for me to get going, dude. Thank you guys so
all
much
good.
for joining. Really had a, and yeah, no, gotcha. Cannaaaa, you guys going on like, people asking us to make a podcast, right?
Dude, sheesh. Dude, sounds like a lot of fun, bro.
Oh man, yeah.
It's a nice thing to hang out
Yeah,
to, you know?
maybe we can talk about that later, but I really appreciate it
Yeah.
so much you guys coming to join, and I think
Yeah, no problem.
I had a great time with you guys. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thanks for coming on, and Cannaaaa, nice to have you back.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for joining us. You guys want to say anything else before we sign off?
Nope. Have a great day. Don't get sick. Love your family.
I need you to admit your sins about Chishia right now before
Oh.
the community.
Chishia, number 1, level 1. That's how it works.
Oh my god, this
That's how it
guy's
works.
phony, a fraud. He's a fraud. I'm crying. Chad,
all
don't
right.
let him get away with this next time.
Yep,
Oh
you guys
my
hold me
God.
accountable. All right, guys. Thanks for joining in. I'm going to end the stream now. See ya.
Take care,
Bye,
guys. Bye.
everyone.
All right.